A brilliant doctor who could cure the plague appeared in Adia town. This information wasn't only spread throughout Adia, it also propagated to the other small towns nearby in just a few days. In those past few days, there were, in fact, patients from out of town who came over to seek medical treatment. After the truth of the breakout was revealed by Adia town, the townspeople were shocked to discover that the number of people infected by the plague was far more than everyone had imagined. Excluding the villages next to them, of the approximately 700 residents, there were 30 to 40 people infected with the plague. Among the infected were both men and women, old and young. Perhaps just looking at the number, 30 to 40 people of 700 residents didn't seem big. But if you thought about how Qin Lun used to be located on the Earth Federation, where some populations of major cities reached millions, if some news media appeared and reported that dozens of people were infected with a fatal plague, then perhaps all several million residents of the city would feel endangered and anxious. Although the people in this world were not as fearful of death as the modern people of Qin Lun's old world, the scale of this kind of infection was still enough to break people's psyche. No wonder there would be a mysterious power in town that tried to conceal the truth at all cost. It was because they were afraid that things would turn chaotic, which would make the situation even more unmanageable. Although Baron Albert's fiefdom does not comprise Adia town, he is still this area's real ruler. The town chief of Adia town is also his person. Catherine helped straighten Qin Lun's collar as she chattered on and on to the youth. You can't have this kind of arrogant appearance in front of him. You need to be more modest. Qin Lun twitched his lips. Although Catherine's words were right during normal times, it was of no use now. With how things were now, Baron Albert was no longer this land's ruler. Rather, it was him, the doctor who could cure the plague. However, the youth did not retort to the middle-aged Bowtie's words. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, experiencing this strange feeling he had never experienced before. Rumble, rumble. As he listened to the sound of the carriage's axles turning, Qin Lun pulled aside the white curtain over the carriage's small window and looked at the scenery outside. The carriage had already left Adia town, driving down the mud road outside. Tall and lush trees lined the sides of the roads with sunshine passing through the dense treetops. Between the trees were dead leaves that dotted the ground along with light and shadow. Qin Lun looked at it for a while, then drew the curtain back and closed his eyes to rest. His mind was arranging some of the information Catherine provided to him. Albert Castle was on the tallest hill of this woodland. Behind the castle was a tall and steep cliff. Below the cliff was the largest river of the region that had a horseshoe twist with racing currents, the Crest River. The currents of the Crest River were rapid. The narrowest crossing of the river was still at least 30 meters wide. That night when Qin Lun first arrived in this world, the stream he ran across was one of the tributaries of the Crest River. As a matter of fact, the surrounding towns, with Adia town as the center, were all located along the curve of the river, the south bank, forming a chain of human settlements. Across the river was the largest primitive forest of the Maze Duchy, Great Maze Forest. In its long history, there was a local legend that an evil witch resided in the Great Maze Forest, as well as evil organisms controlled by the witch. Because this place was right next to the Crest River, the Great Maze Forest and the humans' residences were separated in half. If you had a bird's-eye view, the Crest River looked like the white crook of an arm, hugging human settlements in its embrace. Albert Castle was in the very foremost of the crook, in charge of standing guard. Behind it was the central town of the human settlements Adia town. Of Adia's legends, besides the one of the witch that felt unfathomable, there was one other relevant rumor. It was said that the Albert family's first-generation baron received the Maze Duchy's dispatch and especially defended this mountain woodland, guarding against the evil organisms within the Great Maze Forest. Legends say that 300 years ago, this area had even had a war, the humans against the evil organisms. In the end, Baron Albert led his cavalry troops and beat back the witch and her evil accomplices. It also restored peace to the area of Adia. Recalling this information, Qin Lun understood clearly. Adia town had this kind of legend in their history. It was no wonder that when the plague appeared, the townspeople associated it to the Great Maze Forest's witch and black magic. To tell the truth, Qin Lun objected to some of the information regarding the witch. He did not really believe in those 300-year-old ancient legends. Although he had experienced space-time teleportation and experienced shattered starry skies, magnificent landscapes that defied nature, in his heart, he still had some innate resistance against supernatural phenomenons. Qin Lun's way of thinking wasn't strange at all. When he had just been sent into the mental hospital, his mind had also created a lot of hallucinations. If it weren't for these mental illusions that appeared over the years, how would he walk upon the path of doom? On the small path within the woods, the horse-drawn carriage finally exited the forest and followed along a smooth mountain road, advancing quickly. Before it got dark, they arrived in front of an ancient castle. Stepping off the carriage, Qin Lun looked at the ancient castle in front of his eyes, his eyebrows slowly rising more and more. His hunchbacked servant behind him also widened his triangular, mismatched eyes. His mouth behind the mask probably already entered the state of being unable to close it due to shock. It was unlike common aristocratic castles. This ancient castle was grand and magnificent, a large building made of stone and over 30 meters tall. For secondary castles that were over a dozen meters tall were also connected to it. They were like devoted guards surrounding and protecting their master. Looking at the castle from the front, it appeared to make a strange, triangular shape. The most amazing thing was that the location of the castle and the cliff was not a whole segment. Between them was a 50-meter wide and hundreds of meters deep moat. Albert Castle was unexpectedly situated on top of a steep cliff that was only connected to the other side by a huge stone bridge. Looking at the thick castle door, Qin Lun's eyes flickered. Perhaps those legends that Catherine talked about had some truths to them. Since the first generation of Albert barons, they should still have the mission of defending the Maze Duchy. This castle, rather than calling it a lord's castle, was best regarded as a military stronghold. The stone bridge appeared neat and serious. Every set distance on the bridge was a crouching gargoyle. The beasts all had different poses and expressions. Some had long bat wings, some with sinister demon heads. Qin Lun took note of all of them. It was because they did not resemble beasts. They looked like the stone statues of the monsters told in the legends. It didn't take long to reach the end of the 50-meter-long stone bridge. The Baron had sent a coachman and valet to bring Qin Lun to the door, after which they turned and retreated. At this time, the castle's massive gates were already open. An old butler with graying hair brought a group of servants to represent their master in welcoming Qin Lun. Respected Dr. Stein, in this castle's butler, Jason. The Baron already knows of your arrival and is waiting for you in the lounge. Please, follow me. The old butler put one hand across his chest and bowed respectfully. Qin Lun tipped his top hat, returning the greeting, then followed the old butler through the castle. The inside of Albert Castle didn't look as solemn as the outside. It may have been a stronghold for the army several hundred years ago, but now it had become a typical castle for a noble. A cobblestone road passed through the gate and extended towards the main castle. On both sides of the path was a well-kept lawn. In the middle of each sat an exquisite, small fountain with a statue of a little stone angel. It was much more pleasing to the eye than the sinister beasts by the stone bridge. Welcome, young Dr. Stein. Walking into the castle's lounge, a well-dressed, lively old gentleman nodded courteously at Qin Lun. Qin Lun knew this old gentleman was probably the master of this castle, Baron Thomas Albert, and immediately removed his hat and bowed respectfully, while at the same time examining the current generation's Baron Albert. Thomas Albert appeared to be over 50 years old. He had a rosy complexion which made him look quite healthy. His two eyes were lively, and he had a handlebar mustache, as well as a bit of a paunch. Thank you for kindly inviting me. Wellington Stein gives his greetings. Sire may just call me Wellington. While the two of them chatted, the old butler took Qin Lun's top hat and coat, draping the coat over his arm. All right, Wellington. You've come all the way from Adia town, so you must be tired. Please follow Jason to your room. I've also prepared a banquet for you, so we'll see you soon. The old baron's voice was loud. There was nothing noble about it. After the brief conversation between the two of them, the old butler, Jason, guided Qin Lun through the lounge and toward the stairs of the main building and the guest room on the second floor. As for Qin Lun's hunchbacked servant Frank, his class wasn't high enough, so he couldn't enter the VIP guest room. He could only follow the other servants and stay in the common room. Jason was guiding Qin Lun to the corridor where the guest room was when the two of them heard a sweet and pleasant female voice. Is this the Dr. Stein from Adia town who cured the patients infected with the plague? Qin Lun heard the sound and stopped short. Turning half around, he looked at the person behind. Behind him was a slim noblewoman wearing a bone-white dress. The woman had a broad-brim Western-style hat on her head along with white gauze covering her face. She looked as if she had just returned from outside. Although he couldn't see her appearance, she should be a young woman judging from her voice. Qin Lun's heart raced. He bowed and did not speak. Miss Laura, this is Dr. Stein. We have just brought him over from Adia town. The old butler Jason timely introduced the two to each other. Miss Laura is my sire Baron's most beloved daughter. It's a pleasure to meet you, beautiful Miss Laura. A charming and gentle smile appeared on Qin Lun's face. The serial killer had a feeling that this young lady who appeared as if she had just returned did not meet him in the corridor by chance. Rather, she waited here for him on purpose. His luck was pretty good. Joy flashed across Qin Lun's eyes. He really hadn't expected that just when he entered Albert Castle, there would be a pure and ignorant little sheep who would take the initiative to come meet him. It's very nice to meet you, Dr. Stein. You are even younger than I had imagined. Laura Albert lifted up her skirt, and she made a small courtesy. She then straightened herself up before she asked him, I've heard that you have taken the organ of a diseased person from Adia town, correct? Would this even be considered as a question? Qin Lun's eyes flashed. Even though Qin Lun couldn't see Laura's expression from under the veil that was covering her face, he could detect the serious gaze from within her eyes. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of dry hacking came from the butler that was next to him before Qin Lun could reply back. My apologies. Please excuse my rudeness. Laura went still for a moment before she quickly realized that the way she had questioned Qin Lun wasn't very polite. Thank you for everything that you have done for Adia. Please don't worry about it. This is the responsibility of a doctor. Qin Lun nodded back at her with a smile. Laura seemed to be slightly embarrassed as she lifted up her skirt. She then quickly made her way out shortly after her apology. After Qin Lun had saved that person in the public square, the most important topic to most of the people was about the mysterious and strange magical medicine he had. The operation was not mentioned at all. This made sense considering the process of the operation wasn't anything new. Instead, the people of the town viewed that process as a normal type of treatment from a doctor. This wasn't anything strange to them. Why was Laura Albert not interested in his magic medicine called the World Tree's Flower Nectar? Why was she instead concerned about the ordinary surgery he had done? What had caused this noblewoman to abandon her normally distant attitude while impatiently waiting for him at the corridor without changing the attire she had worn outside? Was it only because she wanted to ask him about something this obvious? Furthermore, she thanked him for everything he had done for Adia. For Adia. Qin Lun observed the receding figure of the lady. There was a faint smile that floated up onto his face. It appears as if there will be many interesting events happening on his trip to this castle. If there is something that you need, please have the servants notify me about it. The elderly butler, Jason, delivered Qin Lun to a large guest room. He felt slightly embarrassed as he walked towards the door. The actions of his little lady caused Jason, who was usually harsh on the topic of etiquette, to feel awkward. All of the etiquette lessons for the Albert family had mostly been taught by him. Although the elderly butler knew the reason why Laura did what she did, he felt that he deserved some of the blame. While the butler was blaming himself for what had happened, he also had a better opinion towards Qin Lun. The young doctor had a tolerant smile from the beginning till the end. He didn't question the matter with Laura. Instead, he acted as if the young girl's offense towards him was just a simple matter. This is a young man who was brought up excellently by his family. Jason couldn't help himself but to give out an evaluation of Qin Lun as he was a butler of nobility. After the butler left, Qin Lun turned around. He sized up the room that was given to him as the honorable guest. The surface area of this room was very large. If the room were to be given a visual estimate, then the room should be a couple of 100 square feet. There was a spacious wooden bed for two in the center of the room. On the bed, there was a veil made of brocade silk hanging from it. At the bed head, there were knotted tassels that were drooping down from it. There were also two cabinets made of redwood at the bedside. At the top of one of the cabinets, there was a delicately colored glass lamp. In the back of the room, there were two small windows. On both sides of the wall, there were some decorative oil paintings depicting fields. At the right side of the room, there were a few wooden chairs and a small table that formed a small salon. There was a luxurious liquor cabinet that was also displayed in the back of the room. Qin Lun nodded his head slightly after eyeing the elegant and extravagant redwood items around him. They really did have a lot of family wealth, as they were a noble family that survived for several hundreds of years. Even though these wooden pieces of furniture were carelessly placed around, they would still be considered as antique treasures that were extremely valuable. However, inside the Albert Castle, these items were just common belongings that they placed in the guest room for their guests to use. Qin Lun took a few steps forward. He sat in front of the table, and he took out a quill pen from the pen holder. He rubbed at the soft pinion that was at the end of the quill pen. He then slowly sank into his own thoughts. After Qin Lun dipped the quill pen into the cartridge of ink, he wrote down a few words onto a piece of paper which were Adia Town, Albert Family, Military Castle. After he thought about what he had written in his mind for a bit, he then wrote down Thomas Albert and Laura Albert below his previous words. He paused once more, and he then added the target of the mission, Stephen Albert, to the piece of paper. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Lun's fingers tapped rhythmically against the table as he was immersed in his own thoughts. The quill in his hands unconsciously sketched out messy black lines under the words that he had written. All of a sudden, there was a burst of cold wind that blew onto the nape of his neck from behind him. This raised goosebumps on his skin. He slightly frowned before he turned around to take a look. He noticed that one of the small windows located in the back of the room was open wide. The wooden window was the case of the banging noises as the cold wind blew and slammed it repeatedly against the wall. Did the servant that was in charge of the cleaning not close it properly? Qin Lun stood up. He tore up the page that he wrote, and he walked towards the direction of the window. After Qin Lun had arrived at the window, he discovered that the guest room was situated in the back, facing the great maze forest. The walls of the castle under the window were connected to sheer cliffs at angles of 90 degrees. The outside sky had already turned dark by this time. The cliffs below looked so dark that you were unable to dispel it. The cold wind outside of the window carried heavy moisture. This wind with the heavy moisture directly blew onto his face. He could feel the drops of water on his face that gave him a sudden chill. Is it raining? Qin Lun wiped off his face. He took the moment to throw the shredded paper out of the window into the direction of the cliffs. In the dozens of seconds after he had closed the window, the bleak rain outside changed to a downpour of rain. The rain and the cold wind pounded onto the window. It was almost as if they were making the sounds of a door being knocked on. Bang, bang, bang. At the door on the other side of the room, there were genuine knocking sounds being made. Qin Lun's heart surprisingly jumped because of the howling wind and the torrential rain outside. It also jumped because of the darkness he had seen outside near the cliffs. Dr. Stein, the banquet has been prepared. Sire Baron has asked me to come and guide you to your seat. Jason, the old butler, said from behind the door. I will be right out. Qin Lun's eyes flashed. He turned his head around to glance at the corner where his medical box was located. He then turned back around so that he could walk towards the door. The window that was firmly closed started to faintly tremble from the wind and rain behind Qin Lun's figure. There was rainwater that started to slowly infiltrate the window. The rainwater followed the direction of the window frame, and it left a spot of water on the windowsill. Blang! Outside the window, there was a clap of thunder that sounded with a flash of lightning from within the wind and rain. The empty guest room was illuminated by this. In that moment of brief light, a palm print was seen on the spot of water that was on the windowsill. Qin Lun followed the elderly butler to the dining hall of the Albert Castle. The dining hall was large. There was a single long table located in the middle of the room. At the wall, there were female servants that were prepared to attend. There were some members of the Albert family that were already sitting at the dining table. After noticing Qin Lun walk in, Baron Thomas Albert, who was sitting at the head position of the table, nodded towards him. The elderly butler brought Qin Lun to the first seat that was at the left of the Baron. At the opposite seat from Qin Lun, there was a young blonde man who had a strikingly similar appearance to the Baron. The young man's age looked to be roughly over 20. He had a robust body that was filled with a heroic aura. He did not dress formally, and he only wore a white V-neck shirt on his upper body. He looked rather coarse and unruly. Laura Albert, who Qin Lun had met before, was sitting on the left of the young man. She was still wearing the same wide skirt from earlier, but she had taken off the veil. This revealed a peaceful and serene oval-shaped face. She looked like the standard beauty, which was what Qin Lun had expected from her sweet and gentle voice. The person sitting across from Laura on Qin Lun's left was a girl who looked to be around 7 to 8 years old. The girl was wearing a princess-style skirt. Her golden-colored hair was supple and curly. Her skin was snow white and looked delicate like water. She was like a pretty Barbie doll. At the moment, she was staring at the unfamiliar young man next to her with her pretty-looking dark blue eyes. As he gazed at her chubby face, Qin Lun was reminded of the other person that was waiting for him at Moonlight Forest. He couldn't help himself but pinch the soft cheek of the girl. He also gave her a friendly smile. The little girl didn't expect that she would suddenly receive this type of an attack. Her eyes widened, and she appeared at a loss of what she should do. Hee. It looks like our Dr. Stein really likes our little Elizabeth. The elderly baron, who was sitting at the foremost seat, let out the bright sound of laughter. Please excuse my rudeness, Miss Elizabeth. Qin Lun aimed a smile at the young beauty. Even though what he had said was supposed to be apologetic, there wasn't an ounce of sincerity in his voice. I hate this little body. Everyone treats me like a child. Little Elizabeth finally returned to her senses. She glared at Qin Lun while angrily yelling out. She angrily stabbed at the steak that was in front of her with a knife and fork. Everyone in the dining hall laughed heartily at the little girl's angry voice and fierce actions. Qin Lun raised his wine cup. He slowly sized up the people that were in the dining hall. After Elizabeth's episode, the distance that was between the Albert family members and him was shortened by a lot. There were many friendly words that were exchanged during the methodically arranged meal. Dr. Stein, please forgive my boldness. At the town square, did you truly cure the man by taking out the diseased organ from him? The young blonde man finally entered the main subject when the meal was halfway done. It was a question on the surgery that he had done again. Qin Lun slightly frowned. It was first Laura and then the Baron's son, Tony Albert. They didn't care about the mysterious, magical medicine. Instead, they both were more interested in asking about the common surgery. Was it possible that he overlooked something? Or perhaps, Qin Lun's eyes flickered before he placed down the cup of wine. That man was just saved pretty early. The time in which he had been infected by the plague was short, so the plague was all concentrated in one location. It was only because of that after I removed the organ he was saved. Qin Lun cautiously worded his statement. Furthermore, my family also has some secret medicine that was passed down from my ancestors. It has a special reaction to this type of plague. After hearing Qin Lun's vague explanation, the Albert family all had a puzzled expression. They all glanced towards each other. Thank you, Sire Baron, for your hospitality. I will continue to work hard, and I will serve all the people of Adia town. Does Sire Baron have any other instructions for me to do? Qin Lun's mind spun. Sire Baron wiped his mouth before he got up. He then smiled as he stated, Yes, you have just arrived at the castle today. It is quite late now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. The elderly baron wanted to say something more, but he hesitated. He glanced in Qin Lun's direction. He then smiled before he said, If you aren't sleepy yet, then you can take a look around the castle. The scenery here is quite good. If you look from some of the higher places in the castle, you will be able to see Adia town in full view. After the banquet had ended, Qin Lun strolled around the castle with his hands clasped behind his back. Even though it was currently nighttime, it still wasn't the time to lie down and take a rest. Normally, this was the best time for the host to entertain their guest by chatting over a cup of tea. However, Tony Albert, the son of the Baron, had questioned Qin Lun during the banquet. This fact made it unsuitable for Baron Albert to invite his guest to chat over a cup of tea. Qin Lun's current identity was that of a doctor, moreover, one that has come to treat a plague. It was clear that just detouring around this subject was still not polite enough. Moreover, to speak of the subject in the previous situation made it seem a bit like an interrogation, which was no way to treat a guest. What's more, the Baron's family weren't doctors. To question someone's specialty once could be called curiosity. To question it twice went against even the most basic of etiquette. Being a hereditary Baron, that wasn't something Baron Thomas Albert could do. Of course, the Baron didn't know at the time that his daughter, Miss Laura, had already questioned Qin Lun once. This inside of Albert Castle was very big. The main castle and the surrounding 4 auxiliary castles were connected by a stone bridge in the air. In comparison, there were very few residents, comprising only of the Albert family and the servants, making it seem desolate. Looking from outside in the daytime, it seemed like a magnificent sight. But when night falls, this enormous building on an overhanging cliff looked a bit gloomy and frightening due to the lack of personnel. If it were surrounded by a murder of crows, with their occasional cawing, one might believe it was a haunted castle. Due to Qin Lun being a guest invited by the Baron, and the master had already told them something along the lines of allowing him to roam freely, he could move about the castle unimpeded. Of course, Qin Lun wasn't someone who did not know what was good for oneself, so he didn't randomly wander to the master bedroom and the study to look around. He didn't return to his guest room, instead choosing to take a stroll around the castle. Besides wanting to become more familiar with the castle's layout, he had another secret goal. How do I get to the castle's parapet? Qin Lun recalled that the Baron had said before that one could see all of Adia from a high place in the castle. He stopped a female servant who was walking by and asked. The parapet he's referring to is the one on Albert Castle's outer wall, one of the battlements on the built on the wall. It's like an extra segment of the wall where people can walk, located on the upper parts of the main castle. As for Adia, it is not only Adia town, but the surrounding populated area. After obtaining directions to the parapet, Qin Lun quickly walked through the castle, passing through many corridors, until he arrived at the parapet. At this time, the torrential rain outside had already stopped. The moist and cool wind blew refreshingly on Qin Lun. Down the mountain, specks of light from villages could be seen, like a scattered sea of stars, the light giving the moonlit night a tranquil view. Is Adia beautiful? From the darkness came the crisp and loud voice of a child. Qin Lun turned to look, and saw a little figure walk out of a dark corner. Miss Elizabeth? Qin Lun was surprised to see the Baron family's cute little princess. You don't have a servant with you? I don't need them to take care of me. Elizabeth shook her head like a little adult, making a serious face. Qin Lun rubbed his nose, and smiled as he sized up this budding, beautiful little lowly. Even with his apathetic nature, he still had to admit that this little one was cute enough to make anything go crazy. Really very beautiful, but the wind here is strong. Miss Elizabeth should return to your room and sleep. Qin Lun crouched beside the little girl and reached out to pull the little one's arm. I don't want to sleep yet. Could Mr. Stein carry me on your shoulders? My height is lacking, so can't see Adia's nightscape. Elizabeth puffed up her cheeks and made her request without any restraint. All right, but we're returning once you've had a look. Okay. Qin Lun picked Elizabeth up from her armpits and let her ride on his shoulders, but he immediately raised an eyebrow and asked, why are you so cold and wet? You were in the rain? So beautiful. Elizabeth didn't answer Qin Lun. Instead, spread her arms out as if to encompass the entire Odio in her tiny little hug. Wellington, have you gotten drenched in the rain before? Miss Elizabeth, you should call me Mr. Stein. Although the strange feeling in Qin Lun's heart had already reached an incomparable level, he still replied sincerely, am rarely in the rain, nor do I like this clammy weather. Whether it was in the mental hospital or Hubei's Supermax prison, his already narrow cell would become damp, cold, and gloomy when it rained. If Qin Lun still liked rainy days, he would be crazy. I can feel that you're speaking the truth this time. Elizabeth looked into the distance and muttered, I also don't like rainy days. There's no sun on rainy days. It's been a long time since I've seen the sun. Sometimes, I really want to stand here the whole night, until I see the sun rising on the horizon. Speaking the truth this time. Then when was I lying? Could this little one be a breacher? Qin Lun's expression became gloomy, his eyes flashed, and he lowered his voice. Miss Elizabeth, your family apparently doesn't believe that I can cure the plague? Teehee, the only ones able to protect Adia is the Albert family. Elizabeth's childish laughter rang sweetly. My father has already said, Adia is the Albert family's responsibility for a millennium, guarded for a millennium, our glory for a millennium. Nobody can take our place as guardians of this piece of land. That sure is a heavy responsibility. Is your father Sire Baron or Sir Tony? Qin Lun smiled without arguing. It was pointless to argue this topic with a child. No, not them. Okay, let me down. I should go sleep. Elizabeth smiled and patted Qin Lun's head. Thank you, Wellington. You're a good person. Don't run too fast, Miss Elizabeth. He was unexpectedly given the good person card by a little girl. Qin Lun watched helplessly as Elizabeth skipped away. In this castle, not even a little girl believed that he could cure the plague. Qin Lun pondered over it while slowly walking back to his own guest room. No, If they really didn't believe at all, then they wouldn't question the surgery. Since they questioned it, it means the Albert family was not certain if the surgery was effective against the plague. On the contrary, they hadn't asked about the rumored magic medicine world tree flower nectar, which means they didn't at all believe that there is a medicine that could treat the plague. This family definitely knew more than they let on, perhaps even knowing clearly the cause and effect of the plague. Additionally, Elizabeth had said she wasn't the Baron's daughter and also no Tony Albert's daughter. Could it be that she was that person, Stephen Albert's daughter? While Qin Lun was in deep thought, he had arrived at the door to his guest room. Entering and closing the door, Qin Lun subconsciously swept his gaze through the absolutely empty room. When his sight landed on a particular spot, the serial killer's pupils instantly shrunk to the size of pinholes. Blarg! Qin Lun stopped painfully and began to retch. Numerous beads of sweat formed on his forehead. He couldn't help but reach out and cover his face. A bestial roar issued from his throat. A bloody and vicious aura rose from the serial killer's body, pervading the room. From the cracks between his fingers, two crazy scarlet rays burst out. At the same time, at another room in the castle, a silhouette received a fright, sitting straight up from the bed. In the darkness, two light blue, ghostly flames could be seen. That direction is such a tyrannical and terrifying aura. The silhouette softly said it itself. Originally, I thought the bloody smell on his body was because he was a Dr. Emold. I really made an error in judgment. I didn't think our Dr. Stein wasn't a sheep, but a wolf. Should I tell them? Forget it, I won't tell them for now. This should be amusing. Haha. The soft, rustic voice slowly dissipated from the room. The silhouette lied down once more on the bed, and very quickly began to make peaceful breathing sounds. In another room, Qin Lun had already reached his limit. He was on the verge of going mad. Damn it, it's another illusion. Someone did it on purpose. The voice that surged from Qin Lun was low and sounded like the snarling of a beast. That's impossible. No, Joey. This isn't that illusion we experienced before. Qin Lun's tone changed. He was struggling with everything that he had. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. The sound of rage once again rose in his voice. Don't. This place is very strange. We'll be defeated. We'll die? Qin Lun knelt onto the floor. He held onto his head while he frantically knocked against the floor. Let me. Oh. No, let me. I promise. I promise. Bang. 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 The sound of knocking came into the room from the outside. Dr. Stein, are you inside? The voice of Jason, the elderly butler, sounded from the door. Remember, you have to remember. You promised me before. Qin Lun's body went slightly stiff. The low snarl that was in his throat slowly receded. Pardon me, Butler Jason. I knocked some things over just now. Qin Lun slowly got up from the ground. There were beads of sweat dotting his forehead, and his face was a deathly shade of white. Would you like me to call in some people to clean up? The elderly butler asked confusedly. No, there's no need. I have already tidied the mess up a bit. You all don't have to worry about it. Qin Lun replied back firmly. After he got the elderly butler to leave, Qin Lun took in a deep breath to calm his mind down. He once again turned around. His unreadable eyes settled on the desk located near the wall. At the desk, there was a wrinkled piece of paper lying there. There appeared to be some names and places written on it. Along with these words, there were also some random black lines on it that looked like graffiti done by a kid. This paper was the exact same one that Qin Lun had torn up before he threw it down to the cliffs during the rainstorm earlier. At this moment, the paper appeared to be completely new. There wasn't any sign of rain on the piece of paper. At the bottom of the page, there was an extra line that featured some delicately written words. Please save us. If a normal person were to encounter this sort of mysterious event, they would probably be instantly overcome with both fear and dread. The stimulation Qin Lun received from the piece of paper was much higher than normal, however, as he was someone who had had to live with horrible illusions for a period of his life. In fact, it was so much higher that Qin Lun was able to sense that a strange aura was present within the guest room. Aura was a rather mysterious term. All living organisms in the universes, no matter whether or not they're intelligent, have their own distinct auras. Even though these auras are formless and don't have any nature, even though you can't see it or touch it, it still definitely exists. Of course, this aura isn't like some sort of magical force field. In fact, It's something that arose from a living creature's everyday movements, be that their voice, their scent, or even their appearance. And when another living creature on the receiving end of the aura comes into contact with it, both a physical and psychological effect would arise from them. For example, even if had been in the free society of the modern era, where the idea that everyone was equal was promoted, most ordinary people still wouldn't have been able to prevent their heart rates accelerating and their palms getting sweaty when they met someone of a higher position than themselves. Their mental and physical actions would naturally have subtle changes. Students would always be afraid of their teacher calling their family, while a criminal that ran into a police officer that wasn't actively hunting them down would still subconsciously feel somewhat fearful. If one were to use humans as a baseline for all other creatures that were intelligent life forms, there were still some humans that had a monstrous amount of aura. An outstanding speaker could manipulate their words to in turn cause the morals of a group of people to surge, and thus for thunderous cheers to rain from above them. In other words, a remarkable politician could cause the civilians of an entire country to deviate from the right track, and in turn cause people to fall crazily in love with him. Sometimes, somebody would be able to sense an aura despite both sides not directly being in contact. Higher-class people with auras would sometimes be able to use them to affect their environment, and in turn to affect other life forms. For example, a smart employee would be able to determine if their boss was paying attention to their subordinates solely according to the mood in the office where they worked. Another example would be that a sharp student wouldn't need to turn around to see whether or not the teacher in charge of the class was in the midst of watching the class from outside the window. Qin Lun's body also had a certain kind of aura. The only difference was that his was more concealed at certain times. People who knew about the Qin Lun's backstory, such as Lin Feng, knew that the youth had two personalities. One was the serial killer Joey who killed for fun, while the other was Qin Lun, who wasn't willing to hurt anyone without provocation. However, there was a point that the both of them had managed to hide such that the others didn't know about it. Back when they'd been in Area 91, Qin Lun had apologized to the nurse Xiao Lian about Joey Foster throwing the beautiful Dr. Hu Fei into the zombies when Head regained control. However, if one truly thought about it, this apology had just been a facade. Did Qin Lun truly feel sad or bad that Joey had done it? Did it truly weigh on his conscience? No, he didn't. Even though Qin Lun wasn't willing to hurt anyone without provocation, it was still a matter of fact that, at least up to this point, he was fundamentally same as Joey. He didn't care for life. Under his cultured and refined smile, which could cause one to feel as if a spring wind was blowing, was a cold, detached, and merciless heart. Qin Lun's detachment towards life came from the serious mental trauma Head received as a child. When he turned into Joey, this twisted attitude of his turned into the aura of a terrible serial killer. This sort of abnormal aura, which viewed others as simply prey and mud beneath its feet, had slowly matured over the serial killer's life. And now, this aura had thoroughly condensed, such that any life forms with keen thoughts and feelings would immediately react whenever Joey appeared. This was also the fundamental reason that someone in the castle had been able to sense Qin Lun's true colors. However, the aura that Qin Lun felt in his room wasn't his. What Head sensed from it was a strange and novel experience. It had even managed to severely provoke the serial killer Joey Foster. Qin Lun waited for his frame of mind to calm down a bit, and then turned his sight towards the medical box in the corner of the room. He opened it, and then carefully inspected all of the tools and medical test tubes inside. Because of the reminder Head received from the mission, Qin Lun knew that a secret related to the plague existed within Albert Castle. As a doctor that had managed to cure someone with the plague before, it was very likely that he would be monitored and spied on. The medical box he carried was also likely to become an important target for others. Qin Lun naturally knew that there wasn't a secret in his medical box, but that didn't mean he couldn't use it as bait. This was also the reason Head chosen to take a stroll around the castle, rather than head straight back to his room after Head left the banquet. Head wanted to give the spy time to inspect his medical box. However, Qin Lun frowned slightly once Head finished inspecting his medical box. He hadn't been able to find any fingerprints on his medical tubes, nor on his tools. Qin Lun arrived at a rather unwilling conclusion. No one had touched his medical box. Perhaps gloves would have been able to hide a careful person's fingerprints. but had deliberately covered everything with a thin layer of talcum powder. Thus, as long as someone had touched his medical bag, it wouldn't have mattered whether or not they'd left any fingerprints, as a trace of their act would have still been left behind. Does a supernatural life form such as a ghost really exist? Qin Lun looked towards the paper sitting on his desk a little despondently. This wasn't the first time that Qin Lun had had such a thought. When Catherine had told him that Stephen Albert had died more than a year ago, this thought had also appeared in his mind. His mission required him to save Stephen Albert. However, saving didn't always mean saving one's life. It might also mean that he needed to save his soul. However, as a serial killer that had once endured a torment of illusions, Qin Lun absolutely wouldn't believe in ghosts unless he saw definitive proof. The first night that Dr. Stein had arrived at Albert Castle, many people suffered from insomnia, of which Qin Lun was included. The lady boss of the inn from Adia town that had stayed in also suffered from insomnia. Meanwhile, in another guest room of Albert Castle, a loud and clear wheeze was transmitted from far away. A large shadow that was lying sideways on a spacious wooden bed was illuminated by the moonlight that shone in through the window in the room. As the shadow continued to wheeze, a white figure suddenly flashed near his bed. The figure's movements were quiet, and it didn't produce any sound as it steadily walked around the bed like it was checking up on the large body. It disappeared back into the darkness once more soon afterwards. It had come and gone like some sort of strange floating specter. There was one point that Qin Lun hadn't guessed wrongly. There was a spy hidden in Albert Castle. It was just that this spy was extremely cautious and hadn't immediately chosen him as its target to investigate. Rather, it had chosen to spy on his servant Frank first. As they said, like master, like servant. They'd more than likely be able to obtain quite a lot of information on the servant's master if they observed the servant. It was evident that this spy had easily thought of this sort of principle, while a loner like Qin Lun naturally wouldn't think of it. Once the white figure had disappeared, the wheezing sound that had been coming from the room suddenly stopped. An ugly, hunchbacked man laboriously stood up from the bed, then looked around with his bright, triangle-shaped eyes. What just happened? How could the Baron's castle have this sort of thing is strange. The ugly hunchbacked man scratched his head in distress as he spoke to himself. Should I tell young Master Wellington? Forget it. The young master is busy with something important right now. It would be for the best if I don't cause him to worry unnecessarily. The person that had come to spy on Frank hadn't expected that the hunchbacked servant would be able to sense it. The reason why Frank was able to sense the spy which most of the castle's population couldn't was due to an incredibly simple reason. In fact, it was something so simple it was almost unbelievable. It was as Qin Lun had said before. This was an extremely interesting matter. Bang, bang, bang. Qin Lun had only managed to fall asleep in the early hours of the morning, immediately woke up in a daze when the old butler knocked on his door. Dr. Stein, did you not sleep well last night? The old butler asked when he saw the young man's bloodshot eyes. I just have a hard time sleeping in unfamiliar places. Qin Lun forced a smile as he gave a half-hearted reason for his tiredness. Oh, so it was like that. I'm very sorry. Would you like to sleep a bit more, or would you like to eat breakfast? The old butler asked with an apologetic expression. Has Sire Baron woken up yet? Qin Lun muttered to himself for a moment before he asked. Actually, it was Master that had me come and invite you to tea this morning. The old butler hesitated before he honestly replied. Sire Baron must have some business for me. Qin Lun then gently smiled. Please wait a moment. Let me wash up before I go with you. Sire doesn't need to be so polite. We're already prepared for you. The old butler smiled and then clapped his hands. Once had done so, a few female servants holding pitchers and towels walked into the guest room in a line. Once they'd entered, Qin Lun basically became a puppet for the female servants to arrange, and finally enjoyed the way this world treated nobility. Other than him rinsing out his mouth with water, even wiping his face was done by one of the servants. This was truly considerate and attentive. Qin Lun finally somewhat understood why, after the experience Head just had, that within all those books Head read before, so many people would seek wealth and power. This kind of noble life really was something that many people would long for day and night. After Head been taken care of, the old butler guided Qin Lun to the castle's courtyard. When they reached the courtyard, the old baron was sitting beneath the shade of an umbrella, and was enjoying a cup of coffee alongside his morning tea. "Dr. Stein, you're here. Please sit." The Baron smiled at Qin Lun. "I'm sorry for waking you up so early. It looks like you still haven't slept enough." "It's not a problem. It's just that my sleeping habit isn't very good." Qin Lun smiled and waved his hand. "Besides, I haven't even repaid a fraction of the hospitality that you showed me yesterday. I assume that Sire Baron has something to tell me. Please, so long as you can use this Wellington's meager contribution, go ahead and say whatever it is you need, sire." "Dr. Stein, you're too polite." The old Baron muttered a bit to himself before he continued. "Since you've said so outspokenly, I won't beat around the bush. I didn't invite you to express our gratitude to you for Adia Town. In fact, there's a different matter that I'd like to ask of you. Please command me as you wish." Qin Lun's eyes flashed as the smile on his face became even more amiable. "The 4 members of the Albert family you saw last night weren't everyone." The old Baron's tone was somewhat heavy as he spoke with difficulty. "In fact, there's one more member of the Albert family in the castle that you haven't met yet." While Qin Lun and Baron Albert had their morning tea and chatted, the door to the soulless guest room suddenly and quietly cracked open. A figure dashed in and entered through that crack. Qin Lun and the old butler had left rather urgently this morning, so the curtains to the windows of the guest rooms had not been drawn, making the room appear darker from a lack of light. The figure softly said something and pulled out a pebble-sized night pearl from its bosom, the glimmering brightness illuminating the room. The figure appeared to be very familiar with the arrangement of the room, as it had only hesitated for a moment before walking toward the corner where Qin Lun had placed the medical box. However, the figure went only half the way when its attention was attracted by the lone sheet of paper left on the desk. There were originally a pile of notes on the table, but now only this one sheet was left. The other sheets had all been disposed of by Qin Lun. The sheet of paper was naturally the one that strangely returned to Qin Lun's desk after he threw it off the cliffs. But this time, everything written on the paper had been blacked out by him so that no words could be made out. Qin Lun's thinking was very simple. Since he couldn't throw it away, he'd just blot it out. The figure picked up the paper and used the light from the night pearl to look over it, only to find that it couldn't recognize anything on it. However, when the figure used its finger to stroke the paper, a happy expression instantly appeared on its face. The paper of this era was particularly thick, and since Qin Lun was not a person of this world, he was unaccustomed to using a quill pen. So the words he wrote would get indented into the paper and show on the back. The result was that there were still quite a few marks left on the back of the paper. As long as the figure went back to its room and used charcoal the like, it could surely figure out what was written on it. Clatter! Just when the figure secretly rejoiced, a loud sound came from behind it, and a cold wind shoved it from the back. The form's hair stood on the end, and it turned around to look, finding the window of the room wide open. Strong winds blasted the curtains, making them rise and fall, float and flutter. Phew! The figure breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to leave immediately, but then strangely stopped and turned back to face the window. He slightly lifted the window's curtains and once again closed the window's shutters. Bang! A sudden large gust forced the window back open like a shot, and just so happened to hit the elbow that was still on the windowsill. SSSSS. The figure hissed in pain, his arm now limp and numb without feeling. It appeared that he had coincidentally been hit in the ulnar nerve. Oh no! The figure suddenly called out as he watched the paper he had been holding float out the window and be blown far away. The figure hastily reached out to grab it, but with a rip the important paper shredded into pieces, most of them dispersing out the window, while he held only a small corner. "Damn it!" cursed the figure in regret, and turned to look out the window. A trace of bafflement flashed through his eyes. He had a feeling that this paper had been torn to shreds by another power before he had grabbed it. The figure looked at the piece of paper in his grasp, but he felt helpless. This was not the piece that had writing. Without the paper, the figure once again placed his sight on the medical box in the corner of the room. Qin Lun lowered his head to drink the tea, using the teacup to hide his flickering and unsettled gaze. The serial killer was not a person who was good with words. Under normal circumstances, he usually used his gentle smile to cover himself. Although he had been in Moonlight Forest for half a month and attended all sorts of shattered starry sky culture in Ivy Light Academy with professors, helping preparatory apostles learn etiquette and polite speech for interactions, time was short, and Qin Lun was unable to control the discussion. Thankfully, the old baron across from him was not a wily old fox like that old goblin elder. He was rather frank as they conversed, allowing him to finally obtain the information he was most concerned about. Baron Thomas Albert had 2 sons and 1 daughter, all told. His wife had met with an untimely demise, and he had not remarried. His eldest son, Stephen Albert, had passed away over a year ago. His second son, Tony Albert, was 24. His third child, daughter Laura Albert, was 20 years old this year and had met Qin Lun at last night's banquet. The Albert family's adorable little princess, Elizabeth Albert, was Stephen Albert's daughter and therefore the old baron's granddaughter. What amazed Qin Lun was that the 5th member of the Albert family the old baron had mentioned was not the already deceased Stephen, but another one of Stephen's children, the old baron's grandson, Miller Albert. Besides inviting Qin Lun over to give him his appreciation and gratitude as the representative of Adia's government, the most important part was that the old baron wanted to ask him to treat an illness. The old baron's only grandson, Miller Albert, had also been infected by that terrible plague. No wonder Laura would wait for him in the castle's corridor in spite of the young lad's reserved character and without even changing her formal attire. No wonder Tony would question Qin Lun's surgery in that kind of informal occasion at the banquet. If the person suffering was a close family member, then everything was reasonably explained. It's just that Qin Lun slightly furrowed his brows. He still felt that there was something he was neglecting, a doubt that was still not relieved. And that doubt was that supernatural paper that read, "Please save us." Just what was happening? The spread of this plague is extremely fast. Sire Baron should have told me this bad news yesterday. Qin Lun set his teacup down and said gravely, "For now, let's go take a look at young Master Miller's state." Qin Lun did not carry the notion of soliciting the old baron. He stood straight up and interrupted their morning tea that had only progressed halfway. As a doctor, this was his right. Forget a baron. Even if it were in the king's presence, they would still not oppose him. Otherwise, they would have to carry the suspicion of killing a sick person. "Butler Jason, please ask a servant to summon my attendant and also bring me my medical box from the guest room. I will go take a look at young Master Miller first." "As you wish." The old butler solemnly bent over and bowed. The Albert family's bedrooms were on the upper floor, and due to castle structure being much like a tower, the higher they walked, the more cramped the floors. The upper floors were far from the servants' quarters, and there was usually just a few servants in charge of cleaning, so the place appeared very cold and cheerless. Creak. The stairs leading up to the upper floors were a bit old, so when everyone walked on it, it made creaking sounds from the weight. Compared to the flourishing floors below, this was like a whole other world. Even the atmosphere seemed bleak and cold. Old butler Jason brought everyone to the bedroom door on the top floor of the castle and stopped. He did not go to open the door, retreating a few steps instead and standing behind everyone else. Qin Lun felt flabbergasted, but did not give it any additional thought. He walked forward a step, taking the initiative to turn the doorknob. "Don't." Seeing Qin Lun's action, Baron Albert and old butler Jason both cried out in alarm. They had forgotten to tell something to this young doctor. Fortunately, Qin Lun had just opened the door when his expression changed, and he hurriedly withdrew, closing the door with a bang. With a thundering face, he started to sternly berate. "What is this? How could this room have such a dense plague odor?" Both Baron Albert and old butler Jason looked at the doctor's ugly complexion and forced a smile. They did not blame Qin Lun for his breach of etiquette. "Give me some alcohol and wet towels." Observing the two faltering man, he wanted to say something but changed his mind and just ordered them with a straight face. He could not be blamed for his harsh words. The current situation was such that even if Qin Lun continued using abusive words, it would not be overly excessive. When he had opened the door, the death notice warned him that the environment within the room was not one in which humans could live. The severity of it was comparable to Stein's old home. One must know, the storyline's Wellington Stein he was replacing died in such a contaminated environment. Even the physically strong, hunchbacked servant Frank almost died. When the servants downstairs brought up the towels and alcohol, the hunchbacked servant also arrived carrying his medical box. Following behind were 2 other Alberts, Laura and Tony. The only one he did not see was Elizabeth, that little girl. Everyone here probably didn't want her to have contact with a sick person. Qin Lun mixed the alcohol with the moist towels, covered his mouth and nose, and went into the room again. He used the fastest speed possible to open the windows so that the strong winds outside could disperse the toxic air within. Watching the doctor's actions, the Albert family members tacitly glanced at each other and did not speak. Although old butler Jason had wanted to say something just now, he was curbed by the old baron's eyes. Qin Lun only entered the bedroom after the death notice stopped giving warnings and sized up the little boy on the bed. Miller Albert, 10 years old. Second youngest in the Albert family, Thomas Albert's grandson. He was the oldest son of mission target Stephen Albert and Tony and Laura's nephew. He was also Elizabeth's older brother. The unconscious little boy had a pale complexion, his body weak and his limbs as thin as matches. A human outline almost didn't show on the spacious bedsheets. If it weren't for his head peeking out of the blankets, the people who entered the room probably wouldn't even know there was still someone lying there alive. Qin Lun sat down on the wooden stool Frank moved for him and carefully inspected the little guy. A strange glint slowly appeared in his eyes. Within the little boy's mouth was a bit of green liquid. His lips and tongue both had a hint of green coloring. He really was suffering from the strange plague. However, he was different from the other plague patients Qin Lun had seen in Adia town. Although the little boy was extremely thin and unconscious, his breathing was steady, and his heartbeat and pulse both remained firm and strong. He simply didn't resemble a dying sick patient. As he continued to inspect little Miller's body, Qin Lun found one more interesting point. On his back was a bedsore. Just how long had he laid in this bed? 1 month? 2 months? Perhaps more than a year. A queer smile floated up on Qin Lun's face. This was really quite interesting. Could it be that this little boy was Frank? Qin Lun softly called out to his servant and took the offered medical box. He searched inside and took out a small test tube. Within the test tube was a type of thick, milky white liquid. There was also a bit of foam mingled in. Qin Lun looked at the test tube, his face uncertain, but he still made a decision. It had already been more than 10 days since he had entered this world. He was finally getting near the core of the secret of this otherworld mission. Although there were other ways to get this result, it was impossible to maintain a good relationship with the Albert family. This kind of good relationship could become a weak point at any moment. Even if he didn't help, it would not hinder the advancement of the mission. However, he had worked so hard up till now and was finally facing the first bottleneck and trial in the mission. Little boy Miller in front of him was his current trial. If he showed he was helpless in front of this little boy's condition, then the Albert family would most likely not continue keeping him a guest. Thinking this, Qin Lun narrowed his eyes and gently propped Miller up, lowering his chin so the milky white liquid could smoothly fall into his mouth. The Albert family just quietly watched everything, their faces expressionless as they waited for further developments. But the old baron's son, Tony, still showed a bit of a disappointed expression. It wasn't strange since little Miller had been like this for more than a year and had gone through countless doctors and medicine. Some of them were even court physicians invited by the Maze dukedom, but there was an improvement to his condition, and the court physicians were the ones who were unlucky and got infected. They died on the way back. The event of the strangers that was spoken of in Adia town was not brought by those court physicians, but rather that the plague was present in Albert Castle all this time. Little Miller was the source of the plague within Adia town. Back then, Baron Albert was afraid of this scandal spreading and harming his family's reputation, so he chose to hide the truth. At the same time, in this time frame, the mysterious power hiding the plague condition in Adia town was Albert Castle. However, the disappointment on the Albert family members' faces quickly turned to surprise. Because the little boy's face had a trace of color soon after he swallowed that milky white liquid. Although the change wasn't much, it still allowed everyone to see that the milky white medicine Qin Lun had him drink was effective. Sitting by the bed, Qin Lun breathed a sigh of relief and softly let go of the little boy. He got up and waved his hand, hinting for everyone to withdraw from Miller's room. "Dr. Stein, how is little Miller?" The impatient Tony immediately asked after they left the room. Compared to yesterday night, the blonde youth's tone finally carried a trace of respect. "Sire Baron, please arrange a quiet room. I have some questions to ask." Qin Lun did not pay attention to Tony as he frowned and gazed with extreme displeasure at the old baron. Strangely, despite Qin Lun's obviously rude attitude, The present Albert family members were not offended. Instead, they all appeared a bit embarrassed and guilty. They didn't dare look straight at the young doctor. A short time later, old butler Jason led everyone to the castle's meeting room for them to talk. A few servants prepared black tea and pastries for everyone. All the servants, including old butler Jason and Frank, then left the room, leaving behind only Qin Lun and the Albert family. A strange silence filled the room. Qin Lun, who had said they should talk, didn't talk. Rather, he leisurely drank the black tea, his expression tranquil and calm as he observed the people in front of him. Qin Lun wasn't the kind who could talk non-stop and use sharp words to defeat another. However, as a psychology master, he matured extremely quickly as his ability to control the situation became better and better. Through the treatment just then, he had shown his ability to treat little Miller's condition and naturally had the right to initiate the discussion. Qin Lun could see the importance the Albert family attached to little Miller. The Albert family's descendants were weak, and their barony was located in an isolated area, so they could not find nobility of the same status to marry. Little Miller was, at present, the only heir of this family's third generation. Regardless of public or personal reasons, the Albert family were not willing to give up on the little guy. If Qin Lun did not use this opportunity to obtain some valuable information, then he would really have wasted all this time. The two men of the Albert family, Thomas Albert and Tony Albert, had restless faces, but remained silent for a long time. Although Qin Lun did not speak, they knew the doctor would likely ask some things that they would be unwilling to answer or divulge. Seeing how everyone was unwilling to talk, Laura was a bit annoyed as she glanced at her father and older brother. She opened her mouth to break the impasse. This beautiful girl was the one who loved her nephew Miller the most. As long as there was a chance to recover his health, she would throw caution to the wind. "Honored Dr. Stein, how is little Miller? He's been sick for over a year. How do you guys not know his condition?" Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and he set down the teacup. This was a question he needed an answer to while he also wanted to provoke the Albert family. "I'm very skeptical that you guys are his family. That room was filled with the plague stench. You guys simply want to murder him." "No, it's not that way," Tony exclaimed, a bit stirred up. "Ugh, it's better to let me speak." The old baron finally sighed and stated with a heavy tone, "Since Dr. Stein has the ability to cure Miller, he naturally has the right to know the events that led up to this situation. Little Miller's condition, not just a doctor, even a regular person could see that he had already been sick in bed for a long time." Qin Lun was right. The origin of Adia town's plague was Little Miller. Little Miller had been infected by this plague over a year ago. Baron Albert made the excuse that he did not know the cause. In that year, the Albert family had tried every means they could. Highly priced medicine of all sorts of medicaments. They even requested the Mays dukedom's court physician to treat Little Miller, but it was all to no avail. In the initial stages of Little Miller's illness, the infection rate of the plague wasn't this bad. Only people who had personally touched him would have a sure probability of being infected. Those court physicians and some of the servants in the castle died because of that. Strangely, the other members of the Albert family were immune to being infected. However, over a year later, the plague suddenly changed. The epidemic a month ago in Adia town was due to a female servant from Albert Castle who cleaned Little Miller's room and carried it to town. At that time, everyone had still not known that the plague within Little Miller's body had turned into an airborne disease. The few doctors of Adia town died because people had asked them to come and treat it. After that, servants were no longer allowed in the upper floors. Even the cleaning of Little Miller's room was personally done by Lady Laura. Besides the Albert family, no strangers were allowed to approach Little Miller. As for why the window of his room was shut, it was because they were afraid that the virus of the plague would spread. If that happened, it was very likely that the whole Adia region would break out into an epidemic. The Albert family praised themselves as the Adia region's patron saint. They naturally could not allow that to happen. "Dr. Stein, since you have a way to cure the plague, we naturally want to isolate him." The old baron cautiously asked, "The medicine you used just now, it appeared very effective for Little Miller. Can you completely cure this plague?" Qin Lun leaned back in the seat, his eyes twinkling faintly. The old baron's explanation satisfied what a doctor needed to know about a patient's medical history for the most part. However, he wasn't a normal doctor. This kind of half-truth explanation only confirmed part of his guess. Simply put, this was still not the truth Qin Lun wanted to know about the plague, nor was it the true secret of the Albert family. Little Miller had been infected by the plague over a year ago, while Stephen Albert passed away over a year ago. Just what kind of connection was there between the two? Just what had happened over a year ago? Since all other members of the Albert family were immune to the plague, why was little Miller infected by the plague? How did Stephen die? And that strange paper that had "Please save us" on it last night, what was that about? It was interesting, very interesting. The corners of Qin Lun's lips twitched up slightly. It was like this family and castle were shrouded in layers of dense fog. That great gamble he took wasn't for nothing. As a matter of fact, the liquid Qin Lun had given little Miller to drink was a complete gamble. That wasn't some kind of medicine, nor was it the world tree flower nectar. It was just an experimental item he had processed at Catherine's Inn. From the moment Qin Lun had entered this world, from Frank's body, Stein's house, and the Morrison he had cured, he had come to a singular conclusion. The conclusion was about the world tree flower nectar and the plague virus being completely opposite attribute substances. In other words, if the attribute of the world tree flower nectar was life, then the plague virus attribute would be death. They were natural predators of each other and simply could not coexist. Once an ordinary person was infected by the plague, the organs and cells within their body that had life force would be swallowed by the plague virus. The kind of engulfing it did resembled how a cancer cell would invade a regular cell. It caused the human body to be injured in such a way the body could not replace itself. And finally, the virus led to death. Although Qin Lun did not have any modern medical tools, when he inspected little Miller, he had made a vague discovery, from which arose some guesses even he felt were a bit too far-fetched. He discovered that the Albert family really did have an immunity toward this kind of plague. It was also the reason little Miller had lived until now. It was due to his immune system reaching a symbiotic relationship with the plague. He could say now that little Miller was the plague virus host. The two lived and died together. If it was left alone, it didn't matter. But if they expelled the plague virus, then little Miller would not be far from death either. As for that milky white medicine Qin Lun had little Miller drink just now, the physiologic composition of the humans in this world was 99% similar or higher compared to the physiologic composition of the humans on Earth. Their medical system as a whole was also very identical. It was just the chemical elements and medical liquid extraction that were different from Earth. Qin Lun had learned an entire set of clinical medicine when he was in Hebei Supermax prison. Plus, when he first entered this world, he had compared it to the basic medical text in the Stein residence. With medical theory added on top of it, he was unconditionally a qualified doctor. From when he had first gotten into contact with the plague virus on Frank's body to when he had done surgery on Morrison in Adia town, Qin Lun was able to collect some samples. Because Stein's house had already been burned down, Qin Lun did not have any suitable tools for experiments. However, it did not hinder him from conducting some simple experiments. Though his experiments, Qin Lun confirmed two speculations. The first was that this plague virus was some kind of living microorganism. Its phagocytic nature was extremely strong, and to the humans of this world, it was like a cancer cell that had strengthened its might 100-fold. The second was that although this kind of virus had a very hard time coexisting with other cellular life forms, it held the possibility of being neutralized through the world tree flower nectar Qin Lun had on hand. His final conclusion through his experiments was that if the attribute of the world flower tree nectar was life, then the attribute for this plague would be death. It was also the reason why the world tree flower nectar had the capability to drive off the plague. Life and death were incompatible attributes. However, Qin Lun had witnessed by chance that these two attributes could, under certain circumstances, reach a balanced state. It happened a few days after he had cured Morrison. At that time, Albert Castle had still not invited him, and Adia town's plague patients continued to visit him in an endless stream. Within these plague patients, Qin Lun discovered a young married woman amongst them who had just started to breastfeed, and she somehow did not die despite falling ill for a week. After he examined this young married woman, Qin Lun found that the reason for her current status was quite simple. Her milk had a high degree of life essence that counteracted the plague's death attribute and slowed down the progression of the illness. This unexpected discovery lit up Qin Lun's eyes. He used the mother's milk as a base and a mediated dose, then added a bit of diluted world tree flower nectar to the virus specimens. Through several experiments, he had obtained a nutrient fluid that only lasted 3 to 4 days. This kind of nutrient fluid was capable of deferring the plague from breaking out and prolonging a patient's life for approximately a week. Qin Lun had used 2 whole drops of world tree flower nectar for the experiment. It looked like he had only found the superfluous piece and not the root of it. He also had only used 2 drops of the nectar when he saved Frank and Morrison. Although it looked superfluous, what Qin Lun wanted was this kind of weakened version of nutrient fluid. He had long had a guess that the plague and Albert family were connected. His show from before was to obtain the Albert family's invitation. His reason for going there was not to save someone, but to search the way to complete his mission. The nutrient fluid could only prolong the patient's life and not completely cure them. Only then could he stay in the castle and obtain more time to stay there. Qin Lun had only noticed when he saw little Miller, and by the stroke of luck, made the mother's milk into the best medicine for the little guy. The plague within little Miller's body had already reached an equilibrium with his immune system. However, his botus condition was not very promising due to him lying unconscious on the bed all year round. The nutrient fluid could not treat an illness, but it was still something that had the world tree flower nectar added in, a supernourishment. It had the maximum advantage in helping little Miller's health. Qin Lun's only worry was if a reverse result would happen when the balanced nutrient fluid came into contact with the balanced little Miller. After all, in the nutrient fluid was the same virus. What was fortunate for Qin Lun was that his gamble paid off. Little Miller's body accepted the nutrient fluid and left him nourished. It was with the diluted world tree flower nectar and the mother's milk as an intermediary. Therefore, an intense conflict did not happen between the nectar and the plague within the little boy's body. Qin Lun's train of thought went through many twists and turns concerning the old baron's ambiguous answer. For the time being, I still need to observe him for a few days. If my medicine really is effective for young Master Miller's health, then when his body function recovers a bit, it is possible that he will wake up. Qin Lun raised the teacup again and slowly said, "However, this kind of medicine is very precious and the mixture is very complicated. I need to go to Adia town to procure some of the materials. Tony, get Jason to bring all the remaining medicine in the castle here. Let Dr. Stein see if there are any that are suitable for his solution." The old baron and his family members exchanged glances, with a hint of a smile in their eyes. Qin Lun said his medicine was precious and the blending was complicated. To them, it naturally sounded like he was asking for remuneration. However, that was only natural. Since this young doctor was capable of solving the plague that even the court physicians were helpless with and save Adia and little Miller, how could the Albert family be stingy with an insignificant bit of wealth? I heard that Dr. Stein still hasn't obtained his formal medical license. For such a highly skilled doctor like you, this is simply an insult. After this event is successfully settled, the Albert family will be willing to be your guarantor. The old baron seriously promised. Qin Lun smiled but didn't speak. He did not need a medical license. As long as he could continue to stay in Albert Castle, then he had already achieved his purpose. A while later, the old butler Jason brought a basket full of medical reagents. Qin Lun picked up a few of these reagent bottles and checked them out. He knew these things were useless for him. A mother's milk wasn't a medicine, nor was the nectar something of this world. However, his anesthetics and antibiotics were all used up, so replenishing it here wasn't a bad thing. Suddenly, Qin Lun's hand went rigid. He looked at a certain small reagent bottle, and his pupils shrunk a bit. This reagent bottle had JR on it. When he looked even closer, there was also HP, YP, and so on. Looking at these capital letters that labeled the reagent bottle, Qin Lun's gaze became unsettled. Perhaps the Albert family thought these letters were medicine names, but he knew for sure that although these appeared to be like medicine names, they weren't. That was because in his medical box, he also had a few unique reagent bottles marked with capital letters. One example would be that mother's milk nutrient fluid. These types of medicine did not mark what kind they were, so only the doctor would know what they were. These medicines were all from this time period's doctors, and these were their private blends with special effects. Qin Lun's nutrient fluid reagent bottle had ST labeled on it. This was not the name of the item, but the capital letters of the Stein family's name. The way the Stein family distinguished their special effect medicines was not through name, but through the reagent bottle color. This basket of medicine contained things that weren't stored in the castle, but the special medicine of those doctors that had died at Albert Castle. Touching these ice-cold reagent bottles, the hair on Qin Lun's hand rose. He took a few bottles of common anesthetics and antibiotics, then waved his hand to have the old butler take away the basket. The thing I need isn't here. I will have my attendant, Frank, go to the nearby towns to procure some. Qin Lun stood up from the chair and walked to the entrance. In the next few days, I will stay behind to observe young Master Miller's condition. I will be troubling everyone. Dr. Stein, don't be so polite. For little Miller to obtain your help is our family's honor. The old baron led his daughter and son up and expressed his gratitude to Qin Lun. The old butler by the side handed a silk bag to him. Swish, swish. Qin Lun tossed the silk bag in his hand, and his mouth slightly curved up. He walked to the castle's courtyard with Frank. The silk bag was full of gold coins. This was the money the Albert family gave him to obtain the materials, and it was also naturally the reward for his milky white medicine. Frank, how was the matter I had you to get information about? Qin Lun swept a glance around his surroundings and quietly asked. Young Master Wellington, that situation isn't some kind of secret among the castle's servants. I roughly know the direction, but I still need to go to the site and take a good look. Frank scratched his head, also speaking in a low, muffled voice. Remember, besides buying those things in town, on the early morning of the fourth day, wait across the castle's strong bridge for me. Remember to hide well, don't let other people see you. Qin Lun threw the whole bag of gold coins to Frank and quietly ordered him. Young master, you don't need to give me this much. Frank's hand trembled, almost letting go of the coin bag. He'll give it all to you. From now on, you are the Stein family's butler. Qin Lun grinned. What use did he have for this world's gold coins? All he needed were shattered Starry Skies things. He wanted this loyal servant to be able to have a livelihood after he left, so he would just take it as Frank's wages for this point of time. Frank went silent and did not speak, but he seriously received the bag and left the castle without looking back, disappearing at the end of the mountain road. Dr. Stein, you're up so early for a walk again. Yes, Jason, gotten used to it. Qin Lun jogged over the stone bridge, wearing a smile as he waved his hand at the old housekeeper in the courtyard. In these past few days, Qin Lun's life in the castle was ordinary and mediocre. He would observe little Miller's health status every day and then chat with the Albert family. And every evening, the young doctor would return to his room at the exact same time and would tell the old butler Jason to not allow anyone to disturb him. That was his time for blending medicine. And in the early morning, the young doctor would always jog out of the castle and take a walk for around half an hour outside before returning. After he did this for 2 to 3 days, the whole castle knew that this was his habit. However, this was nothing worth being curious about. The evening was the quietest time period, and it was favorable for the young doctor to concentrate and synthesize his medicine. And running in the morning was even more normal. On the night of the third day, from when the hunchbacked servant left, accurately speaking, it was an hour away from dawn. A figure opened the small city gate and ran out of the castle, disappearing along the stone bridge into the dark. Young master, over here. A large shadow appeared from the forest by the mountain road, waving at the figure that had crossed the stone bridge. The figure that left the castle at such a late hour was naturally Qin Lun. He deliberately gave everyone in the castle the impression that he runs in the early morning just for this. Although he had left even earlier than usual by an hour. Even if the castle servants noticed, they would at most believe that he couldn't sleep at night and woke up earlier to run. No one would be suspicious. Have you found the place? Qin Lun turned his head and glanced at the castle, then pulled Frank along into the forest. I found it, young master. Actually, I had already returned yesterday and stayed in the forest for a day. No one found me. Frank softly said, Take me there. Our time is limited. When it's daybreak, I have to go back. Qin Lun led Frank and hurried into the small forest by the mountain road. The two men gradually disappeared in the dark. The two of them had not left for long, when a small whirlwind slowly formed at the place they previously stopped at. A vague white figure appeared and looked around. It was much like a ghost. It slowly faced the direction they had left and floated away. Albert Castle was located on an independent overhanging cliff like it was carved by a sword, and the only thing that linked the cliff to the other side was the stone bridge. Behind the castle was a moat, separating them from May's forest by a river. And the cliff in front of the castle that was linked by the stone bridge was a great mountain slope. This mountain slope was around 200 meters high, and its slope was mild. From the top of the mountain to the bottom was a small stone road. It was the road to the small town below the castle. The hilltop terrain was also leveled, covered in a sparse forest. Qin Lun and Frank were going through this forest in the dark right now. "Young master, it's this place." About 10 minutes later, the hunchbacked servant in the lead stopped in front of a stone tablet. "Dig it open." Qin Lun raised his head to check the sky, then started to dig into the ground with a shovel. "Young master, you can just leave it to me." Frank quickly tried to stop him. "No, we'll do it together. The time's too short." Qin Lun waved his hand and continued to work. Very soon, the stone tablet was dug up and fell to the side. There was a large hole behind it, showing the coffin underneath. "Open it." Qin Lun's eyes slightly shone at the sight of the coffin. "Yes, young master." Frank complied and spat into his hands, getting ready to jump into the grave with his tools. He aimed the auger at the edge of the coffin lid. Duo, duo, duo. The pounding sound spread far in the quiet night, accompanying the cries of the insects. Through the hazy moonlight that penetrated the treetops, the inscription on the stone tablet was revealed. Stephen Albert, Fenning Calendar 1694 to 1732. This was Stephen Albert's grave. This woodland was the Albert family's cemetery, and all the graves here were the Albert family's ancestors. Stephen Albert's death was not a secret, and pretty much everyone in Adia town knew. The Albert family claimed he died from sickness, but did not reveal if he had died from the plague. A few days ago, when Qin Lun had just arrived at Albert Castle, he told Frank to ask the castle's servants about Stephen Albert's cause of death and where his grave was located. Naturally, all the details of the questioning were prepared by Qin Lun. They were all very simple and obscure questions. For example, using Elizabeth or Laura to casually ask about their father and brother Stephen's whereabouts. This was to ask if they were buried in the family graveyard. Qin Lun knew that the Albert family would certainly be talked about by outsiders, so it was best to ask the servants these things without arousing suspicion. And like that, they eventually confirmed where the cemetery was. Actually, even if there wasn't the matter with Little Miller, Qin Lun would still be able to find a suitable time for Frank to leave the castle and find Stephen's grave for him. For the hunchbacked servant who had dug up corpses for his master to use as medical research material all year round. As long as he knew the general location of the cemetery, it was as easy as turning his hand. Creak. An ear-piercing sound came from the coffin. Frank's strength was very high, and he was also used to doing this kind of thing, so he quickly opened the securely nailed coffin lid. Bang! The coffin lid was thrown aside by the hunchbacked servant. How could this be? Frank looked at the open coffin and exclaimed in surprise. Hee hee. In the dusky graveyard, Qin Lun's dark laughter echoed. As expected, Qin Lun's eyes shone and he kneed his knuckles. Under the hazy moonlight, they could only see the empty coffin. There was no body at all. Young master, could it be that this Stephen hasn't died yet? Frank asked in surprise, turning his head to look at Qin Lun. The hunchbacked servant thought that his master was just doing what he was used to, borrowing Stephen's corpse to conduct some kind of medical research. Just based on his bit of worldly wisdom, he was still unable to imagine Stephen's identity and just how he was different from normal corpses. I am temporarily unsure if he is dead yet. Qin Lun shook his head. He did not explain to the hunchbacked servant. He did not need to know of it. Take care. Qin Lun was just about to order the servant to close and bury the coffin again, but suddenly felt the wind blow on his back, and he felt an indescribable chill. He turned around quickly and viciously waved the shovel in his hands behind him. Dong! The shovel hit nothing but empty air, then the ground as Qin Lun staggered, and the shovel smashed into the ground, causing bits of sparks to fly. What's wrong, young master? Frank hurriedly climbed out from the grave, holding the shovel and all as he stood by his side. Was it his misconception? No, it wasn't. Qin Lun narrowed his eyes, and a hint of scarlet started to seep into his eyes. This is already the second time. Qin Lun faced the empty forest and yelled out in a deep voice, Since you have something to say to me, then come out. Young master, the hunchbacked servant gripped the tools in his hands and nervously looked at the gloomy and dusky forest. Since he had been dealing with corpses and cemeteries all year round, he was not unfamiliar with this kind of situation at all. Every time, When the surrounding of the graveyard was quiet with not even a peep from the insects, he would see some strange things. And now, this cemetery was quiet, terrifyingly quiet, like they had been placed in a separate space in the world of the dead. Alas, be careful. Ahead of the two men, in the darkest area, a white, hazy figure flickered and drifted in the forest. The white figure looked like a long-haired woman in white. The woman raised a hand at them. A pitch-black hole split open on her hazy face where the mouth would normally be, and a faint warning they could not hear came through. "Young master, be careful." As Qin Lun looked at the white figure, a broken gong-like voice shouted by his ear. Qin Lun had not been able to react, yet when he felt a great force beside him that suddenly pushed him to the floor. This force was very strong, causing him to roll a few times on the ground. It was Frank. Qin Lun withdrew his arms, covering his head and face as he knew by heart that it was the hunchbacked servant that pushed him over. If it weren't for Frank being so close to him and acting out, it was impossible for the demon within to not react in time. What was this thing? By the time Qin Lun stood up, the scene before him put in shock. His huge hunchbacked servant was going against something with long bat wings. A monster at the height of an adult's shoulder was fighting him on the ground. This monster was pitch black with a pair of long, bat-like wings spread behind its back. The demon head had a pair of goat horns, and inside its large mouth were 2 rows of sword-like teeth. Its hands had 4 hooked fingers, and it had a long, sickle-like tail on its back. "This is a gargoyle." Qin Lun slightly raised his eyebrow. He was not a stranger to this thing. There were plenty replications of this sculpture on the stone bridge of Albert Castle. This was really interesting. Qin Lun's mind went through thousands of thoughts, but the movement of his hand was not slow at all. He walked forward a step, and the shovel in his hand was like a lever as it was brandished. Dang! The point of the shovel cut down into the gargoyle's body, and it was like hitting a hard rock. It only caused the monster to get off Frank's body. So hard. Qin Lun's arms went numb for a moment. Even the shovel almost fell out of his hand. The gargoyle rolled for a moment on the ground and swayed its head. A deep scar appeared on its neck, but no blood flowed from it. Ayo! This monster was infuriated by the hit, and turned its head angrily to glare at Qin Lun with 2 dots of blue light that lit up its gray pupils. Hoo! It made a cry and threw itself at Qin Lun, flying close to the ground. Come! Qin Lun's face changed, and he suddenly threw aside the shovel, and a strange black dagger dropped out of his cuff into his hand. A cruel smile floated up on his tranquil face. He licked his lips, and a bloodthirsty, sharp red lit up and filled the depths of his eyes. "Young master, run." Just when the gargoyle was about to crash into Qin Lun, a figure from the side threw itself forward and wrapped his large arms around the monster, knocking it into a large tree. Bang! The tree that was over 1 meter in diameter trembled under the force from the two, and tree leaves slowly fell to the ground. The hunchbacked servant used his huge and thick body to force the gargoyle against the tree trunk. This monster resentfully howled and opened its mouth to take a bite at Frank's shoulder. The sharp teeth that were like daggers bit deep into his collarbone. Humph! Qin Lun's originally gentle and refined face twisted. He did not appreciate Frank plundering his prey. However, observing the hunchbacked servant's posture while tangling with the gargoyle, a strange smile floated up on the serial killer's face. He lowered his head and shoulders, dashed for 2 steps, then jumped with a bang, knocking against Frank's back. Oh! A sweet taste filled Frank's throat, and he spat out blood. However, before he could react to what was going on, he felt a sharp pain from his shoulder. Pooh! A black knife bypassed Frank's shoulder blade and stabbed through him into the gargoyle's mouth, nailing both Frank and the gargoyle to the tree trunk. The gargoyle's skin and muscle were just like stone. Even the inside of its mouth was as tough as leather. Fortunately, the crime dagger was incomparably sharp and made from high-quality material, iron from a meteorite. It was only because of its quality and the +12 remnant souls which functioned as an enchantment that he was able to pierce through the mouth in a single blow. Even though a gargoyle looks very different from a human, its brainstem is similarly unprotected by the skull. Therefore, the crime dagger directly severed the brainstem through the mouth, pinning the creature onto the tree branch behind it. However, even after such traumatic injury, it still did not die. Instead, it lashed more violently than before. The creature's slender muscles grew, more than doubling from its original size. It ballooned out, struggling even more aggressively. Although its head was still pinned to the tree trunk, the creature still managed to dig its claws into the hunchbacked servant. Frank could only feel searing pain wash across his back, but he persisted. He continued to press on, determined to restrict the gargoyle's movements. Any ordinary man without his formidable strength would surely have no hope of persevering. "Lean your head to the side." Frank heard a cold voice behind him. The hunchbacked servant was startled and immediately moved his head to one side. "Dodge!" A sharp wind passed by the hunchbacked servant's ear, leaving a line of blood on his cheek. When Frank looked to the side, he noticed a shovel next to his head. The shovel struck level with Frank's ear, cutting the gargoyle like an axe, right through its still gaping, bloody mouth, nearly severing its head in two. The creature's fierce eyes slowly dimmed. It stopped struggling. This time, it truly was dead. Frank slumped over, leaning heavily against the tree. He panted loudly, trying to catch his breath. Qin Lun had bandaged his shoulder and back, but he still looked dazed. The red glow in Qin Lun's eyes faded. He was now more interested in studying the monster's corpse, but he did occasionally look over at the hunchbacked servant's face. The reason for the expression was quite obvious. Just now, Joey's cold and ruthless gaze had left the hunchbacked servant fairly disconcerted. Although Wellington and Frank were master and servant, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the two were very close with each other. They had grown up together after all. The hunchbacked servant wouldn't even mind dying for his master Wellington. However, when Qin Lun literally stabbed him in the back to get at the gargoyle, it left the servant feeling a strange sense of unfamiliarity and distance. In reality, Qin Lun truly appreciated Frank's loyalty, which is why he kept his promise to leave Frank enough money to live alone before leaving this universe. However, Qin Lun, in the end, wasn't a normal person. Typical human beings have morals and ethics. On the other hand, he had only read them in the books, not truly holding any of them in his heart. From Qin Lun's perspective, even if Joey had killed Frank, he wouldn't feel any guilt in his heart. The hunchbacked servant was loyal, but the object of the loyalty was not him, but the Wellington Stein that had already died. Qin Lun circled the gargoyle a few times before standing back up. He turned to face where he had seen a white silhouette among the trees earlier. The white figure had long disappeared without a trace, as if what he had seen earlier was merely a hallucination. Regardless, Qin Lun knew it was not an illusion. The hunchbacked servant had seen it before. "It is almost day." Qin Lun looked at the still in a stupor hunchbacked servant, releasing a sigh. "Frank, it's time to get up." "Huh, young master, we're going back now?" The hunchbacked servant held his shoulder while standing up, keeping his head low, not facing Qin Lun. "First refill Stephen's grave. We'll go back first. You should wait a while before returning to the castle." Qin Lun glanced at the hunchbacked servant's shoulder and bloody back, pausing for a moment. "If you can't endure, just return with me." "Understood, young master." Hearing Qin Lun's words, the hunchbacked servant suddenly became spirited again, his mouth widening. He revealed a small smile again. "What should we do with this monster's body? Really, what a simple human being." Qin Lun sighed in his heart as he watched the revitalized Frank. Just a few plain words showing concern led him to immediately forget Joey's previous ruthless expression. This gargoyle Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and then slightly narrowed. He then lowered his voice and quietly spoke a few instructions. A while later, Qin Lun patted the soil on his body away and started to walk out of the forest. The sky was already bright. He had to immediately return to the castle or the others could get suspicious. However, after walking a few steps, he changed his mind and began to walk in the direction of where he spotted the white figure. After quickly circling the area, he stopped in front of a tombstone. This hillside forest was the Albert family cemetery, thus the tombstone would naturally also belong to an Albert family member. Mary Albert. Fenning calendar 1698 to 1732. After seeing this tombstone, the corners of Qin Lun's mouth moved a little, and he rubbed his fingers together. But once he looked up and saw the color of the sky, he regretfully spat out a sigh and started running out of the forest, not looking back once. On the gentle, curving mountain path, a young man was jogging toward an ancient and imposing castle. The sky was bright, and in the courtyard of the castle were the morning servants ready to start a busy day of work. As they saw the youth run toward the castle along the stone bridge, many of the servants smiled. This young man was the only doctor in the Adia region that could treat plague patients. He was also an important guest of the castle owners. No matter where, they didn't dare show the slightest bit of disrespect. Qin Lun had a kind and welcoming smile as he walked into the castle hall. Coincidentally, he bumped into the old butler Jason. "Dr. Stein, running again? You look." The old butler saw Qin Lun covered in dirt and was a little surprised. Qin Lun looked at himself before explaining with a smile. "Oh, I decided to go for a run, but it was really early in the morning. The sky was too dark and I slipped while on the mountain path." He took another look at himself before saying, "I'll need to go bathe. I won't be there for breakfast. Send my apologies to the Baron." "Okay, they'll bring you there now." The old butler gave a polite nod. There had been heavy rain the past few days, and thus the mountain roads were muddy. The morning dew did little to help the situation. It wasn't strange for someone to slip on the mountain roads. The old butler was quickly relieved. Upon Qin Lun's return to his room, the maidservants quickly prepared the water and brought his breakfast over. After washing his body once and eating his breakfast, Qin Lun felt like the tiredness in his body had been swept away. Then, leaning on his bed, he picked up a medical book and began to read. Although his eyes were looking at the book, his mind wasn't focused on it at all. He was, after all, quietly waiting for Frank to return. Stephen Albert's body was not in the cemetery. Therefore, Qin Lun concluded that perhaps the target of his mission had not died. However, the plan had already reached this step, and so Qin Lun was once again caught in a dilemma. It was unlikely that the members of the Albert family would ever reveal the truth to him. If he hadn't discovered some more clues last night, he was afraid that his only choice from then on would be to use force. Qin Lun felt that he was slowly unraveling a huge secret. Stephen Albert's death was likely only the tip of the iceberg. The event from a year ago the Albert family was desperately trying to keep hidden was perhaps only the key to the secret. To get to the bottom of the mystery, he would need to look back hundreds of years, back to when the first-generation Baron Albert had formed a connection with the Adia region. The danger from last night had ignited Qin Lun's fighting spirit. In contrast to the mission he had been assigned to for this universe, he was more interested in the secrets hidden behind it. The missing corpse, the white figure, the gargoyles that were thought to have only existed in myths. Qin Lun put down the book. He stood up and began to pace around the room, his face slightly flushed with excitement. He was unable to fully suppress the emotions swelling in his heart. In constantly feeling uncertainty and curiosity, Qin Lun felt an ecstatic level of excitement and expectation. After resting in his room for a while, Qin Lun opened the window and suddenly frowned. He did a little calculation. From the time he had returned to the castle till now had been approximately 2 hours, and yet Frank had yet to appear. Although Joey's earlier stab had avoided the tendons and bones in Frank's shoulder, a simple bandaging wasn't enough to stop the bleeding. Not to mention, his back had already been scratched into a bloody mess by the gargoyle. The bleeding would likely be even faster. Originally, Qin Lun had though Frank would at most wait half an hour before returning, but he still had yet to see the ugly hunchbacked man. Could it be that that idiot had let himself bleed to death? Qin Lun had already told the servant not to act tough. If he had really bled to death, wouldn't he have done all this preparatory work for nothing? It didn't matter if that idiot had died, but then Qin Lun would have wasted so much time and effort. Qin Lun scrunched up his face, his nails digging into his palms. His heart beat a strange sense of unease. "Dr. Stein, Dr. Stein." Just as Qin Lun had been worrying himself to death, from outside the door, Jason's voice could be heard. "What's wrong?" Qin Lun's heart palpitated, hastily opening the door. "Dr. Stein, your servant is back. Although his situation doesn't look too good, you should hurry and take a look," the old butler said in a rush. "Where is he?" Qin Lun secretly let out a sigh, relaxing his fists. There was a thin line of blood left behind. Frank laid in a spacious room on a wooden bed. His face was pale, and his eyes were clenched with pain. His bandaged chest moved shallowly with every breath. Beside him, a maid was in the midst of changing the bloodied water in wash basin with warm water. Qin Lun wiped away the sweat covering his forehead and got up from his bed. There was work to be done. Last night, it had been too dark in the small forest to see, but now, After carefully examining the injuries, he realized that the hunchbacked servant was injured worse than Qin Lun had initially expected. Besides Frank's shoulder injury, he had bone-deep scratches on his back. For him to have been able to survive out there for 2 hours before returning, even with his physique, it was practically playing with his own life. Qin Lun's future plans were wholly dependent on the hunchbacked servant's assistance. In desperation, and without any other option, Qin Lun used another half-drop of the world tree's flower nectar to replenish his servant's physical strength. How was he injured? Can someone tell me? Qin Lun indignantly turned to the others in the room. Wellington, please come with me. Originally, none outside of the Albert family was permitted to know the situation. However, since it now involves your retinue and it happened within the vicinity of the castle, we believe that you completely deserve to know some of our secrets. The old baron heaved a sigh, clasped his hand behind his back, and headed out of the room. He nodded at Qin Lun, hinting at him to follow. Father, Tony, a tall, handsome, blond young man, hesitantly called out from behind. Dr. Stein has the ability to cure the plague. He would have known about this sooner or later. Baron Albert beckoned to Tony. You should come too. Maybe we'll need your strength later. Tony worked his jaw twice, but in the end, he made no more discouraging noises. He quietly fell in line behind the two men. Baron Albert led Qin Lun and Tony into the castle's main hall. He pushed open a secret door in the rear of the room, revealing an underground tunnel. Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and he readied his right hand behind him, the crime dagger slipping from his sleeve into his palm. Before he knew the Baron's true intentions, precautions needed to be taken. A while after the three men walked down the passageway, they reached a large and spacious basement. The basement was square, brightly illuminated by lanterns. On the wall hung swords and flails, and in the center was a stone slab, half a person tall. The gargoyle Qin Lun had seen last night was curled up and lying on it. To his surprise, this gargoyle was made of real stone, unlike the gargoyle from last night that was capable of moving. Is this the demon statue from the stone bridge? Asked Qin Lun, frowning. No, this is the murderer that ambushed your attendant. It's a magical creature called a gargoyle. The old baron carefully studied Qin Lun, trying to figure something out from his expression. Sire Baron, I have to say, your joke isn't very funny. Magic doesn't exist, let alone magical creatures. Qin Lun said sternly, keeping a straight face. Hee. Dr. Stein, you're the best doctor I've ever met. But considering the limitations of your life experiences, please trust this old man. This world is not as simple as you think. The old baron saw Qin Lun's look and shook his head, smiling a little. I've heard that on the other side of the continent, people have invented huge, moving metal cars that don't require horse or manpower. Perhaps in terms of science and technology, some historical truths will only get further and further away from us. However, some aristocratic families with a long lineage are still keeping many ancient secrets hidden. The Albert family is one of them. This gargoyle is really a magical creature, and not a wild beast or just a simple stone statue. The surprised Qin Lun touched the gargoyle's hardened, bat-like wing. If you still don't believe me, I'll prove it to you. The old baron nodded at Tony, who was standing still nearby. Tony gave Qin Lun a smile, and turned and walked to a corner, removing an object in the shape of a hammer. Please move away, Dr. Stein. Qin Lun moved back a few steps, watching Tony raise the hammer high and smash the petrified gargoyle. Pieces flew all over the basement. The gargoyle slowly smashed into a pile of rubble. Dr. Stein, come see. After Tony finished, the old baron walked forward 2 paces. Searching through the pile, he found a small stone glowing red and gave it to Qin Lun. Qin Lun's heart pounded as he took the stone. The stone was shaped like a baby's heart, red and translucent. The inside seemingly contained a flow of magma, the rock feeling warm and extremely comfortable in his palms. Apostle 70053, you have come into contact with a gargoyle's core for the first time. It is considered a type of magical item, classified as an equipment material and elemental energy source, satisfying line 320 of the Shattered Laws, opening the Law Item Exchange list. Notice, apostles can access the Law Item Exchange list directly from their soul imprint. Apostle 70053, your soul imprint has already been linked to the Special Equipment Death Notice. You can make direct inquiries from the Death Notice. Qin Lun's eyebrows jumped. He still couldn't fully control the death notice. It was not a good time to see the law item exchange list right now, so he pushed aside the content of the notice. Is this the gargoyle's heart? Qin Lun looked questioningly at the Baron and his son. This is what we call the gargoyle's core, a magic item made by a sorcerer. It was specially made to allow the gargoyle to move. The Baron and Tony smiled and looked at each other. Tony spoke, Dr. Stein, do you believe us now? It's hard to believe that such a small thing can give a heavy stone statue the ability to move. Qin Lun turned to the gargoyle's core in admiration, lifting his head and asking, am I allowed to keep it? Of course. Your attendant was the one who took the gargoyle down, so it's natural that it belongs to you. The old Baron nodded while grinning. Let's head back up now. The basement isn't a good place to converse. I believe you have many more questions to ask. Sire Baron, could you tell Medho's ancient, historical truths? Qin Lun asked with caution, his eyes glimmering. Dr. Stein, I shouldn't have told you any of this in the first place. The Albert family has been protecting these lands for several hundred years, but we are currently helpless in the face of the current epidemic in the Adia region. You are the sole doctor who can solve this predicament. It's crucial we obtain your help. Baron Albert said with a slight smile. Now it all depends on what you want to do. Are you willing to follow the Albert family, becoming one of us exorcists? If you do not wish to see the other, dangerous side of the world, we will not tell you anything else and ask that you keep everything we have told you a secret. As for the disease, we will do our best to compensate you monetarily. Please give me some time to consider. Qin Lun stammered. As you wish. Baron Albert and Tony exchanged glances, then gave slight bows while wearing smiles. After the three men returned upstairs, old butler Jason was looking for Qin Lun. Dr. Stein, your attendant has woken up. Qin Lun's eyes flashed. He closely followed the old butler to Frank's room, whereas Baron Albert and Tony did not. They knew that these two, master and servant, would have things to talk about. Why did you wait outside for so long? You knew you had lost a lot of blood. That was extremely dangerous. After the old butler left, Qin Lun glowered at the hunchbacked servant. Young master, I just thought that if I came a bit later, it would reduce the suspicion directed at you. Frank mumbled in embarrassment. That doesn't mean you can treat your life as a joke. You mustn't be this reckless in the future. If you died, where would I find another servant? Qin Lun's face remained stern while he reprimanded Frank. Got it, young master. Frank cracked a grin. They didn't doubt us, right? Probably not. Qin Lun gave a small smile. You almost died. They wouldn't assume you were hiding outside for that long. So naturally, they wouldn't put two and two together and think we were working together. That's right, young master. I also need to give you this. The hunchbacked servant reached into his bosom for a small cloth bag and handed it to Qin Lun. Qin Lun took it, opened the small cloth bag, and discovered an old brass pocket watch inside. Using the money you, young master, gave me, I went to redeem this. The Stein family heirloom can't be lost to strangers. Frank beamed nice and wide, happy. Qin Lun looked at the old pocket watch in his left hand, his eyes twinkling. He thought back to the time when he had first entered this world. The first thing he saw was the ugly figure of the hunchbacked servant. A slovenly, seriously ill servant who was trying his best to give his dead owner a decent funeral once again appeared in his mind. His thoughts moved on to last night, where without fearing for his own life, the ugly hunchback had charged the gargoyle. Within Qin Lun sprung a strange, unknown feeling. A warm and charming smile gathered on his face, a trace of indifference filled with killing intent shimmering within it as well. However, his innermost feelings of murder were quickly replaced by the smile again. He stood up, placed the pocket watch in his jacket pocket, and, smiling, patted the hunchbacked servant on the back. Rest well, recover soon. Walking out of Frank's room, Qin Lun immediately returned to his own. He leaned back in his chair with his eyes closed. The first thing he did was review every action and word had said and done since last night, discovering that there were no glaring holes. Calming himself, he summoned the death notice. There had only been 3 categories previously: law body, equipment, and storage space. But now there was another, the exchange list. Qin Lun carefully opened the exchange list, discovering that most of the entries in it were gray, the content hidden. Of the colored entries, there were only 2. One was equipment materials, the other was crystal energy. Within the equipment material entry, he found only the gargoyle's core. A purchase price of 500 shattered crystals was written behind it, while the sale price was just 100 shattered crystals, a surprising difference of 5. In the crystal energy entry were 2 items. One was the gargoyle's core with the same purchase and sale prices, while the other was a soul power crystal with a purchase price of 10 shattered crystals and a sale price of just 2. Qin Lun trembled a bit on the inside. He concentrated on the words, new words, shattered crystals. The death notice immediately gave a detailed introduction on it. Shattered crystals were made from half of Shattered Starry Sky's basic world law. This crystal was the intermediary between material and fictitious existences, as well as the basic currency Shattered Starry Sky offered to apostles for transactions. Besides the apostles who had a soul imprint, life forms from Shattered Starry Sky and other worlds couldn't see or touch the crystals. Qin Lun contemplated for a moment. It was impossible for the exchange list to have so little content. It was likely that he had not met many of the necessary requirements, causing so few to appear. Meanwhile, in another room in the castle, there were other people who were contemplating and quietly discussing. A gargoyle? You're sure that such a thing appeared? Correct. Although this gargoyle was made shoddily, it was still a gargoyle. It's quite possible. Only a third of the 1,000-year contract has passed, though. What should we do? Meeting the descendant of an exorcist takes time, not to mention that things aren't very clear as of now. First, get some people to survey the maze forest surroundings. Then are you going to prevent Dr. Stein from joining the team? That man. Bring him along too. But he's just a normal guy. Hee. Bring him there, and you'll all understand. If it was possible, Qin Lun hoped that he could delay his response to Baron Albert for a couple of days in order to increase his credibility. But about half a month had already passed since he entered this world. Although he felt that he was getting closer to the core of the mission, there wasn't much time left for him to waste. As such, Qin Lun took the initiative to look for Baron Albert after dinner to let him know of his decision to join their exorcist group and that he would do his best to protect the Adia region. Baron Albert was very happy, leading Qin Lun and Tony to the secondary fortress hall, located to the right of the main fortress. The hall of the secondary fortress was actually a library. The entire place was covered with tall bookshelves, filled with rows of books so well taken care of that one could even smell the faint scent of ink on the shelves. Above the bookshelves were many portraits. There were both men and women depicted on the portraits. Based on their resemblance to Baron Albert, they were likely the previous generations of the Albert family. Qin Lun's line of sight fell on a bookshelf in the back of the hall, where another portrait was hung. The size of the portrait was double the size of the others. A tall knight was depicted in the oil painting. The knight's left hand held his helmet, while his right held a large sword that he had stabbed into the ground, using it as a crutch. He was standing on the platform of Albert Castle's roof. His eyes were bright and full of emotion as he stared at the great maze forest ahead. Small words were written below the painting. A millennium of duty, a millennium of guarding, a millennium of honor. We are the Alberts of Adia. A very familiar line of words. Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and he rubbed his temple. In the middle of all the books was a small salon that had a large, round coffee table and some rattan chairs. Dr. Stein, I am very glad that you can join us. Please, take a seat. Baron Albert pulled out a rattan chair and motioned for Qin Lun to sit. Sire Baron, is there some sort of ceremony one needs to pass in order to join the exorcists? Qin Lun asked with a smile. Haha, there's none. Baron Albert laughed and waved his hand. The exorcists aren't some kind of religious organization. On the contrary, it's more like a relaxed group that mutually helps each other. Anyone can become an exorcist with the recommendation of an older member. However, to become an exorcist, you must have the courage and will to confront evil. To work for the exorcists is the Stein family's honor. Qin Lun leaned forward a bit. Please guide me well, Sire Baron. It's not really guidance, but since I recommended you to join the group, then I naturally need to tell you some of the actual history, as well as our objective as exorcists. Baron Albert took the wine cup Tony handed him and gently swayed it in his hand. His gaze was slightly blurred as he went down memory lane. Over 3,000 years ago, before present time, the continent had flourishing human settlements throughout the land. As their productivity grew, it allowed the humans to develop social classes and kingdoms. The humans that were at the top of the pyramid started to enslave others. Most of the wealth was condensed into the hands of a small number of people, And these people, after satisfying the most basic needs of survival, started to pursue the liberation of their spirit. A portion of them placed all their energy into promoting the welfare of humanity, a majestic cause. Another portion started to pursue even higher personal pleasures and attempted to extend their lifespans. With the progress of time, the former type of people with noble characters created a concept of faith and started to spread their gospel across the continent. They wished that all of humanity would be able to have a place they could put their hopes into and liberate their thoughts and souls. That, even under the vilest conditions, they would still be able to maintain an optimistic attitude. Whereas, the latter type that pursued passions for their personal gain started to crazily accumulate wealth, persecute people, and plunder other countries for their land. Furthermore, they exploited their wealth and knowledge for the sake of doing research on immortality. Different from the Earth Qin Lun came from, after the long span of time, these two groups found the secret to immortality, as well as other powerful forms of magic. However, the types of immortality the two found were different. The former, through faith and firm will, obtained the secret to longevity. But the latter obtained the true secret to undying. The secret to longevity needed a pure heart and a strong will. They called themselves believers of faith. The secret to undying was to rely on external forces. They named it witchcraft. In order to create evil magic organisms, they exploited witchcraft and called themselves magicians. The believers and magicians not only obtained power that was the complete opposite of one another, even their ideas were at opposite ends of the spectrum. They had quite a few conflicting views and could not get along with one another, so war happened. At the beginning of the war, due to the requirement to become a believer being too high, while becoming a magician by relying on external power was easier, the believers had to retreat in defeat time and again. However, right when things were starting to look bad, the ordinary people that had received long-term torment from the magicians started to join the believer group. These ordinary people did not have longevity, but they occupied 99.9% of humanity. After uniting together, they practically devastated the magician population. During the long war, some ordinary people also obtained considerably great fighting strength. Under the advocation of the believers, the ordinary people with great military strength united with the believers and established the Exorcist organization. The purpose of the Exorcist organization was to drive out magicians and their magic organisms in order to protect the human world. During the last decisive battle, most of the male magicians disappeared from the realm of the living, leaving only a small number of female magicians that escaped toward the forests, deserts, mountains, marshes, etc. They survived in the worst desolated areas of the world. The believers were also greatly devastated. The surviving believers felt that, no matter if it was the secret to longevity or the secret to undying, both were too enticing for normal people. Because of that, they used their lives to activate a powerful protection spell to forever seal away the secrets of the two magics. Besides the witches that had survived, as well as the limited drugs they had to create undead, this world could never have any new believers or magicians. To protect this world, the believers that had sacrificed their own lives stirred the hearts of all the exorcists. They vowed to protect the two secrets and never let it come to light. They were also willing to hunt and kill the witches that had returned to the human world, including the magic organisms they had created. In the following era, the witches gathered their power and repeatedly attacked from all corners of the world. Although they were all defeated by the Exorcist organization, they still caused disastrous casualties to the ordinary humans. Under this premise, the exorcists and witches reached an agreement. The witches and their magic organisms would no longer appear before the ordinary people. The exorcists would also stop hunting and killing the witches that had settled down in desolate regions of the world. The time limit of the agreement was a millennium. The exorcists believed that after a millennium, the humans would become even more powerful, causing the sparse number of witches to suffer. The witches believed that after a millennium, the exorcists would lose their faith and inheritance through succeeding generations, allowing the witches to once again rule the world. They would exploit the world's magic power and break the believer's protection spell, starting the Great Magician Era. The agreement between the witches and exorcists is called the Millennium Contract. Only 300 years have passed. The old baron swirled the wine cup, then drank from it. There is a witch in Great Maze Forest, isn't there? Qin Lun's eyes flickered as he calmly asked. There is not only one witch in Great Maze Forest. The forest is too big. There are over 10 witches hiding within. Unless humans burn down the entire Great Maze Forest, anyone that goes in will die a certain death because of the forest cover. Baron Albert bitterly smiled. If it weren't for that, those witches would have long been exterminated by the Exorcist organization hundreds of years ago. Dr. Stein, you don't need to worry. In fact, there is only one witch near the border of Adia region. And the members of our Albert family are not the only exorcists that are stationed around Great Maze Forest. The Maze Forest of Maze Dukedom has 5 exorcist families within its borders. Tony added, since there is the Millennium Contract, why would my attendant be attacked by the gargoyle near the castle? Qin Lun suddenly asked with a frown. The Baron and Tony glanced at each other. The former explained, it is impossible for any agreement to be free of loopholes. The Millennium Contract is the same. At the time when the agreement was signed, the magic oath restricted the witches and magic organisms from attacking humans. But that does not include the magic organisms the witches made after the agreement. Simply put, those crafty witches exploited that loophole and often send out newly made magic organisms to attack humans? Qin Lun raised an eyebrow. Is there any meaning behind that? Yes, the resources they have are limited. The purpose of their actions is to pillage humans and make them their slaves. At the same time, they use these captives as experiments for all kinds of evil black magic. Tony nodded. His tone dipped as he continued to speak. However, we are the same. The exorcist families will often have a portion of their members avoid the oath and integrate Maze Forest to investigate the witches' activities. If you put it that way, then those gargoyles on the castle bridge. Qin Lun's mind quickly spun, and he softly asked, only a couple are real. The rest are truly just stone statues. Tony laughed. Dr. Stein, do you have any other questions? Baron Albert stared attentively at Qin Lun as he asked with a smile. I have one last question. Qin Lun muttered to himself a bit before asking, is the plague this time the work of the witches? We don't know yet, but using the plague to greatly decrease the population of humans in the Adia region would be quite advantageous for them if they wanted to rush out of Great Maze Forest. The light in the Baron's eyes flickered as he steadily replied. Tony had hesitated, though, remaining silent. The reactions of the two were clearly taken note of by Qin Lun, but he did not call them into question, merely nodding in response. Dr. Stein, in 2 days, we will organize an investigation team to enter Maze Forest. Would you be interested in entering with them as the team's doctor? Baron Albert asked in a serious manner. If this is the test the Exorcist organization has made for newcomers, then I will be very willing to show everyone the Stein family's courage. Qin Lun raised his wine cup and acknowledged the 2 Alberts across from him. The Baron and Tony's explanation regarding the plague was still vague during their discussion. Qin Lun was very smart about it and did not continue that line of questioning. Both sides deliberately neglected Little Miller, the origin of the plague. Dr. Stein, now that you have obtained our approval and learned the true history, you are now a preparatory exorcist. As long as we inform the exorcist organization, you can become a formal exorcist. Baron Albert smiled. There is one last thing you need to do. Please sign the exorcist's oath. Following Baron Albert's words, Tony took out a thick book that was as big as one of the bookshelf's panels. The book was hollow inside. A simple and unadorned brass scroll rested within. Tony pulled open the scroll, placed it in front of Qin Lun, and handed him a quill pen. Qin Lun skimmed through the scroll's content first. The content could be divided into 2 parts. The first part had to do with the responsibilities and duties of an exorcist. It was pretty much the same as what Baron Albert had just told him. It requested that all exorcists make exterminating evil organisms and protecting the human world their goal. The latter portion contained the signatures of many exorcists. Most of the signatures were from the Albert family, the rest were from outsiders. Qin Lun understood that they should be the names of the local exorcists. Qin Lun signed the name Wellington Stein without any mental burden. Both the Baron and Tony let out a breath of relief when they saw him sign. The agreement was not just a simple parchment. It contained the protective powers that the believers had left behind. Anyone that signed their name was restricted by the oath. After he finished signing his name, a strange expression showed on Qin Lun's face. He had actually received a notice from the death notice. Apostle 70053, you have used your identity from the current storyline to sign this world's great magic contract and have received direct entry to this world's double controversy. You have satisfied line 100 of the Shattered Laws, therefore, opening the world plot mission mode and obtaining the permission to plunder this world's origin. Notice, Apostle 70053 newcomer mission content change. The mission of saving Stephen Albert has been changed to exploration of the satellite-level world storyline. Mission content: obtain the truth about Stephen Albert and find his whereabouts to increase the mission completion rate. Mission reward will be changed to 1 fused Shattered Law crystal and 2,000 shattered crystals. The penalty for failure of the mission will be a 30-point deduction of soul vitality. Notice, Apostle 70053 has obtained satellite-level world storyline and has satisfied line 788 of the Shattered Laws, opening world exploration degree function. Death Notice has started sorting relevant memories and obtaining the present world exploration degree progress. Satellite-level world storyline. Historical scenarios of some of this world's smaller regions require the activating condition, changing the region's history, to be met. World exploration degree. Some of the apostles' actions may obtain the world's secret and indirectly and directly influence the development of the world's history, which helps Shattered Starry Sky from plundering the world's origin. The greater the degree of world exploration is, the more one can obtain from the origin. The reward is independent of the otherworld mission. Shattered Starry Sky will provide the appropriate reward according to the degree of world exploration. Notice, Death Notice has completed analyzing and sorting the apostles' relevant memories. Death Notice reminder. The analysis of relevant memories the apostle has acquired is very likely to promote the world's storyline quality. Would you like to report to Shattered Starry Sky with your soul imprint? Notice, successfully reported. Apostle 70053, the current analysis of the basic information is not sufficient. The possibility of promoting to a planet-level world storyline is 40%. The possibility of promoting to a star-level world storyline is 5%. Temporarily shelving promotion of the world's storyline quality. Current degree of world exploration is 0.001%. Awaiting for the apostle to provide follow-up information. Special notice from Shattered Starry Sky. An apostle's first star-level world storyline will have the sure probability of activating the storyline's gold-level evaluation. Please be mindful. Baron Albert and Tony shared a smile when they saw Qin Lun sitting blankly. They thought that the doctor had a keen intuition and had immediately felt the magic of the oath. Tony walked 2 steps closer, planning to take back the Exorcist oath scroll. Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and he came back to his senses. He quickly glanced at the bottom of the scroll. His eyes narrowed slightly. He noticed that there were 5 names that should be there, but weren't. After the completion of the oath's signing, Qin Lun discovered that Baron Albert and Tony's attitudes were much warmer than their politeness from before. Hee, Dr. Stein, congratulations on becoming one of our members. Let us return now. In 2 days, we will need to prepare to integrate Maze Forest once Adia's other exorcists arrive. Baron Albert handed his wine cup to Tony and stated with a smile. This secondary fortress contained a great amount of information related to the exorcists. Besides a couple female servants, specially chosen to tidy up the place, no other servants entered. The wine cups they used had to be brought back to the main castle for the servants to wash. Let me do it. I am very thankful to you two for showing me the gateway to such a world, allowing my life to become even more wonderful. And also for letting the Stein family share in the honor of being an exorcist. Qin Lun hurriedly took the wine cups from Baron Albert and Tony. Baron Albert and Tony did not reject Qin Lun's politeness. In their eyes, this was the humble manner a younger generation exorcist should have. Oh right, is this the first generation Baron Albert? Before the 3 of them left, Qin Lun suddenly pointed at the portrait of the tall knight. Yes, he is our Albert family's exorcist ancestor, the first-generation Baron Albert, Lorenzo Albert. A trace of pride flashed through the Baron's face. Below is a phrase that he said after being given the mission to protect Adia. It is the proudful motto of our family. A millennium of duty, a millennium of guarding, a millennium of honor. Qin Lun smiled and nodded. He truly was a great knight. After they returned to the main castle, a strange smile floated upon Qin Lun's face as he watched Baron Albert and Tony leave. He glanced at the wine cups in his hands and quickly headed for his room. On the way back to his room, Qin Lun once again met another member of the Albert family in the corridor. However, this time, it was truly by chance and not because the other was waiting for him. She was likely just passing by. Dr. Stein. Laura curtsied and nodded at Qin Lun. It looks like you have become a member of the Exorcists. Yes, beautiful Miss Laura. I did not expect a chance meeting with a noble family would allow me to touch upon such a mysterious world. Qin Lun held the wine cup behind his back and smiled, returning her a nod as a greeting. There is no such thing as coincidence in this world. There is only the inevitable. A trace of helplessness flashed through her eyes, leaving behind a strange line before rushing off. There is no such thing as coincidence in this world, only the inevitable. Watching Laura's leaving figure, a strange light flashed through Qin Lun's eyes. Of the 5 names he believed should be on the oath scroll, but were not, Laura Albert was one. The other 4 names were Miller Albert, Elizabeth Albert, Stephen Albert, and Mary Albert. The reason for Stephen's children, Miller Albert and Elizabeth Albert, not being on the list might be because of age, not yet old enough to become exorcists. Laura Albert was a noble lady. Her weak appearance and lack of battle strength could be a possibility for her inability to become an exorcist. Then what about Stephen Albert? As Tony's older brother and the Baron heir, why did he not become an exorcist? In addition to him, that Mary Albert, who no one ever mentions, who was she? From the looks of the gravestone Qin Lun had seen in the Albert family cemetery, Mary Albert could very likely be that white figure he couldn't determine to be a human or ghost. At that time, Qin Lun's time was limited, so he was unable to dig open Mary's grave to check. However, from the death date on the gravestone, Mary was born in 1698 and died in 1732, while Stephen was born in 1694 and died in 1732. There was a 4-year difference between the two. One was 38 years old, while the other was 34. And they both died in the same year. From the two's age, if they weren't siblings, then they were a couple. If they were siblings, the whole Adia town would have known about her and have had an impression of Mary, who died the same year as Stephen. Since Adia town did not have any impression of Mary's death, it either meant that the Albert family had deliberately concealed it or that Mary's presence was very weak. Qin Lun inferred that Mary was surely Stephen's wife, and her presence was very low-key. Perhaps she had signed another exorcist scroll, which would conform to common sense. Qin Lun pushed open the door and entered his room. He raised the 2 wine cups in his hand and faintly smiled. Qin Lun had Frank go to his room and bring him his medical box during little Miller's first treatment. When he opened the medical box, he was surprised to find that the trap he had carefully set showed a rather surprising change. Fingerprints appeared on some of the test tubes. Based on their size, they were an adult's fingerprints. Someone from the castle had entered his room and examined his medical box. Although Qin Lun obtained a fingerprint, he did not know whose fingerprint it was for the time being. Even though he needed to eat and drink with the Albert family every day, he was unable to obtain their fingerprints to use as a comparison. If he rashly asked a servant for their teacups and silverware, it would arouse their suspicion. But the chance to enter the exorcist's secondary fortress allowed him to get a hold of the wine cups the Baron and Tony used. He could now compare their fingerprints to the ones on the test tubes. However, the results of the comparison made Qin Lun faintly frown. The fingerprints on the wine cups used by Baron Albert and Tony were different from the ones on the test tubes in the medical box. In other words, it wasn't the old Baron or Tony that entered his room. The person that wanted to check his medical box remained a mystery, but there wasn't much disappointment on Qin Lun's face. Back when he first entered Albert's castle, he had merely wanted to use this small trap to make a breakthrough. Now that he had become an exorcist and obtained a better trail, the identity of that person was already insignificant. Whether or not he made a breakthrough here didn't matter. Qin Lun stood up and went out to hand the 2 cups to a female servant. He returned back to his room to think about the information the death notice had given. The mystery behind Stephen Albert's death involved the region's history. There was nothing strange about that point. The things that the Albert family, the actual rulers of the region, did everything to hide would naturally not be so simple. As for activating Shattered Starry Skies World Storyline Mode, turning a newcomer mission that was originally made to test preparatory apostles into a satellite-level world storyline. It should probably be considered as Qin Lun's harvest for diligently investigating the Albert family secret. Compared to his harvest, Qin Lun was more interested in the permission to plunder the world's origin, mentioned in line 100 and 700 of the Shattered Laws, as well as the world exploration degree function. These two lines of Shattered Laws allowed Qin Lun to faintly guess why Shattered Starry Sky needed to send apostles to all these different worlds and go on these so-called otherworld missions. Even now, he still remembered the matter that the Goblin Elder had mentioned when they stayed at the scavengers' camp. At that time, the Goblin Elder had mentioned how there were all sorts of civilizations in Shattered Starry Sky. Machine civilizations, magical civilizations, scientific civilizations, Eastern fairy tale-based civilizations, and so on. When one looked at it, it was as if Shattered Starry Sky was an experiment done by some creator. And the Goblin Elder had compared the place to a landfill of the creation god's abandoned things. Since it was a landfill with numerous intelligent civilizations, the little independent, universe-like Shattered Starry Sky naturally did not have the laws of universes from other spaces and time. To put it in another way, Shattered Starry Sky did not have the law resources of a normal universe for sustaining life. Its fictional or non-fictional creator only considered it a landfill. Then Shattered Starry Sky, forced under the pressure of possible destruction, had no choice but to survive by plundering the law resources of other worlds. Then, what kind of resources does a space-time world need to survive? It was extremely possible that it was the world origin that was mentioned in the Shattered Laws, which means pushing a world to develop all sorts of historical storylines. Shattered Starry Sky sent large numbers of apostles to other worlds and assigned them all sorts of different rank missions. They would explore and excavate the historical storyline of the world they were sent to through means such as speeding up events, postponing events, or simply changing the development of history. It could then plunder the origin that belonged to the world. The higher the rank of the otherworld mission the apostle completes is, and the higher their degree of world exploration, the more Shattered Starry Sky could plunder from the world's origin. And naturally, the reward for the apostle's mission would become more generous. Although these were only Qin Lun's guesses, it was enough to convince him. After pondering over his conjecture, Qin Lun quickly shifted his attention to the other point that really interested him. And that had to do with the explanation for satellite-level world storylines. A satellite-level world storyline directly involves the entire history of the Idea region. Then the planet-level and star-level world storylines that the Death Notice mentioned. Would they involve the entire Maze Dukedom, perhaps even the entire continent or the entire world's future history? The mystery behind Stephen Albert's death would not have such a result. The Albert family itself does not possess that much influence. Then, of the events he had experienced and touched upon, there were only two events that could develop into something that would affect the whole country and perhaps even the entire continent. One was the gargoyle event, and the other was that strange plague. The gargoyle event connected to the witches. Although Qin Lun had not experienced the witches' black magic before, based on the gargoyle's fighting ability, if there were thousands of gargoyles in the Great Maze Forest, then they would have the ability to influence the whole country. As for the plague that could spread through the air, once it left the vast and sparsely populated mountain area of the Idea region and entered a major developing city, where the population concentration was dense, it would merely be a matter of time before the plague would spread worldwide. Although there was an exorcist organization in this world and civilization had slowly begun the development of modernizing science and technology, therefore having many ways to suppress the plague from spreading, it could not be denied that the gravest consequence of the plague spreading would be a profound influence on the historical development of the entire world. Bearing a multitude of wild thoughts for this world's future history, Qin Lun slowly entered the land of dreams. At that moment, a white figure floated outside Qin Lun's window, the one facing the overhanging cliff. The figure looked at the sleeping youth and slowly shook its head in disappointment, disappearing into the darkness. Qin Lun would never know that the exorcist oath he had signed with Wellington Stein's name would make him lose an opportunity. The opportunity to thoroughly understand the mystery behind Stephen Albert's death and unravel the biggest secret of the Albert family. Ever since Qin Lun entered the Albert castle, This white figure had always observed and tested him, the young doctor of the Adia region, the only one that could cure the plague virus. It observed until the night when Qin Lun and Frank had killed the gargoyle, deciding to take the chance to truly come in contact with the youth, so that it could entrust the young doctor that could cure the plague with the great secret that continued to worry him. However, ever since Qin Lun signed the exorcist oath, it believed that the doctor's position was already connected together with the Albert family. They could no longer trust each other, so it would naturally no longer meet Qin Lun again. The body of the lying Qin Lun emitted a divine light that could not be seen with the naked eye. This was the longevity, gained through the believer's faith combined with the protective power of the exorcists. That exorcist oath that Qin Lun randomly signed was not a joke. Within it was the life attribute faith the believers had permanently bestowed. At the same time, it also contained much of the Albert family exorcists' inheritance of thousands of years. This was the fundamental power that exorcists needed to be able to contend with witches and their magic organisms. It was also the biggest difference between exorcists and normal humans. Qin Lun slept very peacefully that night, even making faint snoring sounds. This was the first time he did not need to feel worried that he would be attacked for no reason ever since he entered the Albert Castle. The next morning, Tony made a private invite to him after breakfast. "Is something the matter, Sire Tony?" Qin Lun asked as he followed Tony to the other secondary fortress. Different from the other secondary fortress, there was no informational books about exorcists in this one. It was more spacious, like an arena. There were many weapons and crossbows set up around the place, along with a couple of flintlock pistols of the time period. "Dr. Stein, we will enter Great Maze Forest in a few days when the local exorcists arrive." Tony took down 2 knight's swords from the wall and tossed one to Qin Lun, saying with a smile, "Although we don't wish for a doctor to fight, if you have the ability to defend yourself, it would help us a lot." Clang. The intense sound of metal colliding echoed. Tony nimbly jumped to the side and hooked his right foot, causing Qin Lun to immediately stagger and fall to the ground. Tony shook his head in disappointment. Although firearms had already been developed, there were still bows and crossbows. Fencing was still the first choice of exorcists during battle. Qin Lun simply didn't know fencing and had nothing. Tony, who had received the fencing training of exorcists since young, could be called a fencing master. He could tell with one look the doctor's experience was. Although Qin Lun's body was rather nimble and his power wasn't bad, his martial skills really were nothing worth showing. He merely tested him with fencing and didn't even need to look at the doctor use a weapon to conclude that Qin Lun did not learn any martial arts. He was just a normal human with a better body foundation. After the quick test, Tony no longer continued to clash swords with Qin Lun. Instead, he started to seriously instruct the doctor in some dodging motions for defending himself. Trying to make you learn some kind of high-level skill in just these few days is much too hard. Tony smiled and said to Qin Lun, "However, I will teach you some dodging techniques. Most of the witch's black magic are range attacks, and the magic organisms they use most often are gargoyles. Grasping and becoming familiar with the dodging techniques I teach you can, at least, increase a bit of your ability to defend yourself." Of course, there was something else Tony didn't say. If Qin Lun had some ability to defend himself, then he wouldn't drag them down. Thinking up to there, the blonde youth harbored a lot of complaints. Having a doctor become a member of the investigation team was not his idea. Once an intense battle happens, Qin Lun, this normal person, would definitely drag them down. He still had to ensure that the doctor lived. After all, in the entire Adia region, it was only Qin Lun who could cure that damn plague. Although he was covered in dust, Qin Lun still wore a bright smile as he practiced the techniques Tony taught him in high spirits. The battle techniques of the exorcists were a new and completely different experience than when he was taught by the professor from Ivy Light Academy. In the half-month at Ivy Light Academy, the fairies mainly taught the preparatory apostles some gentle body movements and shooting techniques. They had not started their formal martial skills. This was also very normal. Most of the preparatory apostles were normal people. Compared to the greatly time-consuming martial skills, learning some gentle body movements that could increase the body's nimbleness and some shooting techniques would help raise their ability to survive more. For the next few days, Qin Lun, pretty much, was always with Tony until the afternoon of the 5th day. "Dr. Stein, let's go." They'll take you to meet Adia region's other exorcists. Tony, who appeared outside of Qin Lun's door, waved and indicated for the doctor to follow him. Oh, they all gathered so quickly? Qin Lun wore a smile on the outside while he endlessly cursed on the inside. He had stayed in this world for 20 days now. Even though the otherworld mission changed, because the content of the mission didn't change much, nor was the difficulty promoted, the days he was allowed to stay in this world was still the original 30. If he calculated it, then the satellite-level world storyline's mystery only had 10 more days left. The 5 days he waited for the other exorcists before he could enter the maze forest was pretty much a waste of time. They have always lived in the Adia region and were supposed to be able to make it here in 1 to 2 days. It's just that all of these exorcists' descendants have family. So before the mission starts, they have to arrange the living situation for their families. Because if they die in the Great Maze Forest, their family will lose their support. Tony softly explained. Lose their support? Qin Lun slightly raised his eyebrow. The Exorcist Organization and Albert Castle don't offer any final support to the family of the dead or a backup plan. Dr. Stein, it looks like you still haven't understood what my father said that day. The Exorcist Organization also has a headquarters and organization system, but overall, it is merely a relaxed group that helps each other. Tony Sirius stated, the struggle between exorcists and evil organisms is not for money. The exorcist is not forced. You can choose to go or not go. So you're saying that it's fine if the Adia region's exorcists don't respond to Albert Castle's call? Qin Lun asked in astonishment. Yes, those exorcists can push away the mission sent out by Albert Castle if they so choose. Of course, under normal situations, they don't. First, because it is the duty of an exorcist. Second, as Adia region's organization representative, Albert Castle is entitled to evaluate and investigate all exorcists that belong to this region. A faint smile made its way to Tony's face. Evaluate and investigate? Yes. If an exorcist has not participated in a mission released by the organization for several years and also doesn't fulfill their duty, their evaluation in the organization will become lower and lower until they are finally expelled. Tony was afraid Qin Lun didn't understand too well and added another bit. To be expelled means the organization uses magic power to erase the exorcist's name from the oath. So you can still do that. Qin Lun was a bit speechless. Will the exorcist die after having their name striked off? That won't happen, but they will become a normal person and still have the duty to keep things a secret. Even if they are no longer an exorcist, they cannot make careless remarks. Tony quietly said, otherwise, the exorcist organization will place them into custody through the government. If it's grave enough, they can imprison them for life. Qin Lun nodded, expressing his understanding. The descendants of exorcists can fear death and not undertake their original duty. But if they randomly blabbed about it and caused trouble in the normal world, then that cannot be excused at all. The occupation of an exorcist requires one to have fearless courage and the spirit to sacrifice oneself without hesitation. Due to there being too many restricting conditions, most exorcists are members of an exorcist family. But there are a few courageous, ordinary people that join and become a member of the hero group that protects the world after they find out the truth. Tony sighed somewhat ruefully. In my opinion, you are this type of hero, originating from the ordinary people. You are overpraising me. Qin Lun modestly replied. Of course, as long as they're an exorcist, most do not lack money. Tony smiled and said, the exorcist organization does not offer monetary rewards to its members, but by relying on the organization's numerous contacts, exorcists do not lack working opportunities. Oh, what kind of work opportunities? Qin Lun curiously asked. For example, a skilled doctor like you can be recommended to a rich person, a lord, or even the royal family of a country. These people all like to offer a high price to hire a doctor from the exorcists, regardless if it's a big or small illness. Speaking up to there, Tony couldn't help but grin widely. They don't know that some of the exorcist doctors are not even better than normal doctors. Then what about exorcists that don't have a special talent? Qin Lun nodded and continued to ask. Even if an exorcist doesn't have a field they specialize in, through the introduction of the organization, they can still find a high-salary job. Tony shrugged and gave examples. For example, policeman, bodyguard, soldier, bounty hunter, and so on. These are all occupations that use martial power. Dr. Stein, you need to understand, Exorcists that don't have other special talents are at least passable in fighting at least. That are you sure there aren't exceptions? Someone like me who became an exorcist without any sort of training, I seem to not have much fighting prowess. Qin Lun's eyes flashed, and he asked with a smile. Hee, of course you are not an exception. The protection power on the exorcist oath will slowly start to influence the human body. You will naturally experience this for yourself later. Furthermore, even if your body doesn't get better, you still have your superior medical skills that can help other exorcists. If it weren't for that, we would not allow you to become a member of the exorcist organization. Tony's head didn't turn back as he spoke and walked. Bodily changes? Qin Lun faintly shook his head. He had the death notice. No matter how slight the change made to his body, he would still be able to find out about it. He had not felt protection power doing any changes to his magic body. In fact, the protection power from the exorcist oath had already acted on his body, but he did not know. It was only natural since the power could not directly act on the interior of his magic body. Rather, it acted like a membrane that stuck to the surface of Qin Lun's body. There were many types of ways the protection power would manifest itself. Some raised the exorcist's power, some raised their agility, and some would increase their magic. Since Qin Lun's magic body would not allow the entrance of the protection power, it could only helplessly manifest the most basic type anti-evil protection of the life attribute. In other words, the protection power of the exorcist oath turned into Qin Lun's magic resistance. Naturally, this magic resistance would only work in this world. Once Qin Lun left, the protection power would disappear. While they spoke, Tony led Qin Lun to a hall of another deputy fortress. Besides the two that had books and an arena, the third fortress that Qin Lun saw was used specifically to admit special guests, as per Tony's explanation. Thinking of how the three deputy fortress he had seen so far all had their functions, Qin Lun was rather interested in what the last one was for. However, he did not raise this question to Tony. What was most important right now was to participate in the Great Maze Forest investigation mission. He can put everything else on hold in order to not make the issue more complicated. Qin Lun faintly had an intuition. As long as he entered Great Maze Forest where the witches resided, he would have some kind of harvest. Entering the hall, Qin Lun noticed that Baron Albert was already there. Besides him, there were around 20 other exorcists sitting there. These exorcists were male for the most part, and their ages varied. The youngest of them appeared to have just hit adulthood and probably hadn't even hit 20. The oldest should be Baron Albert's age. There were only 4 exorcists or 5 that were women. Qin Lun's face twitched a bit. In the corner of the hall was a fierce-looking exorcist whose build was twice as thick as his. If it weren't for the 2 huge meatballs hanging on her chest, the doctor would definitely think she was a man. The large woman hero was currently passing a large basin of mutton and gorging herself. Leaning on the wall behind her was a huge cavalry sword used for beheading, or should it be called a doghead lever? Anyway, that bloodstained giant thing usually wasn't used to chop people. Chopping bulls was more suited for it. Qin Lun only gave her 2 glances before quickly turning away his gaze. He had a feeling that that female lion had already noticed his gaze. If he continued to look, if the other felt unhappy, then it would be trouble. If the other obtained a favorable impression, that would be even more trouble. This was not Catherine, and he was not interested in experiencing another type of fresh experience. After sizing up all the other exorcists, Qin Lun discovered that there were many familiar faces among them. He likely had seen them in Adia town. The most familiar-looking one among them was the middle-aged boss from the inn next to Catherine's. He was actually also an exorcist. Qin Lun was a bit surprised. The senses of the middle-aged man were very keen. When he felt Qin Lun looking at him, he immediately smiled and headed his way. "Dr. Stein, I am Otto. I heard about your distinguished name in town and didn't expect to see you at Albert Castle. It looks like you have also become an exorcist. Welcome to the organization." The middle-aged and boss friendly extended a hand towards Qin Lun. "Hello, Otto. I am very happy to see someone familiar." Qin Lun's eyes brightened, and he reached out to grip Otto's large hand. "How many exorcists here live in Adia town?" "It's probably over 1/3. In fact, it was because of the present exorcists doing a large amount of work that the information of the plague didn't spread out from the Adia region." Otto forced a smile. "But after you appeared, the information of the plague was publicized." "I'm very sorry, I didn't expect that it would cause this kind of response. Qin Lun said in a slightly apologetic manner. It's fine. Even if you didn't appear, the situation caused by the plague would eventually worsen. Our hard work has a limit, and now that it has come to this stage, it would be very hard to continue hiding it. Otto shook his head, his voice heavy as he replied. Has the range of the plague once again spread? Qin Lun was a bit taken aback. These past few days, when you were at the castle, plague victims have appeared publicly in the towns nearby. Based on the current exorcists and the town government statistics, the number of people killed by the plague has already surpassed 300. The number of ill are around 1,000, affecting 8% or higher of the total population. A dignified look appeared in Otto's eyes. If not for that, would we have so many exorcists gathered at Albert Castle this time? Everyone wants to know if this plague is the work of the Maze Witch. All right, since it looks like everyone is here, I won't waste any more time. Baron Albert walked to the center of the hall and clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention to him. I am very happy that everyone is willing to participate in this time's investigation operation. As for the content of the mission, I don't need to explain it any further. You guys all knew about it before you came. What I want to say is that this time's investigation mission is different from our usual ones. I have already notified Adia Region's headquarters about the serious epidemic a few days ago through our magic system. The headquarters specially permitted the personnel for this time's mission. Everyone can obtain 10 mission points. A smile showed itself on Baron Albert's face. 10 mission points? The Baron's words aroused a gasp of surprise from everyone, and they started to discuss spiritedly in the hall. Sire Otto, is 10 mission points a lot? Qin Lun tilted his head towards the middle-aged man and asked. Dr. Stein is new, so it is understandable that you do not know of our exorcist organization's mission point system. 10 mission points is a very generous reward. Otto quietly explained. The average investigation mission is only worth 2 mission points. Exorcists need to transfer 5 mission points every year to the organization in order to keep their exorcist qualifications. 10 mission points is 2 years. In other words, we can complete this investigation mission and not have to participate in any organization operations for 2 years. With Otto's explanation, Qin Lun slowly started to understand the exorcist's mission point system. Besides being used as an examination of an exorcist's working quality, it can also be used to exchange for some precious items from headquarters. The exorcist organization had been founded for over 1,000 years already. In those 1,000 years, many powerful exorcists had left behind all of their martial skills and magic to the organization before they passed away, so that they can be passed down to outstanding younger generations. Apart from this, the exorcist organization had obtained many precious treasures through their own long-term exploration and battles. These martial inheritances and treasures could not be bought by money. Only the mission points gained by the exorcists could be used in exchange for them. Although Otto said 10 points would allow them exemption from another mission for 2 years, in reality, besides some aged elders whose bodies have declined and can't find an heir, no exorcist would be against too many points. After all, even if they sacrificed their life in a mission, these points could be inherited by their descendants. Please remain quiet, everyone. I have not finished. This time's mission is very dangerous. The 10 mission points will be given to you before you all set off. We are not only investigating the activity of the Maze Witches, but also trying to ascertain whether Adia Region's plague was their work. Baron Albert solemnly stated. The exorcists in the hall all quieted down and revealed serious expressions. Qin Lun thought it over and immediately understood what the Baron was implying. If an exorcist is careful, any fighting could be avoided on an ordinary investigation mission. However, if they want to ascertain whether or not the plague is the work of the witches, they would have to fight. This was not a normal investigation mission, but an investigation and battle mission. No wonder the exorcist headquarters would give out 10 mission points. Fighting the Maze Witch in her own territory, the danger was enormous. Perhaps the entire 20-plus exorcists would die in the forest. All right, everything I wanted to say has been said. Everyone, please carefully think about it. Before we set off tomorrow, you still have a chance to withdraw from the mission. Once you choose to become a member of the mission, you cannot withdraw midway. Baron Albert seriously stated. Now, everyone may return to their rooms to rest. Albert Castle is currently preparing a banquet for you all. Everyone can drink their fill. The exorcists in the hall scattered. Qin Lun was just about to go back to his room when he saw Tony head towards him, giving him a look. Qin Lun's mind perked and quietly followed behind the blonde. The two of them arrived at the main fortress Great Hall. Baron Albert was already waiting. A smile immediately lit up on his face when he saw Tony leading Qin Lun over. "Dr. Stein, please take a seat." "Sire Baron, do you have an order for me?" Qin Lun respectfully bowed. "Dr. Stein, we did not expect that the headquarters would ask to change the investigation into a battle mission after we reported." Baron Albert muttered for a bit. "We had originally wished for it to train a newcomer like you. But if it's a battle mission, you don't have to participate. Otherwise, you will be in much danger." "Sire Baron, an exorcist is a dangerous profession in the first place. Although I am just a newcomer, I also have the awareness of sacrificing myself to protect the human world. Besides, with a doctor like me around, perhaps I can save the lives of many exorcists during the mission," Qin Lun said eloquently. See, Father, I was right to think that Dr. Stein would not retreat in fear." Tony happily patted Qin Lun's shoulder. "Don't worry, I will make sure Dr. Stein returns without a scratch. Since that is the case, I won't say any more. An exorcist's will is independent. Any choice that is made is inevitable." Baron Albert sighed and faintly bowed in a salute. "Please accept my respect, Dr. Stein. In addition, I will give this to you. It will certainly have its use in protecting you. Tony will teach you how to use it." Baron Albert took out a delicate golden scroll from his bosom and gave it to Qin Lun. The bright and dazzling golden scroll had mysterious characters carved on it. At both ends were teak handles. It looked like a very precious treasure. "Sire Baron, such a precious object. I can't take it." Qin Lun faintly frowned and did not immediately take the golden scroll. "Take it, Dr. Stein. This summoning scroll is not given to you for free. It's in exchange for your 10 mission points." Tony took the scroll from the Baron and placed it into Qin Lun's hand. "Come with me. I will teach you how to use it." Qin Lun's eyes flashed, but he no longer declined it. In fact, as long as he had a suitable excuse, he will naturally not refuse something that could be used as insurance for his life. After obtaining the golden summoning scroll, Tony unexpectedly started to lead Qin Lun to the last deputy fortress of the four, the only one that Qin Lun hadn't gone to before. Qin Lun's eyes brightened. This was an unexpected harvest. He immediately discovered what was unusual about the deputy fortress after they went in. The corridor was gloomy and dark. There were far less crystal lamps on both sides compared to the other deputy fortresses. There also weren't any windows that led outside. As the two of them walked to the next floor, Qin Lun finally understood what the fortress function was. This one did not have any rooms, only a variety of jail cells and punishment equipment. There were normal wooden railing prisons, iron door prisons, water prisons, and so on. Albert Castle was a war stronghold hundreds of years ago. Each deputy fortress had its own use. This one existed as a prison. Observing the dark and spotted blotches of stains within the prison cells, Qin Lun could imagine how many witches and their magic organisms were once imprisoned here. Tony led Qin Lun to a wooden-railed prison. The moment they entered, Qin Lun could smell a strong fishy stink. He quickly pinpointed the source of the fishy stench. It was the body odor of a huge monster within the prison. There was a large black bear. Compared to normal black bears, this one was at least half a size bigger. Although it was lying on its stomach sleeping, under visual estimate, its body length was at least 300 centimeters, while its bodice width was an entire size bigger than a normal black bear's. According to the books Qin Lun had read before, the weight of this black bear surpassed 1 ton and perhaps even reached 2 tons, based on its figure. It was comparable to the weight of cars from olden days. That Qin Lun pointed at the prison black bear that was locked up with 5 coarse iron chains around its limbs and neck, asking Tony, in confusion. His name is Ben Male. He is currently drugged. He was specially raised by the Albert family since young and went through training as a battle pet. Tony smiled and stated, "Of course, the average person can't command it, so the summoning scroll in your hand has to be used." "That's Sire Tony. You don't mean to?" Qin Lun looked down at the golden scroll in his hand, then pointed at the huge black bear. His eyes widened. Don't underestimate Ben. Although its build is large, it is rather nimble after going through the Albert family's training. With him by your side, it's the same as having an extra meat shield. Your safety will be more guaranteed. Tony laughed and said, "There is no way for us to increase your battle ability in a short time, so we have no choice but to do this to guarantee your safety." "Sire Tony, this summoning scroll isn't just worth 10 mission points, is it?" Qin Lun frowned and suddenly asked. "Oh." Tony was startled for a moment, then went back to smiling. "Since you found out, then I won't hide it from you anymore. The value of this summoning scroll is actually 50 mission points, not including your mission points. Even if we added in the points my father and I currently have, it would only be 30 points, not enough to exchange for it. The other 10 points were an investment the other exorcists paid in support of your medical skills and courage. Then, the 30 mission points you guys used on me, is it for Little Miller?" Qin Lun's thoughts flipped through and quickly understood. Ever since Frank returned to the castle, Qin Lun had continued to use the world tree flower nectar mixed with milk to feed Little Miller. Little Miller's state was slowly improving. Although he had not gained consciousness, he no longer had the appearance of just skin and bones. His eyelids would also move occasionally. It looked like he was going to wake up soon. Little Miller was the third-generation heir of the Albert family. All of its members would naturally be very grateful to Qin Lun if he could recover. If the doctor did not become a member of the Exorcist organization, then they could use money to thank the doctor. However, now that Qin Lun had joined the Exorcist organization, this favor could not just be repaid through money anymore. Otherwise, it would be an insult towards the doctor, so they chose to use the golden summoning scroll. What's more, Qin Lun was currently the only doctor that could cure the plague. Making sure of his safety in this time's mission was also something the Exorcist organization was willing to do. Qin Lun looked at the scroll in his left hand and faintly sighed. From the time he had put on a show in Adia town to his current situation of feeding Little Miller the mixed nutrient fluid, there was only a single drop left of the world tree flower nectar. Although Qin Lun did not care much about his return, he simply wanted to find out the truth about the Albert family. But in the process, the great efforts he had paid had received a return. This golden summoning scroll was the reward for all his hard work till now. Tony glanced at Qin Lun and did not reply. As for this matter, there was no need to lay it out clearly. As long as everyone knew what was going on, it was enough. "Come, let me teach you how to use this scroll." Tony took the scroll from Qin Lun's hand and pressed down on both sides of the teak handles, slowly pulling it open. A 5-star spell array was carved inside. The array's center used the words of this world, depicting a single golden seal character. "Cut open your palm, then press it on top of this." Tony handed a cow horn knife to Qin Lun, his expression grave as he pointed at the center, where the seal character laid. Qin Lun took the knife and drew a line down his palm. Blood immediately started to flow. Tony took the doctor's bloody palm and pressed it down on the scroll. His mouth muttered an ancient incantation. As the incantation became louder and louder, sweat slowly flowed from Tony's forehead. The drugged, large black bear, Ben, also seemed to have felt something in its sleeping state as its large body moved about uneasily, like it was trying to resist a tremendous will from the darkness. However, since Ben has received the Albert family's training all year round, it sensed the familiar will from Tony within the incantation and finally slowly stopped struggling. It had just stopped struggling when its huge body immediately turned into golden light that flashed and shot toward the scroll. Clang! The thick iron chains, losing their prisoner, fell from the air and smashed onto the floor, issuing a crisp sound. Apostle 70053, you have come into contact with a battle summon skill, satisfying line 300 of the Shattered Laws, combat profession skill system activated. The related information can be recorded in the death notice. Notice, Apostle 70053, battle summon skills belongs to the scroll type consumption skill. The summon skill and summoned object are unable to be brought into Shattered Starry Sky. However, Apostle battle skills satisfy line 301 of Shattered Laws. You can use credit to add this skill into the Apostle's battle skill column. The summoned object is classified as a common battle organism. It only needs a single fused Shattered Law crystal. Would Apostle like to accept buying on credit mode? If you accept buying on credit mode, the fused Law crystal must be directly paid to Shattered Starry Sky upon return. Otherwise, 50 points of soul vitality will be deducted. Qin Lun's face was a bit strange as he looked at the notice that had suddenly appeared in his death notice. He had really not expected his first battle skill to be a summoning skill. However, he very quickly made his choice. Although Ben was just a black bear, in his present situation, the summoned object was very useful. He can't not want it. Plus, as long as he added this summoned skill, Ben could be brought into Shattered Starry Sky. His value wasn't little. As for the buying on credit mode, although it requested a fused law crystal, as long as an apostle completes their first Otherworld mission, they would be able to get one, so it wasn't very harsh. He supposed that this was also one of the material benefits Shattered Starry Sky offered to apostles. After all, apostles need time to mature. Shattered Starry Sky offering them credit for their first skill as an investment was also understandable. The only thing Qin Lun wasn't satisfied with was that Ben was just a black bear. Its growth potential wasn't very high. He didn't know if he could pay the same price in the future in exchange for a more powerful summoned object. After completing the summon agreement, the 5-star point spell array slowly faded away from the golden summoning scroll, changing the paper into nothing. The scroll had now completed its historical mission. "Let's go, we're leaving." Tony panted a bit. The process of completing the summoning agreement clearly wasn't easy. In fact, Qin Lun did not know that the golden summoning scroll's rank was very high. It was actually several ranks higher than Ben. If it weren't for it being an urgently needed survival item for the doctor, Tony would remind Qin Lun to not rashly use it. Of course, the stronger the summoned object, the harder it would be to complete the agreement. If it weren't for Ben being a pet that the Albert family had been training for battle for a long time, even Tony wouldn't be able to help Qin Lun unless the Exorcist organization sends out a powerful professional summons master. What's more, with how Qin Lun had not activated the battle skill system yet, even if he took the golden summoning scroll back with him into Shattered Starry Sky, he would not be able to use it. Only the Albert family that owed Qin Lun a huge favor would spend so much effort to have Tony help him complete the summoning agreement. In other words, if he wanted to perfectly use the golden summoning scroll, Qin Lun would first need to find a tamed, high-ranked battle organism, as well as a higher-level summons master. He would also need to have enough strength before being able to thoroughly reveal the potential of the golden summoning scroll. At the present time, this was basically a fantasy. In addition, even if Qin Lun could satisfy those conditions, he would be unable to pay the price for bringing a higher-ranked organisms into Shattered Starry Sky. And though the magic fluctuations from completing the summoning agreement seemed to have been a bit strong, as a loud roar sounded from the top floor of the deputy fortress. "Let's go, the banquet is about to start." Hearing the roar from the top floor, Tony's face slightly changed, quickly calling for Qin Lun to leave. After he walked out of the fortress, Qin Lun looked at the prison. His expression shifted. He suddenly became aware of a very important question. However, it was clear that now wasn't the time to think about it. The doctor sped up his footsteps to return to his room. He concentrated his attention and opened the death notice. He wanted to see the summoning skill and the so-called combat profession system he obtained. Besides the character profile, items, storage space, and exchange categories, the death notice now included another section for combat professions. There was only one skill listed in the section. Qin Lun concentrated his consciousness on the skill. An explanation of the summoning skill was quickly given. Mei's summoning technique. The summoning technique has its own independent space where the object for summoning resides. A small amount of energy is consumed from the apostle in order to maintain the space's existence. Summoning something will require a large, one-time consumption of energy. The amount consumed depends on the life and rank of the object that is summoned. Mei's summoning technique is an intermediate-level, servant-type summoning skill. It includes the summoning contract. Currently, there is only one available slot. The skill allows the user to contract with organisms that are rank 4 or below. It is only limited to organisms that possess a complete soul. Servant-type summoning skills are one of the 3 main types of summoning techniques. The other 2 are equal status and offering-type summoning techniques. Among the 3, offering-type summoning techniques are the easiest to form a contract with. Signing a contract using a servant-type summoning technique is the hardest. As long as the summoned objects will remain firm, it is almost impossible to sign a contract with the summoner. Currently available for summoning, Black Bear, Ben can be abandoned. Rank 3, Large, Land-type beast. After turning into a summonable object, it can ignore environmental restrictions. In unsuitable environments, the summoner needs to consume more energy in order to maintain the summoning. The amount of time it can be summoned is restricted by the amount of energy the summoner has. It will return to the summoning space after death. Qin Lun did not know that he had actually picked up a really great thing without paying the enormous price for it. The Golden Summoning Scroll's rank was very high and could hold up to rank 4 summons that were almost middle rank. A large, ferocious beast like Ben had already reached the summit of ordinary organisms and could even compete against some organisms with special abilities. Those with special abilities have surpassed the ordinary organism category. Among them, the lowest rank would be 4. Qin Lun did not stay long in his room before a servant came and notified him to participate in the banquet. Because many exorcists had gathered this time, the banquet's location had not been arranged in the dining hall. Instead, it was held in the main fortress. The banquet was buffet style. Large dining tables, covered by white sheets, were placed within the hall. Small salons were located in the corners, while the center of the hall served as a ballroom. The banquet had already begun when Qin Lun arrived. The castle's servants traveled between each guest, offering food and drinks. Qin Lun took a cup of wine from one of the passing servants and went alone to a corner by the windows. "Dr. Stein, you've arrived. Why not sit over here?" Otto's voice carried over from one of the small salons. "Thank you." Qin Lun's eyes turned in his direction, and he went to sit by him. It would be a rather apt choice for him to try to obtain some hidden information from these exorcists before they entered May's forest. There were only 2 other exorcists at the salon besides Qin Lun. One was Otto, while the other was the giant female exorcist he had seen during the day. Qin Lun's line of sight was blocked, so he hadn't seen the giant sitting behind a cloth curtain. Otherwise, he would not have sit there at all. The killer's intuition was very keen. He always felt that this female exorcist was paying attention to him. He really didn't want to attract a huge problem. "So you are Dr. Stein." Out of his expectation, the female exorcist's gaze remained on him since the moment he sat down. Her voice was low and somewhat muffled. However, it still possessed a rather respectful tone. "This is the flower overlord, Nova." Otto smiled and introduced her to Qin Lun. The exorcists all had their own nicknames. For instance, Otto's was bartender. During the exchange this afternoon, Qin Lun found out why Otto could defeat Catherine in the inn industry. He not only relied on his abundant funds, his cocktail specialty also played a part. Abundant funds allowed him to hire prettier and younger waitresses, while his ability to provide excellently made alcoholic drinks allowed him to obtain victory over Catherine. There was nothing surprising about it at all. If it weren't for Otto abiding by the exorcist principle of not influencing the normal human world, and therefore not using some other methods to take down Catherine's inn, the middle-aged Bowtaisin would have gone down long ago. How would it still be able to stand until today? "Hello, Lady Nova." Qin Lun smiled towards the flower overlord and nodded. There wasn't anything off about his face, though his neck was somewhat stiff. "Dr. Stein, this item is for you." Nova keenly sensed Qin Lun's rejection and momentarily fell silent. She then picked up a cowhide-wrapped item from the ground and placed it on the table, pushing it to the doctor. This thank you." Qin Lun was clearly blindsided by the move and was about to decline out of habit when he felt a kick from below. From the corner of his eye, he saw Otto hinting at him, so he changed his words into ones of gratitude. Nova happily smiled when she saw Qin Lun take her gift. All her fierce features smoothed out a bit into something gentler. She seemed to feel that there wasn't enough food on the table, so the flower overlord got up and went to the nearby dining table to get some food. "Lady Nova wasn't giving you a gift out of thin air, Dr. Stein." Otto turned to glance at the back figure of the flower overlord and explained to the confused doctor. "Do you still remember Morrison?" "Morrison? Of course I remember him." This name triggered a reaction in Qin Lun. Morrison was the plague patient that had cooperated with him in Adia Town. Morrison is Lady Nova's nephew. She is using this item to thank you for saving her nephew. Otto smiled widely. Lady Nova was not in town when Morrison fell ill. By the time she returned, you had already gone to the castle. And now that you have even become one of us exorcists, she naturally wanted to repay you. Qin Lun blushed a bit out of embarrassment. No wonder that flower overlord was paying attention to him all afternoon. It was him that had put too much thought into it. Morrison is Lady Nova's nephew? Then how old is Lady Nova this year? Qin Lun suddenly thought of the question and couldn't help but ask with a somewhat strange face. Lady Nova should be in her 50s. I don't know the exact age, but why are you asking? Otto looked at Qin Lun in a flabbergasted manner. Oh, 50s. Then Sire Otto, what about you? Qin Lun almost choked on his drink. I am a bit older than Nova, 58 this year. Otto shrugged and replied without a care. Oh, Qin Lun was a bit speechless. Otto did not look like an old man over 50. As for Nova, although her build was monstrous, if Otto didn't say it, he would have thought the flower overlord wasn't even 30. Although exorcists don't have immortality, most of us have lifespans that are longer than normal people's. As long as we don't receive a serious injury during battle, us exorcists can easily live over 150 years old. Otto seemed to have noticed Qin Lun's thoughts and explained while patting his shoulders. Nova and I are considered at the prime of our lives. Then what about Baron Albert and Tony? Qin Lun was suddenly aware of this very important question as his pupils contracted, immediately asking Otto. Their age is about the same as their appearance. Members of the Albert family are different from the average exorcist. This I can't talk more about it. You'll understand in the future. Otto faintly frowned as he explained a bit, then shifted the subject. Come on, let's take a look at what Lady Nova gave you. Otto happily opened the cowhide bag Nova placed on the table and took out an exquisite firearm from within. Yo, Flower Overlord actually gave her bloody revolver to you. Otto looked at the short flintlock pistol in his hands and clicked his tongue in admiration. Qin Lun took the firearm and curiously checked it. The flintlock gun was a bit like an enlarged revolver with a thick barrel. The middle was a rotating magazine with 4 shots. There are silver marbles in the bullets that are very effective against witches and their magic organisms. Its attack power is also high, very suitable for a new exorcist like you. Otto went through the cowhide bag and took out a 4-finger-sized yellow bullet, placing it in front of Qin Lun. I think I should express my gratitude to Lady Nova when she comes back, Qin Lun said as he looked at the bloody revolver. Although its value could not be compared to the Wind Spirit crossbow in his storage space, and it couldn't be brought into Shattered Starry Sky, it was more useful than the crossbows in this world. It also appeared to be rather powerful. Oh, that's right. Qin Lun placed down the bloody revolver and pretended to ask without care. Sire Otto, the exorcists of the Adia region frequently fight the witches of May's forest, and many lives are sacrificed. It looks like even the Albert family's present heir also lost his life. Are you talking about young Stephen? Otto's face turned dark, and he softly sighed. The members of Albert family are all too eager. Stephen, such a remarkable young man, shouldn't have died in solo training. Stephen was doing a solo mission? Qin Lun narrowed his eyes a bit. A trace of a cold smile flitted through his face. Yeah, when Baron Albert reported Stephen's death to the Exorcist organization, everyone was stunned. Otto shook his head and did not continue speaking about the subject. This meant that even within the Albert family, perhaps not all the members knew the truth behind Stephen's death. Perhaps only Baron Albert knew. Qin Lun slowly rubbed his forehead. He felt more and more that the cause of Stephen's death was a huge secret. At that moment, the doctor realized that he may have made the wrong choice. Perhaps he shouldn't have agreed to Baron Albert's invitation and became a member of the Exorcist organization. Qin Lun thought back to the white figure he had seen at the cemetery. If not all members of the Albert family knew the truth behind Stephen's death, then that meant his initial conjecture was wrong. That white figure was very likely not on the same side as Baron Albert. Based on the situation in the cemetery, where they met the gargoyle, the white figure seemed to be warning him of the gargoyle's surprise attack. In other words, it was not sounding him out for the Albert family, but rather for another purpose. Qin Lun sighed in his heart. He had suddenly come to an understanding. Tony, Laura, and so on might not know the true cause of Stephen's death. They probably believed the cause was a witch. Baron Albert didn't only hide some truths from outsiders, but his own people as well. The white figure, who was possibly Stephen's wife, Mary Albert, was likely observing him in order to expose the hidden truth. If Qin Lun had postponed his decision to join the Exorcist organization by a few more days, that white figure might have approached him for a talk. If that were the case, he would have already found out whether Stephen was actually dead or not and where the missing corpse was. His otherworld mission would have been done by now. However, if that happened, Qin Lun wouldn't have made it in time to participate in the Maze Forest investigation. Even if he joined the Exorcist organization at a later date and got connected with headquarters through Baron Albert, he would not have been invited to the mission. Between the possible results of his decisions, it was hard to say which one would be good or bad. It was just that, according to the current development, if Qin Lun failed to obtain another trial in May's forest, then the killer's first Otherworld mission would likely be a failure. Dr. Stein, what are you thinking about? While Qin Lun was pondering over all his choices, Flower Overlord Nova had already returned to her seat. Oh, nothing. Thank you for your gun, Lady Nova. Now that he was clear about the reason behind Nova's special attention towards him, Qin Lun finally regained his normal attitude. It is merely a trivial matter. Nova waved her hand in good cheer, then started to deal with the small mountain of food in front of her. Hey, Dr. Stein, did you think Lady Nova was cough? Otto had only spoken halfway before he saw Qin Lun's expressionless face glare at him. He almost choked before coughing awkwardly. Don't worry, the Flower Overlord has no interest in someone with the figure of a bean sprout. Only Catherine would like an elegant young man like you. Catherine. Qin Lun paused a bit and thought about the lady boss he hadn't seen for a while. Achoo. Sitting at the bar counter, the middle-aged Bowtie's nose itched, and she sneezed several times in a row. Catherine, Dr. Stein still hasn't returned yet? A rather plain-looking young woman leaned closer to her over the counter and whispered, He still hasn't. Catherine looked at the small married woman near her and lazily leaned on the high chair, absent-mindedly touching the counter. Don't worry, when he's back, I will certainly have him help your man first. Really? Thank you, big sis Catherine. The small married woman's face turned red as she happily bowed to Catherine. Catherine was not in the mood to comfort her again. Her sight gazed blankly at the crowd of customers in the inn. Ever since the residents of the town learned that Qin Lun could cure the plague, her business became better and better each day. Even if the doctor left town and went to Albert Castle, it did not dispel the town's passion towards Catherine's inn. Everyone in Adia town knew that the lady boss had an affair with the young Dr. Stein. Becoming closer with the lady boss and affirming some connections would help when needed, even if they didn't have anyone at home that was ill. This was the first time in years since Catherine's inn had surpassed the other inn in business. If it were before, Catherine would be extremely happy. But now, as she watched the more and more mournful condition of the town, the lady boss couldn't cheer her mood up at all. The middle-aged beauty sitting behind the counter could often see the inn's customers sneakily size her up. If it were before, no matter if the person who looked at her was male or female, old or young, the flirty lady boss would stick out her check and, regardless of what was going on, throw them some charming eyes and daze them first. However, she didn't even have the mood for that anymore. Catherine knew that these people were not really looking at her, but hoping to glean some information from her about Qin Lun. You devil, you have been gone for so long. Why aren't you back yet? Didn't you say that you would still come find Catherine? If this boss dies from the plague, would you even be a bit sad, or would you forget this boss and find another younger girl? The inn's lady boss was full of complaints for Qin Lun as she worried. Although she acted like a hostess and gave out all sorts of promises to treat their illnesses in place of the doctor, Catherine knew that her actions were more like the self-deceiving ways of a girl that had fallen in love for the first time. Perhaps he simply wasn't going to return to this inn. Catherine's peach blossom eyes turned a bit misty as she unconsciously stopped the movement of her hands and weakly leaned against the chair. Young master, are you fine on horseback? Frank drove the horse carriage while turning his head to ask. The hunchbacked servant's injuries had almost all healed into a scar. Even the shoulder that was run through was almost thoroughly healed without breaking open. The world tree flower nectar truly contained the essence of life and had powerful healing properties. Qin Lun nodded and carefully clamped his legs as he sat upright on horseback. The banquet ended very early last night. The exorcists all had very high self-control. No one drank themselves dead drunk because of the mission happening the next day. The exorcist investigation group set off early in the morning. What was rather unexpected for Qin Lun was that Baron Albert did not participate in this time's operation. From the Albert family, only Tony participated and was the nominal leader within the group. In fact, the entire exorcist group was divided into 5 to 6 small teams. It felt like they were just scattering sand. Qin Lun had asked Otto about whether or not it was better to pick out a leader from among the group. Otto did not laugh at his question. Rather, he answered the doctor seriously. The reasoning behind the group's current state had something to do with the way exorcists fight. They had high battle capability, and their basic body compositions were more developed than that of normal human beings. Their defensive abilities were high, but if gathered together, they would not be able to go all out. From past experience, forcefully making the exorcists act together as an army would not produce a 1 + 1 = greater than 2 effect, but rather, a 1 + 1 = less than 1. Even casualties would arise. The exorcist battle teams usually would not surpass 5 people. Once they were used to each other, very few would welcome a stranger as a member. If there was a large-scale mission, there would only be an increase in teams, not an increase in a team's manpower. This not only applied to exorcists, but also to witches. In other words, in the human world, where an elite army with an orderly formation could defeat a disorderly mob, the opposite would be true for exorcists. Apart from the loose command and possibility of teams not unifying during battle, Otto also gave another reasonable explanation. Exorcist missions would usually not include complicated battle missions like the army's. The contents of the majority of their missions would be very simple. Using this mission as an example, there was only one objective: catch a live witch and pry open her mouth. As for who does what, it was very simple. Just let whichever exorcist that is more specialized in the matter do it. The others could just leave their hands off. Because exorcists all had a very strong will to fight, as long as they accepted the mission, they had basically made preparations to die in battle. No one would use their own life as a joke, and even less were interested in stealing the position of leader. In the exorcist's eyes, the so-called leader was cannon fodder at the very front. If they really had a conflict of views, the minority would just obey the majority. If they absolutely refused to budge on their own views, they could leave the group and solo the mission. There was no such thing as running away before battle. Qin Lun rubbed the muscles on his thigh. Initially, when he had just started to ride the horse, he was in high spirits, feeling that it was very interesting. Now that a few hours had passed, he felt pain in his waist and back. He couldn't wait to get off and rest. The exorcist group had now passed the Crest River and were entering the perimeter of Great Maze Forest. The exorcist with the best vision and experience walked at the very front, acting as the sentinel of the group. Within the forest, horseback was the only feasible way to travel. The remaining carriages mainly acted as tents and storage spaces. Due to the lack of manpower, his hunchbacked servant was also taken as a carriage driver. Qin Lun turned around, curiously checking out the huge cart in the middle of their group. Different from the supply carriage next to him, the cart was covered by a giant black tarpaulin. The rattling of iron chains and metals would sound from time to time, as if it were an iron cage. Occasionally, some strange sounds would originate from the suspected iron cage. However, when Qin Lun asked Tony about it, the blonde youth had only smiled mysteriously, not telling him what was inside. This made Qin Lun's curiosity grow quickly. He made plans to find an opportunity to peek under the tarpaulin. The area of Maze Forest was vast, stretching 1,000,000 square kilometers and touching the borders of 6 grand duchies. The Maze Duchy, where Adia town resided, was one of them. The trees on the outer perimeter of the forest were not dense. Sunshine and moonlight were both capable of getting through. However, after going deeper into the forest, the treetops would block the very sky, causing the interior to be dusky. Day and night were simply no different from each other. The exorcist group did not dare to enter too deeply into the Great Maze Forest. They were merely winding around the forest exterior, hoping they could find a witch's lair. The sky slowly turned dark, and Great Maze Forest did not have any large-type animals. The areas that the exorcist group passed through were all especially quiet. Lord Otto, should we camp here? Tony looked at the color of the sky and rode his horse over to Otto. HN, this place is good enough. I will go tell Nova and the others. Otto quickly rode over and returned, relaying to them. Nova and the others said they understand. We will camp here. Otto, are they not staying behind? Qin Lun pointed his finger at the exorcists in front and asked in confusion. Hee, Dr. Stein, have you not noticed that there are 4 people missing here? Otto asked, then laughed and explained. Those 4 are the rear guards, in charge of helping us clean up our tracks. And those of us here are the middle guard, while the small 3-people team in front is the vanguard. They still need to go a little farther before setting camp. After hearing Otto's explanation, Qin Lun suddenly noticed that the entire group was like an arrow. The three ahead, acting as the vanguard, formed the arrowhead, while behind were two small teams that formed the arrow's body. Furthermore, each team was rather far from each other, a distance of about 1 kilometer. Qin Lun now has a better grasp of the exorcist formation. Over 20 individuals could actually control 3 kilometers, each one monitoring a kilometer of area. Excluding their combat ability, even if they were only capable of maintaining the formation without scattering, it would still be an amazing thing. There were 5 people in the position of middle guard. Qin Lun and his attendant Frank, who everyone viewed as logistic personnel, Tony and Otto, the 2 official exorcists, and lastly, Will, a young exorcist who was barely 18. Like Qin Lun, this was Will's first time participating in an exorcist mission. Qin Lun came voluntarily, while Will had no choice but to come. His father was also an exorcist but died 5 years ago on a bounty mission. Fortunately, Will's father had left behind some wealth for his orphaned children and widowed wife, so they had enough to live. However, Will always wanted to inherit his father's exorcist profession. 5 years ago, he was still too young and could only use the points his father earned to temporarily not go on missions every year. All the points were finally used up this year. If he did not go on a mission, then he would be deprived of his exorcist qualifications. Once they were lost, Will did not have confidence in regaining them with his own abilities. Plus, he had already reached adulthood this year, so he was determined to do this mission. The only thing he didn't foresee was that his first mission would be a large-scale battle mission. Will, is this enough firewood? Qin Lun held a pile of dried branches as he stood by the fire, a bright smile on his face. It's enough. Thank you, Dr. Stein. The plainly dressed young man took the dried branches piled by the side and busied himself with making hot water for everyone. After the small team found an open spot in the forest, the 5 of them started to build their tents and make a fire. While everyone was doing things, Qin Lun suddenly discovered that he seemed to not be able to do anything. He was even more useless than his servant Frank. After messing up several people's work, he was finally shooed away to Will's spot by an angry Otto. With the fire started, the great maze forest was starting to become enveloped with the curtains of night. Without Qin Lun making a hindrance of himself, the others quickly finished putting up the tents. They took out drinks and food from the carriage, then sat around the fire while started. Tony took out a bundle from his person and threw some withered grass from the bundle into the fire. After these things started burning, a faint sweet smell started to form. What is that? Qin Lun, who was observing and learning from the side, finally couldn't help but ask. This is incense grass, so that we won't be bothered by mosquitoes. Otto sighed. Dr. Stein, your experience with surviving in the wilderness is too low. That part of you needs to be strengthened. The witches have lairs scattered in environments with extremely vile conditions. Exorcists need to learn how to survive in every kind of situation. Understood. I hope everyone gives me a lot of pointers in the future. Qin Lun did not mind and smiled. Perhaps it was the influence of the surrounding environment, but everyone did not have much cheer for conversations and silently ate their meal. Only Will would often raise his head and nervously look into the dark forest, where faint beast howls could be heard. Just when everyone was feeling a bit sleepy and Tony was about to set the schedule for night watch, a flash of lightning came from deep within the forest. It sounded like the thunder of a rainy day as it passed. It seems to be coming from the direction of Nova's group. Otto quickly got up and muttered as he watched where the light was coming from. Yes, it should be electric-type magic. Tony's face was dark. Today is our first day, and our position is still at the edge, yet they actually ran into magic organisms. While the two spoke, red light lit up the sky far in the distance. The light lasted longer this time, about 10 seconds before slowly darkening again. Sire Tony, should we go over and save them? Qin Lun's eyes lit up in excitement. He was very interested in the witches and magic organisms of this world. There's no need, they can deal with it. If there is danger, they can send firework signals. The yellow fireworks means they need assistance and red fireworks mean extreme danger. If there aren't any signals, then it means they can deal with it. They don't need to endanger the other team's formation to rescue them. Dr. Stein, rest early. When the sky starts to lighten up, you will be on night watch. Tony sat by the fire and took out his knight's sword, carefully cleaning it. A strange look flitted through Qin Lun's eyes, and he silently nodded. Tony's display within the forest amazed him a bit. This blonde youth cleaned up all of his young master attitude that he showed in the castle and turned into a seasoned exorcist. He was completely in place with Otto and the other exorcists. Russell. Qin Lun suddenly opened his eyes from his sleeping state. His body was slightly tense, but he quickly relaxed once he figured out who the footsteps belonged to. Young master, did I wake you? Frank scratched his head in embarrassment as he looked at Qin Lun, who had sat up. Is it my turn to be on night watch? Qin Lun took a look at the sky and noticed that dawn was approaching. He remembered what Tony said and quickly realized the reason behind Frank's appearance. Yes, Lord Otto didn't let me take your place for night watch. Frank miserably said. Go rest. Qin Lun twisted his neck a bit and headed for the center of the camp, where the fire was. Dr. Stein, you're awake? Otto looked at Qin Lun and smiled as he called out to him. Your attendant wanted to take on your night watch, but I refused. Since you want to become an exorcist, you should become familiar with the risks of the wild as soon as possible. Yes, I also think so. As an exorcist, one should always remain vigilant in the wild. Qin Lun nodded and agreed. In fact, even if Qin Lun was fast asleep, it was very hard for anyone to get near him. When he was at Hebei Supermax prison, the prisoners in the same cell as him were all serious criminals. Quite a few were death row prisoners. In that kind of environment, Qin Lun had long cultivated an incomparably vigilant heart. In fact, when Qin Lun had first entered prison, he had not killed his fellow prison mates. However, a prison was like a cage for fighting dogs. There would always be fights happening. Over time, in this kind of situation, Joey started to appear frequently. Afterwards, the criminals in the same cell as him would basically end up dead within 3 days. They would die in very tragic ways, slaughtered like cattle. In those years, prisoners that could survive for a week while in the same cell as him could basically be counted on his fingers. It was in that short time period that Qin Lun and Joey won their nickname, Dissector, and truly become one of the serial killers that would strike fear in people's heart. Sometimes, the serial killer would become the Hebei Supermax prison and the government's mechanism to deal with some prisoners deemed as special. This was also the reason why, before Hebei court approved of Qin Lun's death sentence, he would be able to get preferential treatment in prison. Sire Tony went to rest. Qin Lun turned his head and asked. Yes, the two of us have the most experience within this team. He is in charge of the first half of the night, while I am in charge of the second half. Otto nodded and answered. His brows were tight, seeming to have a lot of his mind. Are you worried about something? Qin Lun noticed and asked. You noticed? Otto's gaze was grave as he looked in the distance. Last night, the 3 teams ahead all received different attacks of some degree. The 3 teams were all attacked? Qin Lun narrowed his eyes. This kind of occurrence isn't very normal, I presume? 2 years ago, we formed a 5-people team and investigated the forest near Adia region. Otto thought back and said, that time, after we entered the forest, we weren't attacked at all on the outer fringe. It was only the 5th day, when we went too deep, that we were disturbed by 2 gargoyles. You don't need to worry too much, didn't they not ask for help? Perhaps last night, they just suffered from some beast disturbance. Qin Lun's gaze flashed, and he smiles as he comforted him. If only it were so. In another 2 hours, they will send people over to inform us of the news. When that time comes, we will know what happened. Otto's expression did not lighten up. Compared to Qin Lun's uncaring attitude, the old exorcist knew that the attacks on the vanguard last night weren't made by some beasts. Just a few beasts were unlikely to make an exorcist use magic. For something to be strong enough to force the exorcists to use magic, it must be powerful and resilient, like fearless magic organisms. Otto's forecast was not wrong. When the sky was bright and everyone woke up, the 3 teams ahead each sent a messenger. The exorcist that was in charge of passing the information was covered in dust and blood. His left hand was supported by a cloth tied around his neck, while the scent of smoke from the battlefield lingered on him. Bray, what happened ahead? Tony and Otto immediately went forth to meet him. We met 3 gargoyles and fought a vicious battle. What was fortunate was that, besides me, no one else got hurt. The one called Bray was a middle-aged exorcist. He glanced at Qin Lun and the other 2 newcomers. He played down the seriousness. Tony and Otto glanced at each other and smiled. 3 gargoyles will have a lot of points. Looks like you guys have a rather nice harvest. The three exorcists' light conversation caused the grave atmosphere to relax. Dr. Stein, can you deal with Bray's arm? Otto turned around and asked. I am very willing to help. Sire Bray, please come with me. Qin Lun smiled and led the injured messenger into a tent. Sire Bray, it is merely a dislocation. The bone did not break. However, please don't overuse this arm in the following days. Qin Lun helped pop the arm back into its socket and smiled. I will help deal with your other injuries as well. Thank you, Dr. Stein. Having a doctor in the group is really too nice. Bray waved his arm and happily said, Sire Bray, those three gargoyle your five-man team ran in to only attack you guys, and not the other two groups that received attacks yesterday night, right? Qin Lun stooped down to organize the items for the medical treatment and quietly asked without even raising his head. The expression on Bray's face slightly went stiff as he momentarily fell silent, before finally reply, Yes, Nova and them ran into a grand devil. Is the situation very grave? Qin Lun expressionlessly closed the medical box. If it wasn't a coincidence, then yes, it is very grave. Bray solemnly said, There is no such thing as a coincidence in this world. There is only the inevitable. Qin Lun sighed and repeated the words he heard just a few days ago. After Bray left, Qin Lun and the others packed up their tents and continued on their way. On the second day, the witch's magic organisms continued to disturb the exorcists the entire day. That night, the attacks reached their climax. All three teams at the vanguard sent out their fireworks signals, requesting for assistance. Otto and Tony, the two seasoned exorcists, had a discussion about their problem before sending the teams at the back to provide assistance to those at the vanguard. At the same time, they pulled back their formation and had each team keep a distance of a half-kilometer away from each other. That way, it would be more convenient to help one another. On the morning of the third day, the evil organisms had finally retreated, and all the exorcists were forced to regroup. When they returned to the center camp, the amount of work Qin Lun had to do increased. Casualties had appeared in the exorcist group. There were 2 dead and another 5 seriously injured. The 2 that sacrificed their lives were from the teams at the end of the formation. Originally, they were already the weakest teams. When they went to help last night, they were met with a surprise ambush midway and suffered a huge loss. The 2 corpses were in tragic states. One was chopped in half, and only the upper body of his companion was brought back. As for his lower body, it was likely already in some evil organism's stomach. Qin Lun noticed that the wound on the corpse's waist was jagged. His muscles and internal organs all appeared as if they were broken by brute force. It was hard to imagine just how much pain the poor guy was in at the moment of his death. According to his companion's discussion, they were sneak attacked by a scorpion man in the dark. The poor guy was caught off guard and got chopped in half by the scorpion man's large pincers. This scorpion man was a type of evil organism made by witches, different from the gargoyles that were completely made by magic. It was also different from a grand devil, an aboriginal evil organism. The scorpion man was an artificial organism containing a broken soul. Gargoyles were magic organisms that used magic cores as their source of power. They were incapable of understanding complicated orders and were limited by material shortages. The witches were unable to make too many of them. Grand devils, who were complete living beings, were also incredibly rare. They also had a low reproduction rate, preventing them from becoming the main fighting strength. That's why, after the Millennium Contract, the witches began researching a way to combine a creature's soul using a magic configuration in order to create artificial life forms with broken souls. These life forms were called half-men or half-beasts. They had an animal's body and a human's badly damaged soul. They could accept more complicated commands and completed all sorts of tasks assigned by the witches. There were many kinds of half-men. Some had the lower halves of deers or horses and the upper half of a human, forming a centaur archer. Some had the lower body of a tiger or leopard, while their upper halves were another form of predator. There were eagle men, made by the combination of multiple birds of prey. Giant spiders and giant scorpions could be combined to create a chimera, with the face of a spider and the body of a scorpion. Because these half-men had the broken soul of humans, they were more crafty than the gargoyles that were purely magic organisms. And because their souls were incomplete, they would often sink into madness from the pain, causing them to become more cruel and violent in battle. They would often tear and crush the bodies of their enemies even after their deaths, creating a mess. The appearance of the Scorpion Man was proof that the Maze Witch had noticed the presence of their group, meaning they had not accidentally encountered the evil organisms of the forest. Qin Lun shook the syringe in his hand, then injected the medicine into Nova's shoulder. The flower overlord with unsurpassed strength was also injured in yesterday night's battles. Her shoulder was bitten by a leopard man. The average person's bones would have shattered. The same would have happened to her if it weren't for her natural sturdiness and bones that are as strong as steel. Thank you, Dr. Stein. Nova looked at her shoulder that was wrapped like a rice dumpling with a rather strange expression. While Qin Lun removed the rotten meat and straightened her bones, his surgery skills had seemed very professional, steady, and practiced. But when it was time to wrap the bandage around her injury, his skills became very crude. In fact, he couldn't even be compared to exorcists. You're welcome, Lady Nova. Looking at his own rice dumpling masterpiece, Qin Lun could only shrug his shoulders while laughing at himself. He couldn't just tell Nova that he actually didn't know how to wrap a wound. As for his skills in surgery, it was thanks to the self-taught dissection practice he had done way too many times in the past. Lady Nova, are we preparing to withdraw from Maze Forest? Qin Lun quickly thought and asked with much concern. We still haven't decided. It will be discussed after everyone catches their breath. Nova's fierce face trembled a bit as she tightly pursed her eyebrows. Different from the leisureness of 2 days ago, starting on the morning of the third day, Qin Lun had become the busiest man in the camp. Not counting the 2 that died and the 5 that were seriously injured, there were less than 20 people left in their group. Most of them had also received small injuries to some degree. Dr. Stein, here is something to drink. It's great that you're in our group. If you weren't here, at least one of the 5 that are seriously injured would be dead. Otto handed Qin Lun a cup of hot chocolate and said with a heavy face, the leaders in charge of each team want to have a discussion. You should come too. We want to hear your opinion about some things. Qin Lun's lips curved up slightly. He naturally knew what Otto and the others wanted to ask. It could only have something to do with how they should handle the seriously injured, whether they could keep on going or if they had to be escorted back so the others could continue the mission. Otherwise, in front of these experienced exorcists, he did not have the qualifications to participate in the meeting. I think that we should withdraw from Maze Forest. Gargoyles, grand devils, half-men, they make up the entirety of the evil organisms. The fact that they have all appeared at once at the edge of the forest is enough proof that the Maze Witch is spying on the situation outside. The time for their official attack isn't far. When Qin Lun entered the tent, the team leaders were in the middle of an intense argument. The one saying they should withdraw was a middle-aged exorcist with a net-like pattern on his face. We can't. Whether or not the plague was caused by the witch has not yet been confirmed. Once we leave the forest, our mission will be considered a failure and will not help settle Adia region's plight. Tony raised an eyebrow and immediately opposed the idea. But if we all die here, the amount of manpower in Adia region will decrease, making it unable to prevent the witch from invading. Our best choice is to immediately go back to Albert Castle and inform headquarters about the situation. The man with the net-like pattern on his cheek retorted. Hearing his analysis, the exorcists in the tent, one by one, turned silent. They did not lack the courage to sacrifice their lives, but they were not willing to do it in vain. The present situation was as the man said. This was the first time they had ever ran into so many evil organisms at the edge of the forest. No one was willing to believe that a witch wasn't behind it. The important question, currently, was whether they should give up the investigation mission and search for the plague's source. After withdrawing from the forest, even if the witch started a large-scale attack, they could still rely on Albert Castle's home field advantage to defend. However, once they gave up on investigating the plague's source, the epidemic situation in the towns would become even more grave. Dr. Stein, how long can the 5 who are seriously injured last? Otto spoke and broke the silence when he saw Qin Lun enter. I already handled their external injuries, but I lack the necessary medication here. With their injuries, they won't be able to participate on a long trek. I believe that it's best to send them back to the castle to heal. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the safety of their lives. Qin Lun indifferently reported. Qin Lun wanted the exorcists to keep going into the forest, but he did not deliberately hide the situation of their wounded. These exorcists were experienced, Even if he didn't tell them, most of them already understood the situation. Tony also became dispirited after Qin Lun's report and leaned against the chair. This was the final straw that broke the camel's back. If the other 5 couldn't continue on, then along with their escorts, the remaining power was already not enough to continue into the forest. Throwing away their lives in vain was not something they would do. Since it's like this, a trace of conflict appeared on Otto's face. Please wait a moment, Sire Otto. My respected exorcist seniors, will you listen to my opinion? Qin Lun quickly interrupted Otto from speaking, as he thought of something. Dr. Stein, please speak. Although you are a new exorcist, as the group's doctor, your opinion is also very important. Nova agreed. Thank you, Lady Nova. Qin Lun smiled and nodded at the flower overlord. As for judging the current situation, I do not have as much experience as everyone here. So what I want to talk about is the epidemic situation at Adia Town. The moment Qin Lun mentioned the subject, he immediately had everyone's attention. If the doctor was going to rashly state his opinion on the mission, then the other exorcist would just scoff. But regarding the epidemic's development, he deserved full authority. There was no one that would dare to ignore his opinion. Seriously speaking, the ultimate purpose of the exorcist mission was to protect the ordinary people of Adia region. It was fine if the mission could not be completed. At most, the exorcist headquarters would just deduct some mission points. But if the epidemic affected the safety of the entire region, they would really fail as exorcists. Based on the information everyone has given me so far, I predict that in 2 weeks, a huge outbreak will occur throughout the entire Adia region. The amount of plague patients that have accumulated up to now has already reached a critical point. If it continues to spread, the epidemic will not be containable. Qin Lun expressionlessly stated. Dr. Stein, are you saying that we must find the plague's cure within 2 weeks? Otto's eyes were burning. He, who always seemed like a kind, middle-aged man, now emitted a fearful atmosphere. Dr. Stein, you don't have any way to control the epidemic? Your medicine. Tony's face changed, and he hastily asked. The method for creating the medicine is very complicated. Others would not be able to replicate it. I am just a single person. Even if I worked for 24 hours making the medicine, it would only save a few. Qin Lun said it in a rather light way. We must find the true antidote to the plague virus. Otherwise, why would I, a doctor, insist on following you guys on this battle mission? Dr. Stein, you should have told us earlier. Otto's face ashened as he gloomily said. It's not too late, right? Qin Lun narrowed his eyes, his gaze flickering as he spoke. As for our current predicament, I also have some thoughts about it. Would the seniors consult with me for a bit? If it was possible, Qin Lun would rather not participate in the fight between exorcists and witches. He wished to act as an observer, like a video camera that faithfully recorded all the events. It was fine if the exorcists succeeded, but it was also fine if they failed. None of it had anything to do with him. As for Frank and Catherine, people he had used before, Qin Lun merely regarded them as workers, cameramen. He paid them wages, and they repaid him with labor. Frank helped him before, so Qin Lun promised to provide him a way of living in the future. Catherine helped him as well, so he indirectly helped the inn's business improve. If it weren't for the existence of the Otherworld mission, Qin Lun would have already shut up and stopped pushing the development of current events further. But like the words he had previously spoken, there was no such thing as coincidence, only the inevitable. Once the wheels of fate start turning, then even the camera had no choice but to become part of the event. Ladies and gentlemen, it has already been 3 days and 2 nights since we entered May's forest and suffered from 2 attacks. However, if we ignore the 2 sacrifices from the group attacked while on their way to provide assistance, these 2 attacks were all within our ability. They did not thoroughly defeat us, isn't that right? Qin Lun faintly smiled. The tent quieted down. The exorcists all appeared to have been enlightened as they fell into thought. Dr. Stein, please continue speaking. The seasoned Otto seemed to have thought of something and gave a look of praise towards Qin Lun. If the first night's attack was merely testing the waters, then the attacks from the second night should be the witch urging them to enter a frontal confrontation with us. Qin Lun lined up more evidence. Everyone, please think back a bit. If it was a frontal confrontation, then doesn't that mean the maze which does not have the power to completely defeat us at the moment? These are just your conjectures, at least for last night's attack, the maze which didn't show herself. The moment the witch shows up at the scene and controls the evil organisms, we will fall into an even worse situation. The exorcist with the net pattern said somberly. Qin Lun gave the exorcist a glance, but smiled and said nothing. Although he had retorted, he could tell that the experienced exorcist had the same doubts as him. His thoughts on withdrawing from the forest had somewhat weakened. The witch did not show up. This could be because she is alone at the moment. There's a chance she is afraid that we will, by all means, try to kill her. Without any companions by her side to protect her, it would be much easier to surround her. Otto muttered as if he was talking to himself. Based on our past experience, one maze witch would have, at minimum, 2 to 3 evil organisms, and, at most, 7 to 8. The net-cheeked exorcist muttered to himself, then refuted again. We were attacked by over 20 evil organisms last night. Based on that, there should be 3 to 5 witches. Don't mention 3 to 5. Even if there were only 2 witches cooperating, we would have been destroyed last night. We wouldn't have even had the chance to return. Lady Nova's eyes lit up, and she spoke in her low and muffled voice. We took the initiative to enter Maze Forest this time. Even if the maze which killed all of us, it would not be considered a violation of the Millennium Contract. Yes, the theory that there is only a single which can be approved. The other exorcist, that was a bit older in age, nodded. Perhaps the witch is a lookout sent to the forest edge by the other maze witches. If that's the case, the other witches could have very likely strengthened her magic servants and sent them out to monitor more areas. If there is only one sentry witch in charge of monitoring the area, then why did she not continuing monitoring and wait for the other witches to come and help her? Why must she send so many magic organisms to scare us away, so we would leave? Isn't all of this very strange? The net-cheeked man frowned, and a thought came to him. Unless our formation was headed in the direction of her lair and is not far away. All the exorcists looked at each other as excitement took over. She does not have enough time to wait for the other maze witches, so she could only send out magic organisms to attack us, causing us to retreat. This is the reason why we saw so many magic organisms, but not a single witch personally leading the attacks. Tony slapped the low table and got up. We were all wrong. From our point of view, meeting such fierce attacks was the witch having been prepared long ago. But from the witch's point of view, how could over 20 exorcists entering the forest not be something major? Perhaps that witch even believes that we were aiming for her, causing her to have such an intense reaction. A profound smile formed on Qin Lun's lips, and he silently left the tent. The doctor understood that the discussion afterwards no longer needed him. These exorcists were experienced and shrewd. The reason why they hadn't noticed this suspicious point beforehand was because they had some misconceptions. After all, not everyone was like him who had learned psychology and could change his perspective to think from another angle. Of course, even if Qin Lun didn't point them in a direction, these exorcists would still be able to figure it out given some time. But by then, they would have likely already withdrew from Maze Forest or lost the best timing, allowing the witch to gain backup. Qin Lun had not walked out for long before the team leaders all left one after another. He had no choice but to admit that the exorcists had a high level of courage and wisdom. Once their doubts were dispelled, they would reach an agreement within 10 short minutes. They worked diligently without any sloppiness. No wonder Otto had previously said that as long as the mission target was identical, they did not need a leader. Dr. Stein, everyone wanted me to thank you for your timely reminder. If it weren't for you, by the time we understood what was going on, we would have been thoroughly discredited. Otto found Qin Lun, smiled and bowed. We have decided our course of action. It's just that. You guys want me to return to Albert Castle first? Qin Lun wore a strange expression. Yes, after the magic organisms get in contact with the exorcists, they can send the image of their enemy to the witch. We plan to have the 3 vanguard teams deviate from the path and draw away those magic organisms. Our team will then head directly to the witch's lair. Otto explained, if our judgment isn't wrong, the following battle will be intense. Your current behavior is already enough to pass the newcomer trial. You don't need to take any more risks and participate in battle. Plus, those injured exorcists that need to return to the castle also need you to take care of them. No one would question your courage just because of this. Sire Otto, did you think I was trying to show my bravery this entire time by following you guys? Qin Lun's face was expressionless as he stiffly said. Otto pursed his eyebrows and solemnly said, before we entered Maze Forest, Baron Albert had told me that, even if this mission fails, I have to guarantee your safety. You are the only doctor capable of curing the plague right now. The only person that cannot be sacrificed in this team is you. Sire Otto, you don't understand. Qin Lun quietly sighed. I am not following you guys to prove my courage. I also have a reason to come, no matter what. Oh, what reason? Otto asked in confusion. The epidemic situation in the Adia region is already not something I can fix by myself. The plague's origin must be found so that we can make a large quantity of antidotes at once. Otherwise, with or without me, the result will be the same. Qin Lun solemnly said, if the plague really does have something to do with the witch, then only I can find the origin of it in her lair and make an antidote based on the virus composition. Without my medical knowledge, do you guys have the ability to do so? That Otto was finally speechless. Even if they catch the witch, they really might not be able to pry open her mouth or bring her back alive to Albert Castle. Qin Lun's reasoning was very adequate, so Otto could not refuse the doctor and had to allow him to follow them to the witch's lair. Otto once again discussed with the other exorcists, and their plan began immediately. The three teams, headed by Nova and the net-cheeked exorcist, headed eastward, going in a different direction, deeper into the forest. Their mission was to draw away the magic organisms that attacked last night. If the exorcist's judgment was not wrong, then they all believe that that witch will continue to urge all her evil organisms to attack and follow them, to show a force of power until they leave the forest. If their judgment was wrong and the witch wasn't just putting on an appearance of being strong and was really trying to annihilate them, or if she no longer paid attention to them, Nova and the others would send a signal telling Otto to withdraw from the forest. As for the small team under Otto and Tony's guidance, because they had not met face-to-face with the magic organisms yet, the witch did not know of their existence. Therefore, the mission to find her lair was given to them. Naturally, Nova and the others did not go off too far. The two of them kept around a half-day's distance from each other to guard against the unexpected. The final portion of exorcists were the injured ones. Besides the 5 that were seriously injured, there were 2 more from the rearguard team that were with them. They will use the carriage to transport the deceased's remains and injured exorcists, withdrawing from the forest and returning to Albert Castle. Dr. Stein, only Sire Otto and Sire Tony have fighting capabilities in our team of 5. After we find the witch's lair, will we be able to beat her? The youngest in the team, Will, was sullen and whispered to him without any confidence. Hee, don't worry, little guy. I don't believe that our team's battle capability is bad. Qin Lun laughed and rubbed Will's head, his line of sight falling onto a certain carriage as he narrowed his eyes. Stop. Otto raised his hand, signaling them to stop. After their teams separated from the main group, the 5 of them had walked for almost half a day with the iron cage covered by a black cloth. After Otto shouted for everyone to stop, he went ahead alone and inspected the ground below some rather thick trees. Sire Otto, did you notice something? Qin Lun and Tony slowly walked up from behind him. Look at the bottom of these trees. A trace of joy lit up Otto's eyes as he pointed ahead. It had already been 3 days since the exorcist team had entered May's forest. As they went deeper into the large forest, the treetops above became denser. Even when the sun was straight above their heads, only half of the sunlight could penetrate through the forest. Qin Lun stared ahead. The trees were tall and large, dead leaves littered the ground, and the sunlight that came through created mottled shadows. He couldn't see anything special. The only thing that might be different from other areas was that this area had a lot of mushrooms growing all over the ground. Layers of them grew like umbrellas. We can actually get this close and still not be noticed. A trace of excitement flashed through Tony's face, and he suppressed the excitement in his heart. It looks like this witch has placed all her attention on controlling the magic organisms. Lady Nova also hasn't sent any fireworks. It looks like our judgment was correct. Are you guys saying that we're close to the witch's lair? Qin Lun's expression finally changed as he understood what Tony meant. Yes, I once read in a book that witches who live in forests tend to plant mushrooms around their lairs. Will walked over as well and started talking in high spirits. Rice cannot be grown in the forest, but mushrooms are also a good source of food. Sire Tony, we can let it out now. It can surely help us find the witch. Otto looked at the carriage Frank was driving and seriously stated, Okay, I will let it out now. A light flitted through Tony's eyes, and he walked over to the carriage, pulling off the black tarpaulin. Clang! There really was a large iron cage in the carriage. Tony unlocked the cage and guided the thing within out. The creature was muscular and stood upright, its arms extended to its knees, and its nails were sharp as blades. Its entire body was covered in black fur. It seemed to have just come to its senses after a deep sleep, so its gaze was blurred. But the dark green eyes of the beast revealed the cruelty and ruthlessness within. When it saw Tony, it slightly leaned over as its chest heaved. The pointed ears on its head were erect as it bared its long fangs. Saliva flowed from its mouth, and it snarled lowly. "Silence, bastard." He didn't know when, but Tony was suddenly holding a long whip. The sound of the whip striking the beast could be heard as he yelled. Whoa! A trace of fear colored the beast's eyes, and its ears drooped down like an obedient dog crouching on the ground. "Werewolf." Will's eyes widened as he exclaimed. So such an organism actually existed. Qin Lun observed the werewolf in front of Tony. An understanding light flitted through his eyes. Although he had heard many stories of the witches and their evil organisms ever since he entered this world, even encountering gargoyles and what appeared to be a ghost, everything still felt somewhat unrealistic. The appearance of the werewolf seemed to disperse the last layer of fog over this world and convinced him of the dark forces hiding in the shadows. Could it be that the plague of Adia region was really the witch's masterpiece? Perhaps there wasn't any other hidden secret behind Stephen's death, or maybe Stephen was imprisoned in some witch's lair. Qin Lun had no choice but to make more conjectures about Stephen's death. No, even if he throws Stephen out of the equation, the strange state Little Miller was in definitely has something to do with the Albert family. Furthermore, how would he explain the white figure? That isn't the work of a witch. The gears spun round and round in Qin Lun's mind. No matter what, his other premonition was right. This investigation mission would allow him to find a new trail and truly uncover Stephen's mystery, as well as the origin of the plague. Go, find the witch's whereabouts. Tony rubbed the werewolf's head, then whispered into its ear. A fierce light shone in the werewolf's eyes, and it raced forward on 4 limbs, jumping into a large tree. Its sharp nails firmly grabbed the tree trunk and disappeared from view after leaping from tree to tree. Follow it. Tony seemed to have some kind of strange connection with the werewolf, allowing him to know where it was at any time. He waved his hand at the others and led the way. "Sire Tony, to think that you were a beast tamer. You were even able to tame a werewolf." Qin Lun scooched closer to Tony and quietly spoke. "Hee, I cannot be considered a true beast tamer. This werewolf has served our family even before I was aware of it. It usually stays in the second fortress prison, so very few people know about it." Tony spoke in a very good mood as he explained to Qin Lun without further prompting. Looking at Tony's happy and excited appearance, Qin Lun had a thought. He asked probingly, "Sire Tony, you seem to really look forward to fighting the witch. Is this perhaps your first time seeing a real witch?" "Of course not. However, this is the first time ever since Stephen's accident." Tony's mood dampened. "You older brother, Stephen Albert?" Qin Lun pretended to ask in surprise. "I'm very sorry. I heard that he had an accident during his newcomer trial. It is truly regretful. But how come he had never gone through the trial before at his age?" Based on the grave, Stephen Albert was already over 30 on the day of his death and was Tony's older brother. In contrast with Tony, this experienced exorcist, the Stephen in rumors was more like a hot-headed exorcist newbie. This was also one of the doubts Qin Lun could not solve. "Stephen was different from me. Ever since he was young, he never liked to fight. He was even more against it after he got married." Tony's face was somewhat dim and uncertain. "Actually, before his accident, I was not at Albert Castle. I was traveling outside. I was only called back to the castle after the event." "Oh, that's strange indeed. Are you sure that Stephen died by a witch's hand?" Qin Lun narrowed his eyes and carefully avoided making Tony angry. "Oh, I'm sorry. I should not be questioning you about your brother. It's fine. I know what you are suspicious about. Even I was unable to believe it when I first heard that Stephen, who never liked to fight, would suddenly decide to single-handedly go start trouble with a witch." Tony sighed and bitterly smiled. However, there was a reason for it. Stephen's wife was attacked by a magic organism when she went out in order to protect a pair of children near her. She was seriously injured and passed away the next day. That's why. A trace of understanding appeared on Qin Lun's face. He seemed to finally understand all the twists and turns behind the scenes. His wife suddenly died tragically, while his son was infected with the plague by the magic organisms. No wonder Stephen, who did not like to fight, would be so heartbroken and grieved that he would crazily rush into May's forest, where the witches gathered. The result was that he was killed inside and left behind a pair of orphans. The explanation the Albert Castle gave to the outside world made sense now. No wonder the exorcists firmly believed that the plague was caused by witches. They even decided to ignore the huge price they would have to pay for breaking the Millennium Contract, forming a plan to fight the witches. Was Stephen's wife named Mary? Qin Lun finally asked after settling all the questions from before. Mary? Who's that? Stephen's wife was Nina. Tony looked thrown off for a moment, then replied without much thought. You don't know Mary? Qin Lun's pupils contracted, and he was just about to ask more when he heard screams of fear come from the other side. The cry of fear came from the young exorcist, Will. The other people were startled and turned their heads to him. Will, who was on their left, no longer stood there, while the stem of a giant plant appeared ahead of them. The plant had very strange appearances. 10 or so large leaves were spread on the ground. A brightly colored stamen was among them, emitting a thick fragrance. It was like a giant lotus flower on ground instead of water. One of the plant leaves had curled up like a rolled-up pastry, wrapping Will from head to toe, like a piece of wrapped rice. It's a giant man-eating flower. Tony wore a grave face. We need to cut off its runner first, or Will be choked to death. We really shouldn't have let this child come. Otto shook his head and took a large axe from behind him as he headed for the giant man-eating flower. The giant man-eating flower had 5 stems that crowded together and became one. If they wanted to cut down the one that had Will, they had to defeat the other 2 beside it first. They were unlikely to save Will in a short amount of time. I promised his mother that I would not let him die here. Otto's expression turned for the worse as he hesitated, then turned to Tony. Let's do it. We haven't seen the witch yet. We can't just let a companion die a meaningless death like this. Tony hesitated a bit, then nodded. Qin Lun was somewhat at loss at the two's interaction. However, Otto and Tony's next action finally made him understand what they were planning to do. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. The 2 of them actually each took out a shotgun. The large-caliber shotgun was rather strong and crammed with steel balls. 2 guns were enough to abolish the 2 stems in front of them. Before Will was choked, they would be able to save him. However, the sound of the guns was rather loud. Bang, bang. Following the loud sounds, the 2 man-eating flowers were immediately turned into a mess by the steel balls. All of its leaves were withdrawn, revealing the one that was holding Will. Watching the scene as Otto and Tony fought, Qin Lun sighed. Such a loud sound. Even if the witch was deaf, she would still hear it. Perhaps she was busy controlling the magic organisms to monitor Nova and the others, but she would now certainly notice their team that had already arrived at her front door. So sorry. Will wiped the mucus from the man-eating flower off his face as he blushed. I lost awareness for a moment. The werewolf found the witch's cabin. Tony suddenly raised his head as his eyes shined brightly. It's around 500 meters ahead of us. The witch's cabin was located on a small patch of ground. It did not cover much area and had 2 floors. From the outside, it looked very much like a small dirt castle. At that moment, the oval door to the witch's cabin was closed securely, and everything was completely silent. The werewolf raised by the Albert family was currently standing on a tree near the cabin, its claws tightly gripping the trunk as it growled lowly in the cabin's direction. Dr. Stein, stay here. Frank, protect your master. Otto observed the scene, then turned his head and spoke to the others. Tony, Will, we'll go take a look. Qin Lun calmly nodded. Although Will was the youngest, he was still battle-oriented. On the other hand, the doctor was support-oriented, while Frank was merely his private attendant. There were no problems with Otto's arrangements. Otto, Tony, and Will scattered and surrounded the witch's cabin. Tony made a gesture at the werewolf, causing the fierce beast to tense its muscles and squat down on the fork of the tree. The tree was only 20 meters away from the cabin and towered over it. With how the werewolf moved like the wind, it was the best all-around defender, preventing the other 3 exorcists from a surprise attack. Bang! The 3 had just gotten close to the witch's cabin when the wooden door was smashed to pieces, and a huge monster rushed out from the house. throwing itself towards Tony, who was in the middle of the three. At the same time, the window on the cabin's second floor opened, while the vacant underbrush on the left also started rustling. Two dark figures pounced towards Otto and Will. In the blink of an eye, all three exorcists had fallen into danger. It appeared that the witch had long made her preparations. Not only did she not run out of the cabin, she had chosen to stay and face the exorcist team. Howl! The howl of a wolf resounded, and the Albert family's werewolf ferociously jumped from the branch it was on and pounced into the sky like lightning. Its claws pushed down the huge monster in front of Tony, and the two of them became a ball of chaos. The three exorcists, who had made their preparations, did not launch their own attack. They all chose to roll backwards and uniformly avoid the abrupt attacks. Based on their actions, it was clear they frequently dealt with this kind of situation. Even Will might have frequently undergone evasive training. Qin Lun excitedly observed, with wide eyes, the three new evil organisms. The huge monster that was engaged with the werewolf had green skin and a height approaching 3 meters and 2 feet. It wore deerskin over its chest and waist. Its limbs were thick and had a pair of hands that were about 4 times bigger than a normal hand. The creature should be the Grand Devil the exorcists had spoken of before. There were bulges on the Grand Devil's chest, so it should female. However, the face was very ugly with black and yellow teeth, and a waist that was like a big pillar. It did not fit humanity's aesthetics at all. Compared to the Grand Devil, the black figures that rushed out of the cabin were far more dainty and delicate. Their appearances were similar to birds of prey, covered in ashy brown feathers, and possessed a pair of 3-toed claws. The only difference they had from normal birds was that their claws were far larger and ended in sharp, hook-like points. What amazed him was that its head was actually that of a beautiful woman's. This was an evil organism that was very rarely seen, the Eagleman. When the Eagleman failed to hit Otto after attacking, it leaped from the ground and once again soared over the exorcists' heads. Out of the 3 exorcists that were attacked, the one in most danger was Will. The evil organism that rushed out from the left underbrush was a vicious, human-faced mantis. The head portion of the evil organism had the face of a human man, while the lower half was that of a mantis. Its arms were shined darkly with a metallic luster and were sharpened into levers. If those arms chopped at someone, being separated into 2 was guaranteed, similar to the poor man who suffered from the Scorpion Man's attack the other night. There was no chance to save him. Do you exorcists want to break the Millennium Contract? The cabin door exploded open, and a person walked out. A lovely and pleasant female voice came from the cabin. She's a maze witch. Qin Lun's eyes lit up, and a strange expression decorated his face. No wonder Qin Lun was amazed. The witch had black hair that flowed down like a waterfall and was very pretty. She wore clothes weaved from grass and wore a flower crown. If it weren't for the lack of pointed ears, he would have thought she was an elf cleric from Moonlight Forest. This was far too different from the ugly, hunchbacked, and crow-voiced evil witch in Qin Lun's imagination. Evil witch, the ones that broke the Millennium Contract are you guys. Otto gave Tony a signal through his eyes, and the 2 pounced toward the witch as one. They really didn't expect that the witch would still have 3 evil organisms by her side despite sending out so many. No wonder she was fearless in the face of multiple exorcists and even waited for their arrival at the cabin. The 2 experienced exorcists immediately realized that they could not pull out of the fight. They had to finish the fight as quickly as possible. The evil organisms over at Nova's position were mainly comprised of gargoyles. Without a witch actively commanding them, their abilities would greatly decrease and victory would not be a problem. The problem was that the exorcist team was half a day away from them, and it was completely impossible for them to hold on for that long. Furthermore, the evening was approaching, and the sky was slowly turning darker. Even if Nova and the others hurried over, the witch would have long obtained victory and could use the darkness to leave the scene. Their only chance of victory was to concentrate their power and quickly defeat the witch. The Grand Devil was powerful, acting as a perfect meat shield. However, it was currently being restricted by the werewolf. The attack power of the human-faced mantis was high, but it was not very agile. As long as Will was careful, he would be fine. As for the agile Eagleman, it only had a single method of attacking. Being clawed a few times wouldn't immediately kill anyone, so it could be ignored for now. The pretty as a flower, Witch's eyes held a sneer as she watched Otto and Tony throw themselves at her. Compared to exorcists, witches were often the weaker party. If they hadn't hidden in the most deserted areas, where conditions for survival were terrible, they would have long been wiped out 1,000 years ago. In the Long War, the witches had learned from all their defeats and learned to use their intelligence to fight against exorcists instead of blindly acting rashly. Most maze witches would spend a lot of energy around their cabin, setting traps and scouts to avoid being surrounded by exorcists. Qin Lun's team had dealt with many traps on the way to her cabin, causing their whereabouts to long be exposed. However, at the time, the maze witch had been busy putting her attention on Nova's team and did not pay attention to the danger signal coming from her magic crystal ball. She was ignorant of their presence until Will ran into the man-eating flowers, which was a small trap. The sudden gunshot surprised the witch, and she finally noticed the solo operation team. So to sum things up, Will falling into the man-eating flower trap not only brought forth great inconvenience for the exorcists, it also pushed the witch into a situation where she had no way out. The first thought that arose in the witch's mind was to give up the cabin and run away into the depths of the forest. But her cabin, which served as an important center of intelligence, was filled with a lot of important information that could not fall into the exorcist's hands. A lot of the information had to do with witches returning to the human world and the data they managed to obtain by infiltrating into the human world. There were also letters from humans who the witches had bribed over to their side as secret agents. Within the pile of information, some of it could be burned, but there were some that had been sealed by magic and, temporarily, could not be destroyed. In addition, her cabin was where a lot of research on human bodies was done in order to create evil organisms. There was also a lot of black magic with high killing power. If she gave up her cabin, it meant starting over again. Moreover, some of the things couldn't be completely destroyed. As long as any bit of evidence fell into the exorcist's hands, then the exorcist organization would have an excuse to ignore the Millennium Contract and even mobilize a human army to surround the maze witches. The current age was no longer the same as the one from 1,000 years ago. The witches that had hidden themselves in the corners of the world were always watching the humans, and they had found that their previous judgment of them was half correct and half wrong. The half that was correct was that the exorcist organization no longer resembled the one from 1,000 years ago. It was no longer the summit of the human world. With the development of the era, they slowly weakened and returned sovereignty to the ordinary people. They were no longer like before, where they could mobilize the human army at any time and anywhere. A portion of the exorcists were tarnished by the glory they received and turned into hounds that chased after money and power. They lost their belief in protecting the world. The half that they were wrong about was that the normal humans that the witches once neglected had started to show the power of science. There were now firearms, cannons, stone castles that were hundreds of meters tall, large battleships that could travel the oceans freely, and huge iron beasts that could spray air. Witches suddenly realized that they completely did not recognize this world. Perhaps, after a couple hundred years, exorcists and witches would disappear from the world and become common individuals. Learning of this inevitable fact, witches broke down into factions. A portion of the witches believed that they should give up their unrealistic thoughts and once again blend into the human world, becoming witches of a new age. The other portion of witches believed that the stronger science becomes, the weaker their hearts would be. They needed to exploit large-scale and fatal black magic, and creating frightening events to entice the humans to massacre each other. That way, the humans who slowly lose their faith will once again fall into the direction of darkness. This maze witch was one of the dark witches that held the latter view. Therefore, as the witch that was dispatched to the outer ring of the maze forest and the one that was in charge of monitoring Adia region, she clearly understood that, as long as there was even a chance of being saved, she could not give the exorcists, who were eyeing them, any evidence. As a result, after observing through the crystal ball and seeing that there were only 5 people in the team looking for trouble with her, and noticing that one was a youngster and one a driver, she immediately made her decision to stay and fight. At that time, she rejoiced that she had been cautious and left behind 3 helpers near the cabin. Looking at the 2 exorcists that pounced towards her, the witch waved her right hand and sat on a long magic wand. Whoosh! Like she had sat on a small rocket, she suddenly rushed up to the sky. Running now? Isn't it a bit late? Otto coldly smiled and put his hand into his bosom, taking out a carved scroll that he crushed. An earthy yellow light arced from Otto's hand and landed on the witch's body. Ah! The witch felt like a heavy mountain fell on her body and cried out as she fell from midair. Clang! Cold light glinted in Tony's eyes. He crossed his arms and took out the long sword by his waist. His body suddenly accelerated, and his figure became a streak of lightning, causing the grass to move away from him as he ran by like an angry dragon. Qin Lun, who was observing the battle from afar, only saw the twin flash of sword lights that crossed, and like a dragon that opened its bloody maw, viciously bit into the witch. Exorcist battle sword skill twisting death kill. This was an exorcist's true skill. Qin Lun tightly clenched his fist, his pupils shrinking into the size of pinholes as the feeling of crisis arose in his heart. When Qin Lun first arrived at Albert Castle, his impression of Tony was that of an outspoken and brash noble who acted first and talked later. But after seeing his treatment of Little Miller and the role he played when Qin Lun became a member of the Exorcists, the blonde youth finally started to show his mature side. Even so, Qin Lun still did not take him as an excellent fighter. Even when Tony dealt with Ben, the large bear, and taught him how to dodge, Qin Lun did not change his impression of him. From his point of view, as long as Joey made an appearance, Tony would be no different from the other killers that had died by his hands. He was just one of the powerless, irrelevant people, albeit a bit physically stronger than the others. Despite the constant talks of exorcists, witches, and evil organisms, he had never viewed them as powerful creatures that surpassed human limits. The gargoyle that he killed and the clumsy will that had fallen into the human-eating flower trap were all proof to him that the so-called witches and exorcists were normal creatures. Their battle capabilities were not frightening and still within range of human limits. However, this one move from Tony shattered Qin Lun's perception of this world, and finally made him aware that the strong exorcists might not be something Joey could fight directly and win. From what he heard and seen these past few days traveling with the exorcist team, Tony was one of the stronger exorcists in the group, but not the strongest. That flower overlord Nova was even stronger than him. If Qin Lun fought Tony in a direct fight, he would not beat him. At least, if he was faced with the strike from just then, he would not be able to block it. Qin Lun's heart sunk. It was fortunate that Joey did not go out of control that night at Albert Castle and try to obtain information by force. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. No wonder the three exorcists had him stay behind. Even Frank, who had a pretty decent amount of brute force, was not needed in the fight. Qin Lun had thought Frank was left behind to protect him, but now, it looks like they were afraid Frank would hold them back. Once he became aware of that, Qin Lun fell into a pensive state watching the battle. He was thinking about how to win if he ever went against a strong exorcist or a maze witch who was good at black magic. Serial killers have a type of instinct. Even if he does not surpass human limits, he does have the ability to kill exorcists and witches. It's just that he had not found a way yet. The maze witch screeched angrily as she took on Tony's twisting death kill. Her body was sent flying into the air, but Qin Lun could not see any blood. All he heard was a brittle clang, like gold hitting wood. The witch's long, black hair suddenly spread out like a peacock spreading its tail. Part of her hair acted like a bandage as it wrapped around the crisscross wound. She landed on the ground and rolled many times. Her eyes, that originally held a gentle and lovely look, turned vicious. Grah! The maze witch opened her mouth wide. Her small mouth stretched from ear to ear, and her seductive face rotted at a speed visible to the naked eye. The outer skin dripped down like lime, revealing the white mossy and cracked ugly appearance below. All the witches were old. Even if they were created through magic medicine after the Millennium Contract was signed, they were still over 300 years old. Although they obtained the undead attribute, their original pretty and lovely appearances could not be retained. At most, they could only use black magic to conceal their true appearance. This witch had no choice but to release the magic hiding her appearance to focus it all on combat, due to Tony's strike. The scroll Otto used was a very common earth attribute spell, gravity magic. Most witches could use magic to fly, so to defeat a witch, one must eliminate their flight advantage. The witch stood back up, A large X-shaped wound was visible from her shoulders down to her ribs. Twisting Death Kill was a very powerful twin sword skill. If it weren't for the witch's wood-like body, this one skill would be enough to slice her into four. The black hair wrapped around her wound slowly blended into her body. The flesh around the wound wiggled like maggots, and the wound healed at a visible speed. This degree of injury was not enough to kill a witch. A witch was an undead. There were very few methods to truly kill them. Using fire to purify them was the best method. The fire could destroy the soul and body of a witch at the same time. Besides fire, there were naturally other ways, for example, chopping off their head, using magic items that contained the longevity attribute, and stabbing them in their heart core, and so on. Ahaha! The maze which swept her gaze around the battlefield, a strange hoarse laughter coming from her mouth, like an owl's cry. Unable to keep her beautiful appearance, her voice also returned to being damaged. She now fits Qin Lun's image of a witch. Tony and Otto did not stop after that strike and continued to battle against her. Tony raised his twin swords while Otto suddenly held a long, pointy pike, flickering with silvery light. The pointed pike was hollow and sealed with holy water that was blessed by the believers. As long as it was stabbed into the place where the witch's heart core was at, even if it doesn't kill the witch, it was enough to make her lose all her magic and turn into a normal old woman. Tony was in front of the witch in an instant, his twin swords raised and swung down to behead her. A silver light streaked from the top down like a whip. Exorcist battle sword skill half moon beheader. Hee hee. The witch laughed strangely and waved her staff, leaping into the sky. Gravity magic only prevented her from flying for a period of time. It could not completely restrict her movements. At the very least, witches could change from flying to leaping. Die. The witch had only jumped halfway when a round shadow appeared in front of her. Hidden behind Tony, Otto had long been waiting for her move, letting the witch send herself to her demise. The point of the flickering pike became bigger and bigger in the eyes of the witch, stabbing into her and splitting her left chest open like a hot knife cutting through butter. Her body, that was as strong as a wooden stone, split open like cream cake. The point of the pike stabbed into a shining red, nut-shaped heart core. With the witch's scream, the long hair behind her suddenly rose sharply and stabbed into Otto's chest like sharp wires. Pop, pop, pop. His face and upper body burst into bloody fireworks, and he slowly fell to the ground like a log with a bang, throwing up dried leaves and dirt. Sire Otto. Tony's eyes reddened, and he roared as his twin swords turned back into one. Whirling around his body and arm, his sword sliced at the witch's back, sending her flying into the air. Exorcist battle sword skill whirlwind slash. Qin Lun, who was watching while hidden in the underbrush, was dazzled. Two exorcists fighting in mutual understanding and disregarding their lives to do such heroic deeds made him feel touched. Tony's sword skills were very strong and brilliant, but Otto's godly judgment was even more amazing. Otto was behind Tony and fought with him in such coordination that it made the whole fight look like something out of a well-arranged drama. The Maze Witch, who had an arsenal of black magic under her belt, actually couldn't pull apart the distance and fully put to use her proud magic skills to kill Otto. No wonder the small team would be led by Otto and not Tony Albert. Otto truly had the qualifications for the job. If it weren't for the situation being disadvantageous for the exorcists, Otto likely wouldn't have needed to sacrifice himself in order to deal with the witch. The witch fell from the sky onto the ground, remaining motionless. Tony ran forward 2 steps after sending the witch flying and picked up Otto. Is the witch dead? Once Otto spoke, blood spurted from his mouth like a fountain. His upper body was already drenched in blood, while his face was full of bloody holes. His eyes were already blinded, while blood poured faster than ever out of his chest, like a bee's nest. Tony tried to choke down his grief as he looked over to where the witch had fallen. He was just about to declare her death when his eyes suddenly focused on something, and he slowly placed Otto down, his face ashening as he got up. The witch, whose heart core was pierced through, slowly crawled up from the ground, turning and looking at Tony with a malevolent expression. Creak! The witch used one hand to grab the silver pike, and with an ear-piercing sound, pulled it out. A dark green liquid flowed out once it was pulled free. Clang! The witch threw the silver pike to the ground, used the sharp nails on her right hand to dig into her wound, and pulled out a dim, shattered heart core. Exorcists, you didn't expect this, did you? The maze witch laughed evilly as she took out the shattered heart core and hooked a finger at Tony. This is impossible, Tony bellowed, picking up his sword and throwing himself at the witch again. Exorcist brat, we are a little too far apart. It should be my turn now. A trace of mocking flitted through the witch's eyes. Jumping high into the sky, she avoided Tony's strike and waved the staff in her hand, manipulating the air to hit Tony and sending him flying in turn. She has another heart core. Otto vomited some more blood and struggled to sit up. Although he could not see, the experienced exorcist already knew what was going on. This maze witch wasn't simple. When witches were born, they only have one heart core. It was also the root of their undead state. A witch that has two heart cores means that she has killed another witch. While the other witch was still alive, their heart core would be dug out. Using that method, a witch could obtain two heart cores. It should be in the right chest. Qin Lun, hidden behind them, also watched with a dark face, staring at the witch's right chest. He and Otto came to the same conclusion for why the witch wasn't dead. If he still doesn't interfere, the probability of failure for this operation would be around 90%. Qin Lun turned his head to look at the battle, his eyes flickering. Even though Tony had managed to inflict heavy injuries on the maze witch with Otto's cooperation, even managing to shatter her heart core rather than obtaining victory, their situation became worse. This was all because the maze witch unexpectedly had two heart cores and had now even managed to widen the distance between Tony and her. With Otto near death, Tony was stuck in a tight spot, dodging the witch's magic bombardment. The other battles were also reaching a climax that would soon determine victory or defeat. The werewolf howled as the female grand devil slowly regained its advantage from its former helplessness. Under the werewolf's whirlwind-like attacks, it had finally found a chance. After the werewolf's claw stabbed through its stomach, with its intestines hanging out, it used its large hand to grab one of the werewolf's hind legs. Bang, bang, bang. Due to pain and madness, the grand devil held the werewolf like a sack and viciously slammed it on the floor. The continuous slamming caused many bones to break within the werewolf's body, and finally, it was thrown against a tree. It laid there like a pile of mud, smashed up and unmoving. The battle between Will and the human-faced mantis was also nearing its end. The human-faced mantis was half human and had a fragmented human soul. Even though it didn't need a witch's directing and could fight independently, it was unable to distinguish what was important and thus remained hopelessly entangled with the young exorcist. The human-faced mantis had a large build. Its two sides could tear through iron. It could be considered to have the highest attack power among everyone here. However, its intelligence was too low, plus its nature leaned towards violence. The young exorcist had only provoked it a little, and it was already angered into a frenzy. It actually refused to give up on the youth to help the maze witch. Will used his short stature and nimble steps to continuously circle around the human-faced mantis. Originally, his battle should have been the easiest, but after the eagleman joined the battle, the young exorcist was faced with danger. He was nearly killed by the human-faced mantis scythe many times. The eagleman's original target was Otto, but the moment the witch appeared, she immediately ordered it to help the human-faced mantis. Otto and Tony wanted to quickly end the fight. The witch wanted the same. The number of evil forces at the witch's cabin was dominating. However, the magic creatures she had dispatched to attack the main exorcist group had lost her direction and were now being massacred by the exorcists. The witch, who had hoped to quickly conclude the battle here and return to directing the magic creatures, had received some unnecessary damage. She possessed two heart cores, so was confident that Otto and Tony were unable to kill her in a short time. Thus, she had the eagleman help the human-faced mantis take out the weakest of the three exorcists as quickly as possible. Will's body was covered in wounds from the eagleman's talons, his worn-out clothing already permeated with blood. He had become like a blood gourd. Though the eagleman was unable to land a finishing blow on the young exorcist, its sharp talons still caused the young exorcist to lose a large amount of blood. The youth only felt dizzy. He continued to avoid the human-faced mantis and eagleman's attacks. If not for the support of his strong willpower, Will might have already wished to directly die under the mantis scythe. Every one of the eagleman's dive attacks would leave another bloody gash on his body, the sharp talons digging through his flesh. Enduring was worse than death. It was time to use that. Qin Lun could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. He closed his eyes and stood up from the underbrush. 3, 2, 1. Start. Qin Lun suddenly opened his eyes, his expression blank as he dashed towards the witch. Young master. Only when a familiar figure appeared before his eyes did Frank notice that his master, unbeknownst to Wen, had charged into the battlefield. He was immediately alarmed, scrambling to get up off the ground and chase after his master. Have those two insects hiding off to the side finally decided to appear? The witch revealed a look of disdain. This was her home ground. How could she not know that two people were concealing themselves? However, she knew that these two were probably the exorcist party's burdens. Otherwise, they would have already entered the fight. Scree. The witch's mouth produced a short screech. The eagleman, who was chasing after Will, faintly trembled. With a flap of its two wings, it glided through the air in a graceful arc and turned towards Qin Lun. Prediction of enemy action successfully completed. Starting up battle mode. Beginning calculations. Wind force, level 3. Speed, 9.2 meters per second. Aerial attacker's estimated distance is 13-14 meters. Aerial attacker requires 0.5 seconds to turn. Gliding speed is 22-26 meters per second according to the observed statistics. Aerial attacker will accelerate to 240 meters per second in the final 2 meters, within subsonic levels. Subtracting your response time of 0.23 seconds, detection time of 0.3 seconds, and impact time of 0.15 seconds. Firing plan proposal. Turn after 0.5 seconds and fire when aerial attacker is within 3 meters for maximum effect. Target at 12 o'clock. Distance, 3 meters. Margin of error, 0.02 meters. 32 degrees elevation. Fire now. Pew pew pew. Qin Lun expressionlessly turned around. Unbeknownst to Wen, a short-barreled revolver had appeared in his hand. It was the bloody revolver that Lady Nova had given him. Recoil exceeds calculations, adjusting firing angle. Forcefully adjusting angle of fire. Forearm muscles failed to suppress injuries. Ruptures in the blood vessels of index finger. Bullet successfully hit the target's chest area. Deviation from original target by 0.7 centimeters. Continue shooting. Predicting optimal path to target's heart core. Distance, 0.8 meters. Firearm bullets exhausted. Adjusting body for evasion mode. From Qin Lun's right hand, the bloody revolver slipped out of his palm. His body dodged the eagleman's attack by leaning backwards, facing the sky. The eagleman's sharp talons brushed past the tip of his nose. Just as his body was about to touch the ground, Qin Lun's left hand swept out, pushing towards the ground. With a roll, he soon stood back up. Bam! After the eagleman swooped past, it smashed head first into the open ground. It stiffly maintained its diving posture, motionless. First phase of battle mode. Success. Leaving battle mode. No problems with physical condition. Entering second phase of prediction mode. After Qin Lun stood up, his face was as expressionless as before. He didn't even glance towards the eagleman who had swooped behind him. At a quick pace, he charged towards the Grand Devil. How can this be? The maze, which was both startled and furious. The location of an eagleman's heart core was well known by exorcists. There was nothing strange about that. However, eaglemen were quick and nimble. They flew in exceptionally clever ways. Wanting to aim for their heart cores during battle, not even the godliest marksman could do it. Even with a large area scattergun like the bloody revolver, one had to aim within 2-3 meters to have a silver of a chance. Moreover, during the final moments when an eagleman approaches an enemy, its diving speed will approach the speed of sound. To want to kill an eagleman with a gun at that distance, it was less likely than a blind cat finding a dead mouse. The eagleman's death startled not only the maze witch, but even Tony was slightly stunned. He understood Qin Lun's body specs well. He absolutely did not possess the reaction speed to shoot an eagleman dead. However, when Tony snapped out of it, he cursed at himself. He actually failed to take advantage of the time the witch was distracted to close the distance. By the time he recovered, the witch had already refocused her attention. The two of them once again began their chase. Only, neither of them noticed that it was no longer only Qin Lun's face that was expressionless. Even his pupils were unfocused. He was limp like an unconscious zombie. Ugh! The Grand Devil with a cleaved stomach, intestines still spilling out, roared madly. Spreading its two arms, it intended to smack its big hands at Qin Lun, as if killing a fly. Originally, it was going to rush to the witch to act as a meat shield after throwing off the werewolf. As long as the Grand Devil blocked in front of the witch, the battle would be decided. However, before it even had a chance to stuff its intestines back in, Qin Lun had already run up to it. The Grand Devil was in fact not classified as a magic life form. It was an evil creature with a complete soul that had formed a servant contract with the witch. They were employed by the Maze Forest Witches. Prediction of enemy action successfully completed. Beginning second phase of battle mode. Beginning calculations. Summon Black Bear, Ben. Simple command. Hold the Grand Devil's shoulders from behind, rendering it unable to move. Grand Devil's arm length, 1.8 meters. Distance from head, 5.4 meters. Arm speed, 12 meters per second. Distance from abdomen wound is 5.2 meters. Your arm speed is 15 meters per second. Your reaction time, 0.23 seconds. Arm movement time, 0.34 attack plan assessment, 0.11 seconds to move forward, 0.45 seconds to move sideways and escape. Best method of attack calculated. Target successfully captured. Unknown error. Target has escaped miscalculation due to target's excessive oiliness. Activating alternative battle mode. Revising escape time. Beginning second attack. Second attack. Success. Target capture. Success. Unable to escape Grand Devil's attack. Escape failure. Unable to leave alternative battle mode. Shoulder has been attacked by the Grand Devil. Shoulder bone fractured. Arm functionality has declined by 60%. Battle mode. Second phase successfully implemented. Body condition is unable to enter third phase of prediction mode, leaving self-hypnotic state. Uffed. Qin Lun couldn't keep his mouth closed. His body flew, blood spurting out from his mouth and dyeing his chest red. Grand Devils were extremely powerful. Not only did its hit crack Qin Lun's shoulder bone, it had also injured his internal organs from the aftershock. However, Qin Lun's eyes had regained their light, becoming clear and bright. It was a sharp contrast to the silent and corpse-like look from before, as if he had switched with another person. He succeeded. Qin Lun looked at the chunk of thick and ugly intestines and clenched them in his hands as a cold smile formed on his face. This method does work, Joey. Though Qin Lun was slapped flying by the Grand Devil, he had already managed to grab a chunk of the small intestine slipping out of its abdomen. Along with the doctor's frantic escape, the Grand Devil's intestines were all pulled out through its wound. All its internal organs slid out of its body. Grand Devils were a type of bizarre, evil creature. Their Bodis recovery ability was formidable, but faced with a wound like this, death was only a matter of time. Ugh! The Grand Devil painfully roared to the sky. Its two arms grabbed the intestines on the ground and actually tried to pull it back from Qin Lun. Qin Lun, having awoken from the auto-hypnotic state, sneered. He gave the big black bear behind it another command. The bear ferociously bit down on the Grand Devil's neck, greedily drinking the Grand Devil's blood. Ugh! The Grand Devil felt the shadow of death envelop its body and couldn't help but unleash its violent nature. Without caring for its escaped organs, it turned around and grabbed the bear's claws with its two large fists, then suddenly ripped them apart. Oh well! This time, the one howling in pain was the black bear. One of its arms was torn off from the shoulder. The other was dislocated. It was instantly dealt serious damage by the Grand Devil. However, the black bear, Ben, as a summoned creature, had no fear of death. Instead, the pain aroused its bestial instincts. It once again ferociously bit down on the Grand Devil's neck. The two huge creatures rolled on the ground together, then very quickly became still, dying together. Apostle number 70053. Your summon has died. Its soul will return to the summoning space. Current remaining energy is 35 points. Soul power crystals or shattered crystals can be consumed to revive it. Cooldown time until next summon is 3 days. The light in Qin Lun's eyes flickered. This fighting method was viable. Since long ago, Qin Lun's safety had always been dependent on Joey. However, the two completely different personalities did not share control over the body. It was more like a system based on shares. Qin Lun had occupied the majority of the shares until now, with Joey having much less. In his last few years at the Hebei Supermax prison, due to the prison putting him in solitary confinement, Qin Lun's life hadn't been in any danger, so Joey's appearances had become more and more infrequent. However, after Qin Lun entered Shattered Starry Sky, he discovered that Joey began to become more active and appeared more easily. At certain times, he even began to fight over the body. Qin Lun sensed a deep crisis. He and Joey shared a symbiotic relationship. Even though, when Joey appeared, he could still perceive the outside world. If he completely handed the body over to Joey, he didn't know if he would still exist or not. He couldn't leave all the battles to Joey. After entering Shattered Starry Sky, Qin Lun quickly came to this realization. Qin Lun didn't have Joey's ice-cold, ruthless savagery, but he was more rational. He had a better understanding of how to use this bogus intelligence and knowledge. He exploited the, originally, computer-like Death Notice and created a type of battle mode. After the Death Notice became a special form of equipment, though it didn't have the same functions as a computer, it still retained some of a computer's special properties. All the data the Death Notice had on his bogus capabilities gave Qin Lun a burst of inspiration. Through various tests, data was recorded down on various attributes of his body. After that, data on the outside world was analyzed, such as wind force, topography, enemy strength, speed, flexibility, etc. All of it was inputted into the Death Notice, forming a database. Qin Lun used this data as a foundation to establish the Death Notice's battle mode. The battle mode was roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage was battle prediction. Qin Lun would, by observing the battlefield, predict what actions an enemy would take in certain circumstances. Once successful, battle mode would automatically enter the second stage, battle calculation. Battle calculation used the data library as a source to form an optimal battle plan. After forming a plan, battle mode enters its final phase and begins to direct his body to automatically fight. This battle mode didn't really use anything unprecedented. Many intelligent robots would operate according to this sort of theory. But to replicate this battle method with a human body required 3 conditions that a normal human could never attain. The first condition was digitalization. Qin Lun combined the Death Notice with the human brain to create a perfect combination, a data operational mode with a rather large margin of error that relies on judgments formed from personal observations. The second condition was a master-level psychological analysis. Predicting an enemy's actions was very dependent on psychological analysis. If there was an error in prediction, battle mode would be unable to proceed. The third condition was auto-hypnosis, in order to not be affected by any state of mind, trauma, or pain. If one had special digitization equipment and were an expert in psychology, then the first 2 conditions would not be difficult to satisfy. But to guarantee that the hypnotic state would not be affected by any outside influence was something that even an expert would be unable to accomplish. There were only 2 types of people who would not be affected by outside influences while under self-hypnosis. One was someone incomparably dedicated to a goal, a genius who would abandon anything else. The other was a madman who always suffers from hallucinations. While Qin Lun couldn't be considered a matchless genius, he was a madman who had experienced countless ridiculous hallucinations, satisfying the condition. Of course, Qin Lun's battle mode had enormous restrictions. Before the battle, he needed to use a large amount of time to observe the enemy. Each battle mode could only deal with one enemy. Also, his predictions had to be very accurate. If not, the auto-hypnosis would be immediately broken, and he would be unable to enter the next stage. It could be said that Qin Lun's ability to kill 2 evil creatures in a row had a lot to do with their intelligence. If replaced with highly intelligent creatures, it would be much more difficult to predict the enemy's actions in the middle of a complicated battle. Even if the prediction was successful, once his body suffered a certain degree of damage, battle mode would be rendered useless, no better than chicken ribs. Whatever the case, Qin Lun now possessed a way to fight without relying on Joey. Looking at the 2 huge corpses, he threw away the oily grand devil's intestines, a trace of a smile on his face. Soon, the battle began to reverse, and Tony's mood became much more relaxed. Qin Lun's performance was beyond expectation. After Qin Lun's first kill against the Eagleman, the second kill against the Grand Devil didn't leave him stunned. The Grand Devil was already heavily injured in its battle against the werewolf. Moreover, its body was not nimble enough. Any other exorcist, with the help of the Black Bear, Ben, could have gotten rid of it. It was equivalent to an exorcist using the werewolf and the Black Bear to exchange for a kill. As for the Maze Witch, who had lost 2 evil creatures in a row, she was no longer distracted. She merely increased the importance of Qin Lun by a level, no longer treating him as the exorcist's burden. Compared to their calm reaction, there was someone there who was staring with eyes wide open, not daring to believe the scene he saw. That is young Master Wellington. Looking at Qin Lun, who was currently charging towards the witch, the hunchbacked servant was unable to suppress the tremendously strange feeling in his heart. Frank had felt this feeling before one night at the Albert Castle, the night young Master Wellington used a dagger to impale his shoulder and kill the gargoyle. The hunchbacked servant was bad at interacting with people, but he had grown up together with Wellington Stein. He was all too familiar with his little master. Wellington Stein definitely did not have this courage nor decisiveness. He was only determined to become a doctor and inherit the family business, a young man who liked to show off a bit. Frank once felt this unfamiliarity before for a very short period of time, but it quickly vanished under Qin Lun's meticulous care. However, that strange feeling had now expanded by many times and appeared in the hunchbacked servant's heart, leaving him at a loss. In the depths of the hunchbacked servant's heart, a devilish voice whispered to him, nearly driving him mad. Your master is already dead. That person is definitely not your young Master Wellington. The Maze Witch had already noticed Qin Lun approach from the corner of her eye. She couldn't help feeling regret. The exorcist swordsman in front of her originally had quite the swordsmanship, but thanks to her dodging magic, he had consumed a tremendous amount of stamina and was already starting to be cornered by her. If another person were to join in, the range in which she could maneuver would be reduced, and she would once again sink into a predicament. Thinking of that, the Maze Witch felt a burst of helplessness. If not for the gravity spell that was cast on her by the exorcists, she simply would have flown into the forest to escape. Now, hopping here and there was not a safe spot to be found. She had to kill one of them. Otherwise, if she were caught, she had no more spare heart cores to lose. The witch's cracked, white face faintly twitched. Her right hand turned over. On her palm appeared a little beaker with dark red inscriptions. His body isn't much. Compared to that swordsman, he's practically a commoner. The Maze Witch suddenly jumped, once again increasing the distance between herself and Tony. In the air, the little beaker trembled. A dark red fireball rapidly shot towards Qin Lun. Careful! Tony cried out, alarmed. He really didn't expect the witch to give up on him and use a magic item to attack Qin Lun. He knew the doctor's physical stats very clearly. He probably wouldn't be able to dodge the witch's fireball in time. Establishing battle mode. Lacking information on fireball. There may be a large discrepancy compared to model shortening hypnosis time. Unable to enter battle mode. Damn it. In his eyes, the fireball became bigger and bigger. Qin Lun helplessly raised his 2 arms in front of him, and his legs exerted a burst of strength, throwing himself to the side. He could only hope to reduce the wounded area by a bit. Boom. The huge flame was like a monster, swallowing Qin Lun whole. Kayakaka. The witch let out a weird laugh. She knew best how mighty that fireball was. It was definitely no worse than a bomb. Unless they were one of the undead, no matter how strong the enemy, they would undoubtedly die. Boom. In the gorgeous flames, Qin Lun only felt his body enveloped by a gentle white light. Although there was only a thin layer surrounding him, it was like the red-hot flames had met their natural enemy, dividing into 2 and blowing past him like a gentle breeze. It didn't do any harm to him. Magic immunity. Seeing the exorcist dive out of the flames with not a singed hair, the Maze Witch's face twisted, and she shrieked gravely. This is an exorcist's guardian power. Tony looked at the layer of white light, his eyes brightening. He rolled off of the ground and once again threw himself at the witch. For the first time, the witch's eyes showed a hint of panic. Exorcists with magic immunity were very rare. They had average bodies, but after they take the exorcist's oath and are assigned a guardian power, they gain an immunity to magic. If the magic condensed from an undead's power cannot surpass the anti-evil guard, the exorcist will not be affected. With this sort of exorcist, the best method would be to use the claws and swords of evil creatures instead of their magic. So it turns out you gained magic immunity. Tony was overjoyed. He finally knew why the doctor's body showed no change after signing the exorcist's oath. Humph. Annoyance showed in the witch's eyes as she realized that she was once again caught in a crisis. Fortunately, the restriction of the gravity spell was almost over, so she still had the chance to escape. Thinking of that, the witch suddenly bounced up, jumping out of Tony and Qin Lun's pincer attack. Just as she hit the ground, with a wave of her wand, a black light shot towards Tony, interrupting the blonde, young man's assault, repeating the chase from earlier. Only this time, she had to carefully maintain a three-sided relationship with two other people and was no longer able to leap where she pleased. When the witch was preparing to leap out of the two's pincer attack for the fourth time, she suddenly felt something tighten around her ankle. Just as she rose into the air, she was pulled back to the ground. Looking at the two exorcists who were rushing over, she was immediately frightened and looked down. She saw that under her foot was a bloody figure, who was grabbing firmly to her ankle. The figure raised its head. Its eyes that had already become two bloody holes stared at her, then its lips parted, and it noiselessly laughed. No! The witch screamed in alarm. She finally noticed that while dealing with the two exorcists, she had unwittingly been lured to the side of that dying exorcist. The maze witch raised her wand and ruthlessly stabbed towards the bloody holes on Otto's face. Otto's eyes, that had already become bloody holes, released a spurt of blood. The solid as iron wand was like a knife, stabbing into the exorcist's head. Otto's entire body went stiff. His head hung down, dying without a word. Only his two hands refused to let go. Instead, his grip became 20% tighter, like two iron hoops, digging deeply into the witch's ankle. Die! Tony clenched his jaw, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. A thunderous boom exploded from his place. The blond young man's figure once again transformed into a furious tornado, swirling up countless dead leaves as it moved towards the witch. The witch's pupils quickly enlarged. She hurried to raise her wand, wanting to use magic to drive away the exorcist swordsman. Clang! A silver flash arrived first, accurately striking the wand. Ugh! The witch only felt a shock in her hand as the wand was directly snapped by the silver flash. The head of the wand followed the silver sword and flew into the sky. The magic she had barely prepared was ended prematurely, causing her to suffer the backlash in the form of a burst of dizziness. When the witch recovered, a young face brimming with hatred was already in front of her. Aya! While the witch screamed, the silver long sword pierced through her body, cutting a scar into the mud behind her. After Tony had launched his sword to intercept the wand, he finally grasped the fleeting chance to stab his other long sword into the right side of the witch's chest. A bit more. A light flashed through Tony's eyes. The sword skill he used was called flash thrust. Its speed was as fast as lightning and was a type of move that could be done from a long distance. The skill's only weakness was that its accuracy was too lacking. This strike hadn't hit the witch's nut-sized heart core. The blond young man ground his teeth. His free left hand pushed on the hilt in his right. He applied strength with both hands, pushing towards the left, wanting to cut through the heart core in the witch's chest. 300 years after the end of the war, the witch finally sensed the shadow of death once more. Deep in her heart, a familiar, yet strange feeling made the maze witch completely calm down. She didn't try to block Tony's coup de grace. As a witch, competing in strength with an exorcist swordsman was very stupid. She only opened her mouth in a nasty grin and spat out a pitch-black, ink-like liquid. It covered the hair and face of the blonde, young man, who was very close to her. Aya! Tony only had time to tilt his head before the black liquid covered half his face. The young man let out a painful howl. The black liquid covering half his face began to evaporate into white smoke, revealing countless blisters, like boiled butter. Kayakaka! The witch raised a foot and sent Tony, who couldn't help but cover his face with both hands, flying. This incidentally knocked over the rushing Qin Lun. Tony covered his face and fell to the ground, motionless. Tony was the Albert family's heir. Even though he had become an exorcist very early on and was not lacking in courage, he always had other exorcists to act as a shield up until now. With his own agility on top of that, He had never received such a serious injury before, causing him to unexpectedly pass out from the pain. Just as Tony received the serious injury, the other battle had also determined its victor. Will had lost too much blood and his stamina could no longer hold on. Just one mistake, and he was cut by the human-faced mantis. The shiny, satin-like black scythe cut down from Will's left collarbone, through his chest, nearly cutting the young man's body into two. Seeing the annoying little fly finally get cut down, the human-shaped mantis wore a proud expression on its human face. It raised its other scythe and stabbed into the young man's stomach and raised him up high, as if showing off its prey. Will's two hands hung by his body. His face was white as a sheet, his pupils rapidly dilated, and his lips faintly trembled. His life was on the verge of being snuffed out. In only an instant, a blush suddenly appeared on the youth's face, as if he had been aroused from his slumber. His eyes opened wide, and his hand shook, throwing out the only weapon he carried. "Father, little will want let you be ashamed." The saber in the youth's hand turned into a wheel of light, abruptly slashing into the mantis' face. "Aya!" The human-faced mantis screamed. Normally, it could have used its scythe to deflect this sort of attack, but both sides were currently stabbed into its prey. It actually let the dying Will get a strike in. The human-faced mantis violently waved its scythe. Will's body was completely torn through. The top and bottom divided into two parts and were thrown into an underbrush. The human-faced mantis, with a saber embedded in its face, madly roared and charged into the forest, getting further and further away. Will calmly lied in the corner of the underbrush. His two eyes had already lost their light, like dark glass marbles staring at the sky. On his face was an innocent and serene smile. The maze which cast aside the remaining half of her wand. Her two hands gripped the long sword in her chest and slowly pulled it out. TSSSS. Tony's silver longsword had an additional evil-slaying effect. As it was drawn out, dark green blood could no longer be contained and rushed out, making the maze witch's mind grow dizzy and eyes blurry. She felt a burst of weakness set upon her. "You've actually inflicted such an injury upon the respected witch, Mesa. I'm afraid the dormancy that has lasted over 100 years can no longer continue." The maze witch, who called herself Mesa, said hatefully. Her eyes swept through the area and very quickly noticed the nearby Qin Lun. "You can die too." The witch raised the long sword and dashed at Qin Lun. In the earlier battle, she had already noticed that, though this exorcist had magic immunity, his body was merely at the level of a commoner's. Even if she didn't use magic, with her body as hard as wood and stone, as well as her superhuman strength, she had the confidence to kill Qin Lun. Qin Lun stared at the witch with a gloomy expression. His right hand turned over, and the dagger, crime, appeared in his palm. During this time, he had already obtained quite a bit of data on the witch's body. He could just barely establish a battle model, but without Tony's help, he had no hope of victory. Clang! Sparks appeared between the black dagger and silver longsword. Qin Lun couldn't help but stagger under the tremendous force. Target's strength deviated greatly from predictions. The following prediction has lost approximately 80% of its effectiveness. Battle mode interrupted. Ending auto-hypnosis. In just one exchange, Qin Lun had discovered that he had underestimated the witch's strength. His vacant pupils refocused once more. Facing the long sword right under his nose, he could only desperately roll backwards to avoid the witch's follow-up attack. If not for the witch being unfamiliar with swordsmanship, he would have already been injured by the sword. The witch knocked Qin Lun over with a strike and began to cry out excitedly. She waved the long sword around like a stick, chasing after him. She had been chased by Tony for half the day and was feeling thoroughly gloomy, but now that she directed her vengeance at the other exorcist, her heart felt great. As the two of them struggled in a melee, a large figure suddenly appeared beside the witch, crashing into her. "Young master, run away." Unexpectedly, Frank had approached the two and appeared between them, blocking in front of the witch. "You want to die?" The witch was careless and had been knocked unstable by the clearly ordinary, hunchbacked servant. She was immediately enraged. Raising the long sword, she ferociously stabbed it into Frank's chest. "Run, hurry, run." Frank seemed to have purposely let the witch stab him. His two big and rough hands firmly grabbed the sword in his chest. He turned his head and showed Qin Lun his ugly smile. The witch sneered. She twisted the long sword, and Frank's fingers were instantly cut off by the sharp blade. However, the witch clearly didn't want to let the hunchbacked servant, who had interrupted her revenge, go just like that. She forced the sword's hilt forwards, stabbing over half the long sword into Frank's body. A sharp point penetrated out from Frank's tall, hunched back, slowly dripping with blood. Frank's ugly face twisted in pain, his triangular eyes bulging. He spread his two arms out and, in spite of everything, firmly drew the witch into his embrace. If this was seen by some unknowing stranger, they would definitely think this was a pair of ugly sweethearts. A good chance. Qin Lun's eyebrows rose. Seeing the hunchbacked servant receive a fatal wound, his first reaction wasn't anger or sorrow, but joy at the unexpected surprise. The witch's physical strength was far greater than an ordinary person's, but compared to Frank, her superiority wasn't as obvious. After all, she didn't rely on her strength to get by. The incomparably sharp sword in her hands was now restricted by the hunchbacked servant's body. It was truly a good opportunity to kill her. Just like during the fight against the gargoyle, the hunchbacked servant's selfless bravery had once again earned Qin Lun a chance for a comeback. Qin Lun's eyes opened wide. Crime danced in his right hand, switching from a reverse grip into a standard grip. The doctor lowered his body and used Frank's big body as a screen to quietly appear on the witch's right. The dagger, Crime, rose from below and stabbed into the witch from under her arm. The entire blade impaled itself into her right chest. What astonished Qin Lun was that the witch's stone-hard body, when faced with Crime, was cut more effortlessly than cutting cheese. It basically required no effort. Reminder, life-taker Crime, alignment, chaotic evil, has pierced the witch's heart core. Contact with similarly aligned power has aroused the artifact to automatically absorb the energy, beginning to drain the creature's life and soul power. Warning, should the creature's rank surpass the artifact's soul quality, energy draining will encounter resistance. Beginning to forcefully take control, Apostle, please quickly weaken the creature to ensure the artifact's success. Eek. Feeling her power flow like a tide towards the object piercing her heart core, the witch became scared out of her wits. She issued a resounding screech. Her two arms struggled and finally threw off the hunchbacked servant's embrace. Only, the long sword in her hand was unable to be freed from Frank's hunched back. It seemed to be firmly lodged between his bones. The witch was both frightened and furious. A blood-red light flashed on the outside of her body, directly sending the hunchbacked servant flying. Snap! The long sword broke in half, a majority of it still in Frank's body. There was still about 10 centimeters attached to the hilt. From a long sword, it was transformed into a somewhat strange dagger. The witch turned around and waved the sword. At the same time, her long hair rose and, like countless sharp needles, stabbed towards Qin Lun. It was just like when she had first heavily injured Otto. Qin Lun narrowed his eyes, a disdainful smile on his lips. He faintly sucked in his stomach and avoided the thrust of the dagger, acting as if he hadn't seen the countless needles of hair. At the same time, he exerted more strength to his hands and twisted Crime. Dark green blood sprayed out from the wound between the witch's right ribs, covering Qin Lun's head and face. As was soon proved, Qin Lun's judgment was correct. The witch frantically used many methods, but none of them had any effect on him. That blood-red light could send Frank flying, but was ineffective against Qin Lun. The moment the needle-like long hair touched the layer of white light around his body, it softly drooped down. Clank! As the dagger-like long sword brushed past his chest, the sound of colliding metal attracted his attention. From the corner of his eye, he saw a yellow, flat-shaped object fall out of the pocket of his worn-out jacket. It fell to the ground and shattered. This is Qin Lun only glanced at it, but suddenly couldn't help but turn his head to look again. All his attention seemed to be drawn to the shattered object, as if he had just seen the world's most inconceivable thing, the most wondrous thing. He even forgot about the witch beside him. Frank really doesn't have any money to prepare a coffin for you. In the deathly still forest cemetery, in ragged clothes, a seriously ill man with a stooped back shivered from the cold evening wind. One shovel at a time, he dug a grave for his young master. Young master's pocket watch was pawned off by me. The guilty and ugly servant secretly glanced towards his master's gravestone as he spoke, ashamed. Using the money you gave me, I went to redeem this. The hunchbacked servant passed a somewhat old-fashioned brass pocket watch to his master. Master, run away. Even as he was beginning to doubt, he still, for that last bit of chance, bet his own life. Qin Lun lowered his head. His bangs covered his forehead. From inside his body, a dry heat seemed to slowly rise up. The enemy strangely stopped, making the witch overjoyed. She struggled to flip over her body and stab her dagger into the right side of the exorcist's chest. The youth was on her right, so her dagger was unable to directly stab into his heart on the left. The left lung was her best target. Qin Lun's body faintly trembled, as if awoken by the pain. His body suddenly exploded with an ice-cold, savage, and frightening aura. Die? An inexplicable fear covered the witch's heart. She raised her arm and suddenly grabbed towards the exorcist's face. Qin Lun loosened his grip on crime, leaving the dagger in the witch's chest. He raised his right palm and blocked the witch's claws. The witch's sharp fingernails penetrated Qin Lun's palm, entering from the front and exiting through the back, like a knife cutting through steak. Blood dripped down the ends of her nails. You've given me a brand new experience. Qin Lun suddenly grabbed with his pierced hand, firmly detaining the witch's claw. He slowly raised his head and suddenly pulled her to his front. The two of them were chest to chest, face to face. His homicidal, red pupils emitted an ice-cold, cruel glint. He unwaveringly stared into the witch's dark green eyes. But I don't like this sort of feeling. The killer opened his mouth and exposed his shiny white teeth. With a chomp sound, he bit onto the witch's aquiline nose, crazily gnawing on it. Eek! The witch shrieked miserably. The red pupils seemed to emit an endless insanity and nightmare. Accompanied by the chewing sound, they seemed to be ridiculing and observing her expression. The witch couldn't help but tremble. She couldn't suppress the fear that came from deep in her heart. As if sensing the witch weakening, the dagger, stabbing into the right side of her chest, began to strengthen its draining. In but a moment, her body felt completely numb, leaving her unable to budge. Qin Lun pulled out the witch's claw from his right palm. He clenched his fist and fiercely beat down on the witch's right underarm. His fist hit like it wanted to knock the witch's arm off. Only when her arm hung limp did his fist stop. Tui, your flesh stinks. Qin Lun spat out some dregs and gracefully took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of his mouth. Qin Lun pressed the handkerchief down on the wound by the broken sword hilt, then expressionlessly pulled it out an inch at a time. He watched as the handkerchief was quickly dyed red with blood. His right hand turned over, holding the broken sword in reverse grip. He suddenly stabbed the witch's thigh. This is the first time I feel like medical knowledge is useful instead of just for passing time. The witch twitched but was paralyzed and unable to move. Qin Lun's lips formed a sinister smile, and the blood color in his eyes was slowly restrained. Reminder: after lowering the creature's willpower and strength, it has fallen below the resistance limit. Crime has obtained the right to devour. To completely devour the target's life force and soul, 12 minutes and 36 seconds is still required. Enjoy it while you can. They'll come back later to continue this game. Qin Lun showed a gentle smile, then lightly caressed the witch's ugly, dried-up face as if gazing at a lover. Turning around, Qin Lun withdrew his smile. His gaze flickered past the fragments of the brass pocket watch. Step by step, he walked over to the dying hunchbacked servant. Frank! Qin Lun sat on the ground and gently helped the hunchbacked servant up, letting Frank lean on him. Young Master Wellington, the hunchbacked servant's face was pale. He slowly opened his triangular eyes and looked at Qin Lun with happiness in his eyes. After a moment of silence, Qin Lun said, "You should already know, I'm not WL. No, you are. You are. It's just that young master became brave, so old Frank couldn't recognize you." Cough, cough. The hunchbacked servant suddenly interrupted Qin Lun and stubbornly retorted. Only, his eyes were beginning to lose their light. Frank is right. From now on, I'm your young Master Wellington Stein. Qin Lun smiled and said, "We still need to revive the Stein family together. I remember that you still don't have a family name, right, Frank? From now on, you can use the Stein family name. You'll be called Frank Stein." Frank Stein? Frank likes this name. Ugh. Blood spilled out of the hunchbacked servant's mouth. But Frank is tired and can't accompany young master anymore. Haha, I won't let you die. Without this young master's permission, you have to support me no matter how tired you are. A cold light flashed in Qin Lun's eyes. From his chest, he took out a thumb-sized bottle and poured the final drop of world tree's flower nectar into the hunchbacked servant's mouth. Young master, you're too wasteful. This time, you can't save Frank. He looked at the broken sword in his chest, and a smile appeared on his ugly face. He had been stabbed straight through by the knight's long sword, and felt that even his heart had been damaged. To be able to last until now was already considered a miracle. His body was already completely incurable. They'll definitely bring you back to life. Just give young master some time. Qin Lun's eyes flashed. He took out the splintered pieces of the brass watch from his chest and stuffed them into Frank's big hands. Take care of this young master's family heirloom. You have to hold on until I'm back, then return it to me. Young master. The world tree's flower nectar slowly took effect. The hunchbacked servant felt much better, but Qin Lun knew that it was only a stopgap measure. At most, it could only delay the time of Frank's death. Nothing had changed. Qin Lun laid Frank's body down, then got up and once more walked to the witch. I'm back, my darling. Sir Joey wants to thank you. If not for you, how could that guy be so generous as to let me out twice? As repayment, Sir Joey will show you why others call me the dissector. Having once again obtained freedom, Joey's eyes were bright as he excitedly licked his lips. He leaned over and grabbed the witch's ankle, dragging her into the woods. No, the witch squirmed in fear, struggling with all her might. However, after being drained by crime, she was already on her dying breath. Add the paralysis of her 4 limbs on top of that. She was basically unable to resist Joey. From the forest came the sound of Joey's cheerful whistling. In the forest, not far from the little cabin, the maze witch's arms were spread open and her legs crossed together. She was like a cross nailed to a tree, for people wide. You want to question me? The maze witch's words contained a hint of mocking, her face colored with disdain. Youngster, do you want Big Sister to teach you a few torture techniques? This witch called Mesa had already recovered from her panic. She felt ashamed at how afraid she was of an ordinary exorcist. She wanted to enrage Qin Lun for a chance at freedom. The exorcists and the maze witches were like fire and water, 2 completely incompatible groups. There was no possibility of reconciling. No matter which side ended up victorious. As a captive, the best ending was death. Comparatively speaking, as a witch, being a captive was not as bad. At worst, she would be purified by holy light. If an exorcist were to become a captive, their fate would be much more miserable. Many exorcists would be placed on a witch's experiment table and turned into magic creatures. However, it seemed like the exorcist now wanted to torture her to avenge his comrades' tragic deaths. However, witches truly had the right to look down on the exorcist's torture methods. Their bodies had been transformed by undead power, and their sense of pain had been dulled. Also, witches tend to have strong willpower, enough to sever the body from the mind. Besides very rare methods that could directly harm the soul, most tortures were ineffective against them. Question: the youth, whose body was controlled by the killer, Joey, seemed to smile. A very insincere smile spread across his lips. That cowardly kid did prepare some questions, but Sir Joey will never do something as crass as question via torture. I care more about art. Oh, you've reminded me. It's better to keep you quiet so you don't interrupt the process. Joey walked up with an evil grin. Before the witch's shocked expression, he stabbed the broken sword into her mouth. It only took a few moments to turn her tongue and vocal cords into mush. Not bad. Now I can begin. Joey stroked his chin and began to laugh. He pulled out crime, which was still stabbed into the witch's chest. In fact, a witch's heart core was equivalent to a human's heart, but there were a few differences. If a human's heart gets injured, they would undoubtedly die, but a witch's heart core had self-healing capabilities. Wanting to kill a witch by harming their heart core requires it to be thoroughly smashed to pieces. Another way would be to use a longevity-powered magic tool to stab their heart core. Using longevity power counters the undead power in the heart core. The reason why Qin Lun's dagger, crime, hadn't killed the witch, despite stabbing into her heart core, was because it wasn't like the other weapons exorcists use. Crime slowly consumed the heart core instead of instantly expelling the undead power inside. Joey spun Crime in his hand for a while, then nimbly stabbed into her chest and ruthlessly cut down. A spurt of dark green liquid shot out like an arrow of water. Joey skillfully tilted his head to avoid it. His blood-red pupils glowed with a strange light. He had single-mindedly devoted himself to the dagger in his hand and began to dissect the witch's body. Joey's dissection wasn't like a normal one. He removed one layer at a time, starting from the outside. First was the skin. The witch's, tough as leather, skin was skillfully removed by his dagger. Then it was flattened out and hung on a tree. Looking back at the maze which crucified on the tree, it was like she had grown a pair of wings made of skin like a peacock spreading its tail. It also looked like a suffering angel nailed to a cross. Next was the flesh. Joey carefully used the dagger to divide the various groups of muscles and extracted one strip at a time. He stretched them out and hung them over the skin, forming the delicate feathers of the wings. Your skin is such a perfect work of art. A pity your flesh is a bit rotten. There is no flexibility. It doesn't make the best feathers. Joey obsessively stroked the layer of feathers on the wings. Your expression is pretty good. You still haven't passed out yet. Persevere. You can do it. Joey made a fist and cheered her on, then leaned towards her ear and whispered with concern, "How is it? Do you want a break? Then let's start the next half." By now, the witch couldn't even hear what Joey was saying. She trembled from head to toe, her two eyes pale white. Dark green foam came out of her mouth, as if she were a seizure patient. After Joey started his so-called art, the witch suddenly discovered that she had misjudged. Every time Crime cut into her body, it would drain her undead power. One could say that the power that normally strengthened and transformed her body had now become a source of pain. This type of draining wasn't just a physical pain. It was extracting the power that had already merged with her flesh and her soul. Besides the heart core, the rest of a witch's body obviously also contained undead power. If Joey had chosen to keep the dagger stabbed in one spot, the power consumed would be very little, and the witch would be in much less pain. However, Joey's dissection speed was very fast. His dagger never stopped, as if afraid that the piece of art before him wouldn't be able to last. After all, he currently had no anesthetics at hand. His light touch was exactly the cause of the witch's pain. She felt it deep in her muscles and her skeleton, as if hundreds of thousands of ants were crawling. The numbness and itchiness were impossible to withstand. If she could choose again, the witch would definitely not have provoked Joey. Instead, she would have immediately gathered the last of her power and self-destructed. Up until now, having so much undead power drained from her, she had already completely lost control of her body. She couldn't even self-destruct. Joey cheerfully began to whistle. Holding Crime, he began the final process of the dissection. To finish the final part, he needed to empty out the witch's organs and clean up the skeleton, completely turning it into a skeleton with wings of skin, a skeleton angel. This was the source of the killer, Joey Foster's nickname, the Dissector. It was also the reason why Lin Feng would treat Qin Lun's killing method as a work of art. This was the devil, Joey's, dissection art. Kill me, kill me. The witch's weak plea could be heard in his head. You can actually interact with me without a tongue? Joey stopped his hands from working and sized up the dying witch in wonder. He first took note of the despair in the witch's imploring eyes. Don't you still have questions for me? I can tell you everything. I beg you, set me free. The witch opened and closed her mouth like a dead fish, her voice stammering in Qin Lun's head. Right, your hunchback companion. I can help you save his life. The maze witch appealed to his emotions and shouted. No. Sir Joey has no interest in listening to this. You are perhaps Sir Joey's best work up until now. The only clear-headed skeleton angel. Joey licked his lips and showed a bloodthirsty grin. Joey was just about to step forward and continue his work when his head suddenly lifted. From his nose, two snake-like lines of blood appeared, as if he had been punched. No, you can't. You said she's mine. Joey suddenly stooped over and covered his face. From his throat came a challenging roar. No, you can't have it. Joey furiously raised his head. His two eyes revealed endless madness and ruthlessness. His whole body shuddered as he walked towards the witch, trembling as he raised Crime. She is mine. Mine. No, Joey's left hand suddenly grabbed his own throat. Crime, in his powerless right hand, fell straight to the ground, under the tree. Like a curled-up shrimp, He bent down in pain. After a long while, Qin Lun stopped his struggling. His curled-up body straightened up. A smile appeared on his face. Exhausted, he looked at the half-finished angel on the tree trunk. He could see the peeled-off skin and muscle. Amidst the bones dripping in blood, one could vaguely see the beating organs of the witch. Qin Lun faintly shook his head and sighed. No wonder his reaction would be so intense. This really is his most perfect piece of work up till now. Speak up. How can I save my companion's life? Qin Lun pinched the witch's chin with one hand and asked with a cold expression. I hope you don't lie to me. Treasure this final chance. In the cabin. Inside my cabin is a crystal ball. It can preserve a human's soul. Then the body? How do I resurrect it? Qin Lun's eyes flashed as he asked solemnly. Body no, there's no way. The undead elixir I have on hand has already been depleted. Am unable to restore an ordinary person's physical body. I can only use it to create a half-human body. The witch's gaze slowly darkened. She almost couldn't hold on any longer. Humph, you aren't allowed to die yet. Qin Lun sneered, took out a soul power crystal, and pushed it into the witch's broken heart core. What is this? Why am I feeling such a pure soul power? The witch's consciousness shook. I don't want you to die, so you can't. If you cheat me, they'll let you enjoy being a skeleton angel forever. Qin Lun showed a peaceful smile, but his eyes were cold. Now tell me, what kind of traps are there in the cabin? Oh, Tony slowly opened his eyes. He only felt the world spinning and a scorching heat from his face. You're awake. Qin Lun smiled and turned to him. Rest well, there are still a few hours before we rendezvous with Miss Nova. Dr. Stein, the witch did we win? Tony asked weakly. Otto, will they? They are beside you. There is also my servant Frank. Qin Lun fell silent for a moment before replying indifferently. Tony strived to support his body. Only now did he notice that he was lying in the carriage that originally imprisoned the werewolf. Otto, Will, and Frank's body were all stacked beside him. Qin Lun was sitting at the front, driving the cart. The miserable state of his companions' corpses left Tony silent. An indescribable grief consumed his heart. However, the blond young man very quickly noticed the fourth body in the carriage. It was a skinny, old man's corpse. It definitely wasn't one of the exorcists he recognized. He is a victim from the witch's cabin? You don't recognize him? Qin Lun smiled at Tony. He's the creature you personally brought over. He don't tell me. Tony slowly opened his eyes wide. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.